The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The A-listers of American chess are back at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. The red carpet's been rolled out and the stars are ready to strut their stuff. Recent chess 9LX champ Sam Sevian is hoping for a sequel performance that will keep his name in lights, and the young star is on his way after a convincing win. Two-time champ turned commentator Nazi Paikidze hit all her marks in her return to the board, winning her game to claim clear first. The cast is set and the plot is in motion. Day 2 of championship chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 2 of the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the club as we are waiting for the players to arrive. It's been a fantastic start to this event, and there's still a lot of fighting spirit left. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the U.S. and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. There are two clear leaders as round 2 begins right now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, it's just so much fun. And we started with a bang in these new studios. Yeah. I'm feeling great energy.
And amazing games yesterday.
Truly, truly. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. Yesterday was starting with a bang, but strangely enough, even though the chess was incredibly combative, we only had 2 winners, 1 in each group. Kate, do the honors and tell our viewers who they were.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings in the Women's Championship. We have Nazi Paikidze, who is the leader, who is the only person in the women's section who won a game yesterday against Ashrita Eswaran. All other players made a draw.
We're going to see something very similar in the open standings as well.
Exactly. Here we have Sam Sevian, who is the sole leader of the open section, who won incredible game against Ray Robson. All other players made a draw.
And tell us about the format for these 2 national championships.
The format is 2 12-player round robins, which means that each player plays everybody else in their respective section. The time format is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed whatsoever, and the traditional scoring system: 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
No draw offers makes for competitive chess indeed. And tell us about the schedule.
The schedule is very simple. We have 1 round a day, and we always start the coverage at 1 to 20 p.m. Center Time. After round 4, players and all of us have a rest day. After round 8, again, second rest day, and then we play, and if necessary, there will be playoffs on October 18th.
Wow, kind of looking forward to the playoffs already. Very nice. And as always, we're honored by Cristian. You're being in studio, and I just love the fact you're right here.
It's a different
baby.
Energy, Yasser. It's a different energy, and the players have brought the energy yesterday as well. We had a lack of decisive games, but I have to say that's not a testament to the brand of chess that these players brought to the table. These champions brought to the table. And speaking of champions, let's take a look at some of the past and the present champions in both sections as well. We're going to be mentioning a few notable names, and we're going to start with the ladies section. Take a look at that. Gisela Can-Gresser, 9-time champion over the span of 3 decades. Wow. That's just an incredible feature that this lady has brought to the chess tables. The next lady is, of course, one that we in fact have in this year's championship. That is Irina Krush, Grandmaster Irina Krush, 8-time champion, starting in 1998 and finishing in 2020. And so much emotion in that 2020 championship. If you remember, she was so happy to win her 8th title. And of course, we have another player that's featured in this list. That is Anna Zatonskih in this year's championship as well. She's a 4-time champion, starting in 2006 and finishing in 2011. Just an incredible player, and she represented the United States at so many Olympiads successfully, I might add. The next one on the list is one that we also have in this year's championship. That is Nazi Paikidze. She's often here in the studio with us as a commentator. She's a 2-time national champion in 2016 and 2018. Just an incredible young lady, and she's one of the leaders as we are entering Day 2. The next one is the defending champion. Of course, I'm talking about Jeffery. She's a 2-time champion, 2019 and 2022, and what an incredible tie breaks she had last year against the 8-time national champion Irina Krush. She was lost in that game, but managed to swindle her opponent, turn it all around, and win the national championship. The next one is another Jeffery Shahade. She's an incredible player. She has won it 2 times in 2002 and 2004, and she was also one of our colleagues here in the studio as well. And in the open section, let's take a look at what we have there. Let's not forget about Sabina.
Our social media.
Exactly, our social media manager here at the St. Louis Chess Club. She's a 1-time champion in 2017, and what a story that was. She was not one of the favorites, she was one of the underdogs, but she managed with an impeccable performance to win that championship. And let's take a look at the open section. What do we have in the open? You might recognize some of these names. Of course, we're going to be starting with Bobby Fischer, 8-time national champion, a decade of dominance, starting in 1957, ending in 1966. Everybody knows who Bobby Fischer is. The next one on the list is one that we're missing greatly in this year's championship. That is Hikaru Nakamura, 5-time champion. He had previous commitments and unfortunately was not able to play in this year's championships. Hopefully we will be having him back. Just an incredible player. The next one is, you might know this guy, Yasser. Yasser Seirawan, 4-time national champion, starting in 1981, and he also won it in the 2000s. Congratulations, Yasser. Incredible CV there. The next one is a player that it is in this year's championship present. Wesley, 3-time national champion, 2017, 2020 and 2021. He hasn't had the best years so far, but definitely he can turn it around with a victory in this championship. Of course, we couldn't be talking about an illustrious list without the defending champion. That is Fabiano Caruana, 2-time national champion. He had to wait 6 years in between these championships. He hopes that he's not going to have to wait another 6. He will be trying to defend his national title in this year's championship. The next one is Sam Shankland. We had him on the show. He was not very happy with his performance, but still plenty of games to be played. Just an incredible win in 2018. He was head-to-head going into the last few rounds with Fabiano Caruana. He just simply scored more points than his opponent, Fabiano Caruana. With +6, he won that event. Just an incredible score. And of course, we had this man on our show as well. He's the newly inducted into the US Hall of Fame, Yuri Shulman. He won it in 2008. He's a 1-time champion. A lot of champions around St. Louis, around the US championships.
You were having fun with it. I mean, if we had to list all the champions going back to the 1800s, we got a list of 3 pages.
We missed a few, but
you had some fun with it. I really like that. Thank you, Cristian.
Of
Absolutely. And even though we don't know the champions of today, who is going to win these national championships, tell us about the pairings for these round 2. Kate.
Yeah, let's take a look. For the women's section, we have Eswaran playing against Toghir-Jonova, Abrahamyan playing Lee.
Very big match right there.
Very big match here. Yip against you, the 2 US women's champions. Cervantes playing Krush, Pourkashiyan playing Xiong, and the only leader in the women's section, Paikidze, playing Zatonskih.
Absolutely, and in the open section, pairings for that section.
Let's take a look. We have Caruana playing his Olympic teammate, Dominguez, Swiercz playing against So, The leader in the open section, Sevian, playing Niemann.
Something about that rivalry. I like it. I like it, Kate. Go on, please.
Then we have Shankland playing Robson, Mishra playing Tang, and Aronian playing Xiong.
And let's just go to the World Chess Hall of Fame and see the players as they get ready to do battle.
Oh, they already started.
Wow, I mean, that was a snap.
That was quick.
Wow, didn't expect that. And by the way, every time I see these photos, I can't help but just say, gorgeous, gorgeous chess tables, the pad, that
and
leather
the chess
padding,
sets, right, crafted so well.
Exactly, exactly.
And we have one of those chess sets here in the studio with us, just a beautiful chess set.
Absolutely. In fact, I was so jealous of the players. Kate, I mean, whenever you get the feeling you want to throw some moves my direction, I'm ready for you.
All right, all right.
As we see in this game of Tatev's, that it's a Russian defense with his knight c3. Players, Cristian, who play 1e4 are having a terrible time. They've got to face the Berlin, they've got to face the Petrov.
But you have to deal with a lot of unpleasantries if you play 1d4 as well. You have the Nimzo, which is extremely solid, and you have a lot of other ideas as well. The Queen's Gambit declined. The Queen's Gambit accepted so many problems with both e4 and d4. But, you know, these players have a lot of weapons at their disposals. They have a lot of seconds behind them as well, always looking for ideas in their spare time. So, yeah, I don't pity them too much.
Right. We do have just a little bit of a problem in terms of getting my board updated.
I think we should definitely see what's happening in the Fabiano versus Leinier game.
I wanted to do the Nasi because I just always like the leaders.
To start with the leaders.
Yeah, to respect and honor their achievement of leading the tournament.
It's also very interesting to be looking at players when they are in the opening kind of part of the game. They're not really looking at the board, just like figuring out which line they want to, you know, play, just figuring what was in their folder to play in that.
Right.
Like they're not really focused on calculating.
Exactly, recalling their files. But I'm just looking at the live shot there, and I'm seeing Fabiano's game. It's the Bishop c4, Joko piano, the quiet game, if you will, the Italian game.
But nowadays the quiet game is not so quiet. I mean, there's so much theory that goes into each and every line. It's a completely different opening than it used to be 10 even years ago.
And Coach, break that down for us. When
you
sit there, no. When you sit there and you say, okay, we've got to do this training, and we're going to learn. I don't care, an opening system. It doesn't matter. A French defense. I mean, you know, what are the challenges that you have to go through? I mean, thousands of games.
Yes.
Books.
Well, the
courses,
thing is, there's so many options, right?
Yeah.
There's so many options. Nowadays, you have to be very versatile in your approach. You have to be able to play different type of structures, different type of openings on a day. You know, okay, tomorrow we're playing this. Okay, let's learn it in the next 5 hours.
Wow.
Tomorrow you're playing this variation. Okay, let's learn it in the next 5 hours. You create a file with the help of the engine, with the help of your friends, and then you try to work that out and try to memorize. But in your spare time, outside of competition, you have to accustom yourself to all of these different type of variations, different type of structures, middle games, things of that nature. So you have to be a very complete player nowadays.
Yeah, and this versatility, be able to play either 1e4 or 1d4. Kate, when I was a professional, one of the things I did is I cheated. I wanted to have a guide. I wanted a guide, somebody who was a professional in their openings, and I would choose them. And I would say, okay, if I'm going to play the Najdorf, well, Garry Kasparov, he gets this challenge. How does he handle this question when somebody plays the Najdorf and plays this move against him? So I picked guides, and I said, okay, that's going to be the person I followed. Did you do the same thing? Did you cheat and have a guide?
I wouldn't call that cheating.
I did.
But I did have, I think, the whole list of the books, Play Like Anand, after 1e4.
Right.
I think it was like 12 books.
Right.
And I was really going through them a lot. I don't know why I picked Anand maybe because there was just these books.
Maybe it was the books.
Yes, but sometimes you like a certain opening, right, and you pick the player accordingly, so it changes time to time.
Lovely. Well, let's get back into the games quickly. And Cristian, you wanted to start us with Fabi. It's on you.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to kind of understand all the different scenarios that could be playing out, and this is what I'm spotting in this one. A5 followed by the next move, as you will see. Castle is obviously the main move in the position. A lot of games have been played with that one. H6 is another big move in this position. The idea behind H6 is that if you do go castle, bishop to G5 comes, and this is a very aggressive approach from white. And if you don't know exactly what you're doing, you might end up in trouble as black, because you have to start doing H6 followed by even G5 at times, G5 in this position, things of that nature. And whenever you're weakening your king side like this, this becomes extremely dangerous. So players are trying to avoid this with the move H6, but we're seeing a completely different approach from Dominguez with this move bishop to A7, getting out of dodge, getting that bishop out of dodge of this attack with the move D4, right, from white. And right now, immediately responded by Fabiano. By the way, knight to A3, knight to D2 are very typical ways of dealing with this position. H3 has also been played quite a few times. Bishop to B3, the game's continuation, has only been played 3 times. Whoa. Which is quite interesting to see. And right now, this has stopped Leinier for a second. He thought for a while, and he played the move castle. Now I'm very curious to see whether bishop to G5 is going to come on the board. That's an option. Maybe H3. H3 was played twice, knight BD2. These are all the usual continuations that will most likely transpose into some of the main lines that we see so often. But bishop to G5, this one is an interesting one, an interesting moment. I'm curious to see, because for sure Fabiano expected this move castle. I'm curious to see what he's going to bring to the table in the next couple of minutes. Let's perhaps take a look and see what his reaction is right now.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Cristian. And I just bringing up a game of our tournament leader in the open section. That's Sam Sevian, and he's playing against Hans Niemann. I dubbed him the bad boy of American chess. But there's a rivalry brewing between. They're similar in the ages. I think Sam has an edge, more experience than Hans. But what Hans did yesterday, what Sam did yesterday, really, really enthralling games.
They're definitely very young players who are there for the blood, who want to fight.
Exactly. And we have a Catalan, bishop G2, and Hans is thinking, does he want to play with a closed Catalan, bishop E7 castles, maybe B7, B6, as well as C7, C6. Does he want to play D5 takes C4, an open Catalan? And so they're very, very early days here. Kate, where would you like to take us?
So maybe let's take a look at all the other games in the open section, so we can start with.
Well, we did. We just saw the Fabi game. Wesley So versus Dariusz. Well, as mentioned, the Berlin defense, if you play 1E4, you got to expect
to deal with that.
You're going to run into the Berlin defense. And, well, Wesley said, I like to play the Berlin wall. Let's see what you've got planned. And, okay, again, this is I want to say, slow treatment, or just, white isn't trying to get a massive advantage or something like that from the opening. He's trying to get a playable position with certain pluses in his
no
favor.
Risks whatsoever, right?
Yeah,
very
no
peaceful
risk.
Game.
But the whole idea is that you're kind of playing against the knight. Like, for example, knight D2 here, bringing up knight E4. You want to put your bishop back on D3. And the idea is that maybe this knight on F5 really should be on F6. And maybe this bishop that's on F6 should really be on D6. So it's just a little bit awkward for the moment. But when black manages to start trading more pieces, pretty balanced. Lots and lots of draws in these games. Sam Shankland versus Ray Robson. Big fight between Olympic teammates here, as Ray yesterday, boy, was he distraught, Cristian. I mean, he knew he had a winning position against Sam and just let it go.
But he didn't know up until our interview with him.
Really?
Actually, you're talking about Ray Robson.
Ray Robson.
I thought you were talking about Sam Shankland.
No.
Because that was another case. I
Right.
mean, what a difficult situation for Sam Shankland as well. But Ray, yes, he knew that he was winning. Because you can feel it when you play those type of positions. You can feel that the checkmate is right there.
Yeah.
The king on e8, completely exposed. You only have to find that move, queen to c2, queen to g6, the attack. You have to defend with rook to h6, and after that, open the position with c4. He knew that. He's conducted so many similar attacks in his career, right? And unfortunately for him, he almost never lets his opponents go in those type of positions. And this is a big, big accident, I have to say.
Remarkable just hearing what you were talking. That game seared into your mind. Imagine how it seared into Ray's mind.
Yes.
Tell us what's going on today.
I'll tell you what's going on in this one, because as you mentioned, you want to give the flowers to our leaders as well. So let's talk about this game between Nazi Paikidze and Anna Zatonskih. We have an interesting Catalan, but take a look at this next move. Castle, we usually see castle, and then d takes c4 is one of the main lines. But Nazi essays this move, queen to c2.
Okay,
I
that's
sort
a
of
rare
like this.
bird.
It's a rare bird, right? Because of this specific move, c5. And after castle, in fact, the engine is saying that black is even slightly better. But I guarantee you, that's not necessarily the case, right? We're going to see a very imbalanced game in case she takes on d4. And if you don't take on d4, I'm going to be able to go rook to d1 and enter the type of position that I want to say will probably give the advantage to white. But take a look at this almost forced line. C takes d4, now you probably have to take back, and e5.
Right.
This is the critical response against this move, queen to c2. And then I'm sure Nazi has prepared with her coach, by herself. We know that she's kind of a lone wolf. And when it comes to preparation, she told us that during the interviews. Knight to f5. d4, but you are giving up the two bishops as black. And this is something that is not easily done, right, from a practical perspective. And take a look at this next move, which is the main line in the position. You cannot touch that pawn. Do not touch that pawn, because after taking bishop to a3, you're going to lose the rook on f8. This is game over. So don't do that. After the move b4, you have to stop white's avalanche of pawns on the queen side with a move such as a6, follow it up with knight to c6. It's a battle between my pawns in the center, controlling your position quite nicely. You cannot develop your pieces nicely. You cannot go to knight c3, bishop to b2 is going to be met by this pawn wall in the center. But at the same time, look at this beautiful bishop on g2 is going to create a lot of havoc in black's position. I have to say this is very, very a very interesting option. But Anna already thinking for quite some time. She has 1 hour and 21 minutes against 1 hour and 33 minutes. Nazi definitely knowing what she's doing in this position. This one is going to be a very interesting encounter, I have to say.
Well, with Anna, we know that she loves her time trouble mismanagement. Can't cure
It's a good strategy, right? If you are Nazi, it's a good strategy to ask her questions early on. Yes, and she took on d4, by the way.
Okay.
So we're going maybe towards that variation right now.
Wonderful. Just wanted to bring up the game of Sam Shankland and Ray Robson as we go around the tournament hall in the open section. C4, E5, English, G2, G3. Michael Marin wrote a fantastic book on the English where he prescribed specifically this approach of G3, and he really explained why this early fianchetto should be chosen. Knight f3, e4, knight d4, d5 has suddenly become really the most topical variation. It's just remarkable how, you know, fashion comes in and out. Now, in my day, everybody played c takes d5, queen takes d5, and here was a key moment. A number of players like to play knight c2.
It looks like a very natural move.
Yeah, so that you could play knight c3, and then this knight on c2, strangely enough, often popped out to the square e3, where it was actually pretty darn good. Then other players like to play the move e2, e3, maintaining the knight in the center and playing for knight c3 in a quick double fianchetto, if you will. Already we had well, for me, the main line is queen takes d5, queen b6, a bit of a sideline variation. I don't know if Ray will appreciate me suggesting that queen b6 is a side variation. And then this move is a big surprise for me. Queen A4. And suddenly I am not on terra firma anymore. This is like the latest and greatest in opening theory. Sorry, Kate.
No, I'm wondering if Sam is just saying, you know, it's move 6, maybe I'm winning a pawn because you can recapture the pawn on d5, there is a pin.
Right.
No way.
So,
no
I mean,
way,
the way I would approach it, what's the difference between queen takes d5 and queen b6? Well, obviously, when I play queen takes d5, I'm recapturing the pawn immediately. When I put the queen on b6, I'm trying, I believe, to follow up with the move bishop c5. And obviously, I can't recapture the pawn on d5 because, well, frankly, that would be illegal. So bishop c5, if white wants, should he take on c6?
But I'm a little bit surprised that Ray doesn't make this move automatically.
Right, knight takes c6.
Well, queen to a4 is a novelty.
Is a novelty.
Queen to a4 is a novelty, and in fact, this move, queen to b6, guess who is on the black side of the most topical game in this line after queen to b6? Ray Robson against Domchenko, only a year back. So definitely Sam has been preparing this line at home, and he played this novel move, queen to a4. Bishop to c5, by the way, is a mistake.
Is a mistake?
Oh, wow.
Bishop to c5 is the most natural move in the position.
It sure is.
By far is a mistake. After d takes c6, now the computer is already saying +1.
Knight takes c6?
Knight takes c6, knight takes
bishop
c6.
Takes f. This is where I was going,
bishop
right?
takes, and now I would assume you're going to take with the b pawn. You want to keep the queens on the board.
Yes.
If you exchange the queens, then e3, your bishop gets stuck.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You're in deep, deep trouble after that. So you want to take with the b pawn. But now I just simply go knight to c3. You still have to contend with this e4 pawn. I'm not going to take it with the queen, because that's going to give you a lot of compensation. Knight e7, right? Bishop f5. You have a lot of ideas. But knight to c3 is the main move in the position.
But the king is stuck in the center?
It is. But I have a feeling your king might get stuck in the center
as well.
So what if I go knight f6 and just want to castle very quickly?
Yes,
I'm with you on this one. Now he takes
You cannot castle, right?
Yeah, knight takes f6 is not fun.
No. So you want to take, and perhaps bishop to e6. But now I can snatch another pawn
bishop h3.
With the move bishop to h3, right?
Wow.
Are you going to, if you're not aware of these variations, of course, if you haven't analyzed this at home, are you willing to give up 2 pawns and hope that you have enough compensation?
No, I would want to
prepare. I'm not so sure about that.
I would want to prepare this, yeah.
I'm not so sure about that. And by the way, this seems to be a good avenue for black, because after king to h8, it does seem like he has enough compensation.
Okay.
But without the knowledge that the engines give you, are you actually going to
play this? So you're saying to me the natural move bishop c5 is wrong.
Yes.
What's the correct approach?
I would say bishop to d7 or knight to f6. Just the simple knight to f6. It's all about finishing your development in the position as black. That's how you're going to try to reach your compensation.
So if we ask the question, I take the pawn.
Yes, and now I take back.
I take the knight.
And now I don't take back. I go bishop to d7. So you see, I'm trying to develop my pieces with tempi.
And not ruin your structure as well.
This is not easy stuff, right? This is really not easy stuff. This is not natural play for black. So Ray Robson, right now, the pressure is on him. And Sam Shankland, once again, shows his poise in the opening phase of the game.
Thank you, Cristian. And 2 of our youngest competitors in the field, certainly Mishra. I'm on solid ground.
By the way, Yasser, I just see that Ray made a move, and he did play bishop d7.
That is a good move as well. Yes.
Against queen a4, bishop to d7.
And we're expecting Sam to blitz out some move, because that's given by the engines as one of the top moves, and I think Sam is ready for that.
Right. Bishop to d7.
And he took on c6 immediately.
Right.
Yes. I think we have the Abhimanyu versus Andrew on the main board, but now we're back to it. Yes.
Yes. But now I'll bring up Mishra and Andrew, as we have, I called this bishop c4 variation. Well, of course it's the 2 knights, but bishop c5 would transpose into a Joko piano. But when I was studying it, this was known as the Hungarian variation, bishop e7. And the funny part about the Hungarian variation was at the time, it was considered a very solid but passive line. Now, the funny part is, I've seen players, Nepo, for example, playing the move bishop c5, and then bringing, once white plays the move bishop g5, bringing the bishop right back to e7. So the Hungarian variation was ahead of its time. Bishop e7, castles, d7, d6, a4, castles, rook e1, king h8. Now that's borrowing a page right out of Levon Aronian's opening chess book, because Levon loves to play these moves, king h8, knight g8, and f5. Let's see how the game unfolded from here. Knight f3, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. Ooh, should we ask the question, Kate? Would you like to play g4?
I was just wondering, what is the question?
Yes, I mean, are you going to sacrifice the knight? That's the question. Are you going to play knight takes g4?
I would need to think, but...
Let's have a look,
Let's take a look.
We?
So it's not our game, so we can risk our pieces.
Well, the good part about being a chess commentator is when we make a mistake, it doesn't cost us any rating points. When they make a mistake, it costs them plenty. Yes, bishop takes g4. Would you rather play white or black? Black is, if it's black to move, f5, you might be, we together
might be in trouble.
great trouble. What do you think?
Yeah, so we can...
Would you play a move like, for example, rook e3 with the idea of breaking the pin? Are you afraid of knight d4 and f5?
I'm definitely afraid. I'm just wondering if to start with king g2 or...
Okay, well, let's take a look-see on that one, too. King g2, we might have to consider how are we going to deal with a move like f7, f5, breaking open the f-file for our rook. You can see why white might not want to play the move g4, why white might want to play bishop e3 as a preliminary move and get in g4. Is it a threat? Could Mishra play the move g4, by the way, Christian?
After which move?
Instead of bishop c1.
Instead of bishop to e3.
Yeah,
yes.
Pardon me. Yeah, instead of bishop.
G4 has been played a few times. Yes, has been played a few times. Actually, by my student. Maybe I should have known that. But this is 2010. Oparin versus Khrushchev. He was definitely not my student at that time. But actually, in fact, knight takes g4 seems to be just much better for black. So perhaps this doesn't work because the king is already on h8, right? So I'm very close to opening up the f-file. I'm one move away from opening up the f-file, and that's a problem because you need a couple of moves to go king to h2, rook to g1, rook g3. Right. If you could get those moves in, you would be perfectly fine. The problem is after the move king to h2, f5, rook to g1, I'm just simply going to go queen to e8. This is the key move in the position. Threatening a check on h5, in fact, threatening checkmate after queen h5, followed by queen to h3. So this one is not looking very good. He was not able to play the move g4. I'm sure he knew about it as well. That's why he played the move bishop to e3 quite quickly. Take a look at what's happening in the other ones as well. By the way, we're seeing some Italians today, some Gioco Pianos today,
and Catalans.
And Catalans as well. And take a look at what's happening in this one. After the move h3, I think this is where we left it off. h6 was played. We were discussing about the threat of playing bishop to g5 and complicating matters with this pin. After h6, knight bd2, b5, which is a novelty. The best move by the engine, but a novelty. Dominguez is one of the leading experts, I would say, in the Gioco Piano with both white and black, and also Fabiano as well. Take a look at this, b5, a4, b4. Of course, you're not going to take on a4 because after bishop takes a4, your structure is just simply going to be damaged for a long time. Yes.
Yeah, why did you do that?
It's a strategical mistake. So take a look at this move, bishop to c4. Bishop c4, bishop b3, back to c4. there's all this maneuvering going on for both sides, and bishop to b5 is coming. This is the idea of this move, bishop to c4. I'm trying to create some problems for the knight on c6, and once you move the knight from c6, then I'm going to follow it up with d4 and try to put the pressure, the typical pressure, in the center after this move, a d4. So I really like this move, bishop to c4. Fabiano still within his theoretical knowledge.
Wow.
1 hour and 32 minutes against 1 hour and 15. A lot of pressure, I have to say, on Leinier. He probably expected, okay, I'm going to make this nice little novelty with b5. I have some ideas that I analyzed a couple of months ago, and he's not going to know what he's going to do, and we're going to, I'm going to be able to equalize. No, 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 no. a4 immediately, and bishop to c4, countering with a strong sequence of moves. So I really like what's happening in this one for
Cristian, question. Can Leinier
Yes.
go just now like knight e7, knight g6?
Oh, you can definitely do that, but now I'm going to go d4. Once you move the knight from c6, I'm going d4. And now you go knight to g6, right? Now I'm going to take on b4, in fact.
Whoa.
Yes.
Pause, because I see,
you might want to take on d4, yes.
That's a center pawn, and usually...
But that's an extra pawn for me, right?
If you, well, it's a double, c5, knight b3, you think you can keep the pawn on a5?
I think I can, yes.
Wow.
So c5, first of all, that's going to kill more or
Yeah,
less
it kills
your,
my bishop.
bishop on a7, right?
But I still have a kind of a preponderance in the center.
And perhaps I'm
very
going
different
to
approach.
give you that pawn with the move bishop to b5, follow it up with knight to c4, e5. I'm starting to get some play, right? You're starting to feel the energy in White's position.
Right, yeah, okay, I can...
I have to say, some pressure early on from Fabi. And let's take a look at what happened in Sam versus Ray, because, well, big developments. Take a look at this. Bishop to d7, take on c6, take on c6, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, everything was prepared.
Traded, yeah.
Queen to b3, and now h5, the best move in the position. I'm so impressed by the way Ray remembers his analysis, because I can guarantee you he hasn't looked at this line in a very, very long time.
Sure.
But he remembers the best moves, or he has a sixth feeling for it. h5 is the best move. Try to get more space. Okay, forget about the fact that you're a pawn down. I'm just trying to get more space. Now, there's a couple of ways in which you can deal with it. Let's say you exchange the queens, right? First.
Sure.
How are you going to continue this endgame? You
Bishop
might be
G2.
looking at the position and be like, hey, I'm just a pawn up.
I'm a pawn
right?
up.
I
Let's
mean,
finish our development.
I have the better structure, let's say, pawn up, bishop to g2, why not?
Let's go.
But now I go h4.
Knight c3, let's go.
Knight to c3, yes, and now I go knight to f6.
And
I
now
defend everything.
I'm a little bit, Kate, I'm a little bit worried of h3, so...
H3 and e3, right?
Yeah, so
That's
maybe
the
I'm not
problem.
happy, but I castle.
You castle,
Right.
okay. If
and,
you castle,
and without the queens...
h3. You hide the
Wow.
bishop, you tuck the bishop on h1.
I do.
And now I go bishop to c5, and guess what the assessment is in this position? It's in fact
More
better,
than compensation.
better for black.
More than compensation. How
Better
about
for
that?
black.
Now it's slipped
Now
down.
it's zeros, yes. But
Right.
forget about it. It's easier to play for black. It's
Interesting.
easier to play for black.
It's going to be very difficult to develop the bishop on c1, right?
That is for sure.
Yes.
Very
So very
good.
interesting things are
Developments.
happening in this one. What's happening in the ladies section, guys?
Yeah, I'm just going to go right through Mishra and Andrew Tang, because, by the way, bishop e3, not that move g4,
G4.
because bishop e3 was played, and I'm expecting that Andrew is going to aspire for the move f5. I don't know if he wants to play knight d7, knight b6, but somehow I think this knight on f6 is going to get maneuvered around.
I have to
Finally-
say I'm a little surprised that Andrew decided to move king h8 and then play bishop g4.
The
Not kind of,
combination of the
yeah,
two.
not following up on that f5 idea.
Yes, if you're going to play king h8, you really do expect that the knight will go back and the pawn will go to f5 right
Right.
away. Yes, it's
Because
true.
if you want to play bishop g4, you can do that immediately.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a logic glitch. Birthday boy.
Yeah,
Birthday
Levon Aronian,
boy,
happy
Levon
birthday.
Aronian, a big shout out and our congratulations to Levon. This is looking like the Wesley So game a bit, but it actually is not a Berlin. It comes from a Petrov, a Russian defense, where you get 4 versus 4 and 3 versus 3. Again, White is just actually playing for you know, the pieces being a little bit not harmonious, I would say. But again, Jeffery's position's very, very solid. Now let's go to the ladies. And oops, sorry, I brought up the, no, I did that right. I just have to do it this way. Just a second. There it is. And I've got the game between Ashritha and Begum on our board. This
is that Berlin again?
No, this is actually an old Ruy Lopez exchange. I pulled this rabbit out of my hat there against Anatoly Karpov in a competition in Monaco, and you know, I'm so jealous of the players today. I had this marvelous preparation, and Thalia walked right into it, like 20 moves, and I didn't play. I ended up making a draw. I played the wrong sequence of moves. Golly, and that's why when coach tells me that he preps the players 5 hours and they learn a new system, I'm thinking to myself, how do they remember?
It's so easy to like switch move order and then everything is completely different because your opponent can suddenly respond differently. Yeah.
I suspect that we're in very well-known theoretical waters in this one.
Well, maybe to give you an idea of how they do that. How many games were you playing per year?
Very, very few. I'm thinking 60 to 90. 90 was the very, very, very high side, because those 90, maybe I played in a World Open and a New York Open, something like that.
Exactly.
And I played a lot of games in those
There's
Opens.
A huge difference between the players of today and the players of the past, because nowadays 90 is not so high.
Nothing, actually.
I think Hans played 90 since April.
Right.
90 official games, and you can imagine how many countless of games he has played online. So you can practice new openings all the time, right? This is the big difference. They're aware of what they have to do in different type of setting, different type of structures. Also, think about how many games you can actually see in today's times and how many games you can analyze.
I can't keep up.
Exactly. Back in the days, you had a book, you were studying that for like 5 months, right? Okay, I'm going to go with this book for the next 5 tournaments, right?
And I carry it around with me.
That's not the case anymore. There's so much more information, and that's why it's so easy for them to adapt to new information much faster than the players of the past.
I still think it's a challenge. Kate, you jump in here on this one. Don't you find it hard to maintain your discipline and keep up with all the openings, even the ones you play?
Yeah, keeping up with openings and studying openings, that's really that's not my forte. That's not what I like to do. I'm also not playing that much anymore competitively, so I'm happy I don't have to do that. I still do tactics. I look at strategy and like cool games. But studying opening is something I don't miss at all.
Wow, it's tough. It really, really is. Everybody's favorite coming into today's, well, in the competition. Alice Lee was my pick, and she is up against Tatev. And the players are playing, again, a very theoretically topical Petrov with this knight c3. When I was playing, knight c3 was not the move at all. I mean, it was all about d4 and knight takes e5. But knight c3 has really kind of superseded those lines of the past. And queen a5. Well, again, this is just one of those positions where, you know, you've got to do your prep. But what? Oh, sorry. You've got Jennifer.
I was looking at a different one, but I can just quickly glance at this one as well.
Is there a novelty in here, or is this all?
There's a novelty a long time ago. Bishop to g4, king to b1. We're still in some sort of a theoretical battle. Queen to d7 seems to have been the novelty in the position. d5 was played before, which, by the way, is the best move according to
Very sensible.
You're looking at this e4 square,
right?
If you have one more move, you play the move knight to e4, and you're very happy in the position. And you know, white has to deal with that. She has to go something like h3. If you take on f3, I control the square e4. I also have the g file for a potential attack, despite my structure, which is a bit damaged.
I would be playing bishop h5 and
Which, by the way,
bishop g6
has never been played because of g4, bishop to g6, and after bishop takes g6, h takes g6.
I'm losing a pawn?
You're losing a pawn with g5, yes. You don't want to allow this.
No, I don't.
So d5 has been played. You do have to know all these variations and the assessments after bishop takes f3, which is not easy, right? It's a completely different, imbalanced position, right? That's why she played this move, queen to d7. But unfortunately for her, I have to say, after this h3, bishop takes f5, knight d4, everything is coming with a tempo. Queen to a5. Where's your attack on the queen side? Because I know where my attack is. I'm going to go g4.
I wanted to play knight e4 and bishop f6.
Yes, but knight e4, queen to d3, bishop f6. Now with the move g4 implemented, I have knight f5.
Okay.
Knight f5 is an idea, even though knight takes c3 might be a problem. So I have to be careful, by the way.
Ooh, that's like a look at that tactic.
Wow.
This is beautiful.
Wow.
Yes, we definitely have to see this one through because now it's a double attack. You attack
Cristian, a moment ago you asked me where my attack is.
There you have it. Yes, very good. Very good.
In case you missed.
You got me on this one. Very good, very good. Yes, the attack is dominating right now. I mean,
remarkable move, knight c3.
The rook is hanging as well, you cannot defend both. Right. So I'm going to have to be a little bit careful. Not knight to f5, but knight to b3. Knight to b3, where is your queen going actually?
I assumed a4 just to be a pest.
Right, but then maybe bishop to d4 is one way. f3 seems to be a big problem in fact.
Also. Okay, I can believe that white is for choice here.
Yeah, the pawns on the king side are going to just start running.
I agree. White is winning right now.
Even winning.
+2. +2 advantage.
Wow.
Yes, ask me why, but it is a +2 advantage.
Wow. Okay. So and I played natural moves. Knight e4, f bishop f6.
Yes, yes. So it's not that easy, but she needs to find this move. And to be honest, I mean, what else are you going to do?
Of course.
I mean, you have to throw your pawns.
And we're talking about Tatev. Tatev loves
She loves this. Yes.
Come on.
But I think f3 could be an option too, right? Just not allow the knight to jump to e4.
Great move. Yes. Great move as well. f3 or g4. f3 is the more controlling option, of course. Maybe you're giving me a little bit more time to set up my defense with bishop to f8, g6, bishop g7, something along those lines. And also with the e file open, once you move the bishop, I'm going to start chopping the rooks down the e file because I want to exchange as many pieces as possible. I want to get closer to the endgame as possible because I know an attack is brewing. Coming from a white side, and Tatev is a vicious attacker. I mean, you give her an attack, she's going to checkmate you.
She's ready for it. But you had Carissa and Jennifer that you had up on your screen, and that looked like a very, very fun Caro-Kann.
It's a Caro-Kann, and I have to say I'm surprised by Jennifer's choice because I know Carissa loves these structures. She loves to play against the French, and she loves to play against the Caro-Kann. I don't know what it is, but she gets very good results in those two openings. And Jennifer essayed the Caro-Kann, but unfortunately, after this move, bishop to g7, so h6, g5, you're trying to get more space on the king side, f4, but you also have to know the follow-ups. And g takes f4 in this case is not the one. Because after knight to d3, I'm going to recapture that with the knight on f3. Then that knight is going to land on h5.
And the bishop
That's
on
a big
g7.
problem. Once this knight lands on h5, so for example, let's make a couple of moves. Castle, and then knight to h5. This is not looking good. Because I'm going to take that. Your h6 pawn is also going to be extremely weak, and there's no attack over the g file. So what she had to do after the move f4, and we've seen this, I think it was a game from, it wasn't Chess 9LX, but it was one of the tournaments that we've had here between Alireza and Leinier. This type of situation, and Alireza just simply gave up the pawn with the move queen to c7. You have to do this. Take, bishop takes g5. You cannot really do this because now I get a lot of counter chances.
F6.
c5, f6 is an idea as well. Even the move knight takes e5 creates a lot of problems for white. So d takes e5 and bishop takes e5 and just play it like this with a pawn down, because if you go h3, then bishop takes h3 comes, and you have a lot of compensation in the position.
I really like this for black. That looks cool.
Exactly, exactly.
Knight takes e5.
But you have to know it.
Yes.
Right.
And you have to be aware of this type of structures. I don't recall Jennifer being a Caro-Kann player. Not 100% sure, but I don't recall seeing her playing the Caro-Kann. So I'm a bit surprised by her opening choice.
Kate, first of all, a close-up on Carissa Yip. 19 years young, Kate. Wow. And already a former U.S. women's champion.
Very accomplished player. USCA rating 24-64 and a 2021 U.S. Women's Chess Champion.
And now a Stanford student. I wanted to remind you of happy memories from the Baku Women's Olympiad and that variation that Carissa and Jennifer are playing. Because you won nicely with the white pieces. You won nicely with the white pieces in Baku on the Olympic team.
Against Olga Giria, right? Very important win because we won the U.S. team against the Russian team.
Yes, we did. And you won, I was the women's team captain, and you won top agent for the day, baby. That was great.
We had a great time there. We almost medaled as a team. Yeah, that was kind of painful.
Fell off the stage on that one. But okay, so that was the Jennifer and Carissa game. And again, I'm just going to go around the horn here.
So let's see Atousa against Ruiyang.
Just a second here, bringing that one up. This actually looks like a Sveshnikov. No. I haven't seen a... Oh, it's a Najdorf with the English attack, bishop e3, and e7, e5. Okay, as we transpose lines to kind with knight f3. This was an old favorite of Grandmaster John Vandervelde from Holland. He liked this knight f3, and he was going for a very, very quick bishop c4, and the whole idea was to control the d5 square as best as possible, and when they went bishop e6, he enjoyed playing knight g5. Let's see how the game actually went. h2, h3, stopping the potential for knight g4.
Now you have your bishop c4 move.
Okay, castles.
Knight e5, interesting move. So Atousa is not worried about her pawn on e4.
Why not? That's the question I would always ask.
Bishop b6.
Yes. So that attacks my queen. I don't want to play queen e8, falling victim to a fork. So I have to put my queen on a very ugly square right in front of my bishop. I can imagine that this is just a positional compensation. You know, you can play moves just for argument's sake, like queen e2, castle.
Long castle, yes.
Yeah, and black is all kind of messed up. I mean, the bishop... I wouldn't want to play this, and I'm a pawn grabber. So it goes to show probably grabbing the pawn on e4 is a mistake.
But look at the time, by the way. So Ruiyang spent 20 minutes already now on her move.
Whereas Atousa is playing rather quickly.
And she grabbed the pawn.
She
had
did.
The move. Knight takes e4.
Wow, okay, well, Ruiyang is about to get a gold membership
in your
the
Pawn
Grabbers Association. But was that a why? Did she get caught with her hand in the cookie jar, Christian? Knight takes e4.
No.
No.
Knight takes e4 is a great move.
Really?
Yes, and I think Atousa might have not necessarily missed it, but underestimated it. Now the question is obviously
bishop b6.
Bishop to b6, right?
And you got to play queen d7.
One? Queen to d7. Not queen e8 because of knight to c7. That's a double attack. It makes no sense. But how do you continue? There's
queen
no
rook
on. I mean, queen to e8. Okay, so this is how you want to create something.
And castle's long.
Okay, castle
and just
long,
say
knight takes.
Bishop takes.
Yeah, but now maybe queen to e8, maybe knight to b4. Okay, let's try to be a bit more
aggressive.
Knight
to b4.
Why not?
Bishop b3.
You have to, right?
Yes,
because if you give me the light square bishop, then it's over, right?
No,
more
that's my
compensation.
pride and joy. Yeah.
That's it, right?
That's a pride and
Queen
joy.
c6, everything comes with tempo, right? And bishop e6 is coming next.
I mean, once black develops bishop e6, we are in trouble.
But where's your attack? I mean,
yeah, I need like g4
nowhere close
and
to my
g5,
king,
right? Yeah.
No.
But so what if we come back? Like yeah, so I mean, bishop b6 has to be the move, right?
Maybe knight b6, right? Maybe you want to go knight b6 and take the light square bishop after rook to b8. At least play for that. Play for dominance on the light squares.
Now I really don't believe it, though. I mean, because I'm developing black. I'm doing him a favor.
Bishop b6.
I spent like 4 moves to grab a bishop that never developed.
Moved,
yeah.
right?
No, bishop b6 was played, by the way. So we're expecting queen d7 instantaneously to come from young Alice Lee. But I have to say, I mean, No,
That's so
Ruiyang,
interesting.
excuse me, not Alice Lee. Really good
I
position
really
for
thought
Ruiyang.
queen e2 long castle, and we are very happy attacking.
Obvious attacking. One more look, if you don't mind. Queen e2.
Yes.
Pardon me. Queen e7.
Queen e7, queen e2.
Queen
right?
e2, knight f6, castles.
And these are not difficult moves for me either,
these are
right?
These are all great. Knight takes d4. Rook takes d4.
Rook takes d5. Yeah.
Pardon me. Rook takes d5. Hoping for quick.
Queen f5 is very, very powerful.
Okay,
right now.
G4, right?
Yes. And then bishop f6, and then we're kind of happy.
Okay, so I go here back. But even here, I can play this move. In fact.
Really, bishop here.
And then queen e4.
Oh, we don't have bishop d3.
Not yet, bishop d3.
It's kind of amazing that the queen stands in the middle of the board, and I can't. Yes, rook d1.
Rook d1, right? Makes a lot of
Right.
sense. But now
Bishop
I have bishop
e6.
e6. This is -4, guys. I mean,
Wow.
I don't
Here
want to
I play
break your
bishop-
bubble, but
Bishop check. I take the queen.
yes, bishop check on h7, or actually on f7.
And I take the queen. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
we like to make illegal moves, but
well, first of all, I mean, kudos to Ruiyang. I mean, recognizing that the pawn was grabbable.
But I have to
Yeah.
ask you guys.
Yes.
What is the most difficult thing to deal with when you're playing the gioco piano for both sides, in your opinion?
Yeah, you go first.
Not to have like a super boring position.
What? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, what about you, Yasser?
For me, when I'm playing the gioco piano, and for both sides, I think of these trench warfares. We're fighting over 4 very key squares right in the center of the board. E5, D5, E4, D4. Whether I get to play D4 or whether you break with D5, it's all about those breaks. I find the gioco piano to be very difficult to understand.
For me, is the change of structures.
Yeah, okay.
And let me show you what I mean by
Please.
that with this game between Fabi and Leinier. Take a look at this. So first of all, black can do a6, a5. You have so many options.
Bishop e6,
White,
rook e8.
Bishop e6, rook e8, the natural way, the classical way. White can stop that with a4. White can try with a3 followed by b4. So many ways in which you can deal. And we haven't even mentioned the center yet,
Right.
as you did, right?
Structure. Yeah.
But take a look at this, b5. Okay, you can play like this as well, a4. Okay, now the structure changes once again, b4. And take a look at this, bishop to c4, bishop to b6 was the move played by Leinier.
Wow.
Take a look at this, bishop to b5, knight to a7. And another very atypical change of structure could potentially arise on the board.
C4.
Knight c4, knight b5, a takes b5, bishop to e6, and now knight takes b6, c takes b6. You don't see that in any other opening. This type of changes of structures back and forth, and you have to be able to assess them.
Right.
It's not easy, right? This is for me the most difficult thing. Leinier seems to have at least taken Fabiano out of his preparation with his idea bishop to b6 and knight to a7. Fabiano thinking right now knight to c4, and we might actually go into that. Bishop to e6 or knight takes b5 first, and then we're going to see that complete change of pawn structure. Very, very difficult position to understand, very difficult position to assess, but that's why these players are the best players in the world and in the United States, of course.
If you go back just a few moves, because you threw me so off kilter, go back a few moves,
Yes.
Cristian. So just even the bishop going, yeah. So in this position, when you talk about the change of structure and things, I was almost certain you were going to go knight e7. Go ahead if you don't mind. D4, take it on D4.
That's another change of structure.
Take it on D4 and play
then
D5,
of course.
And then you were going to say, you know, like a completely new structure. And then when you did it on the queen side with knight takes b6, and I'm not even aware.
The material is endless, right? In which way you want to change the structure.
That was crazy.
There's just too many things that you need to be able to assess, in my estimation, at least. But you know, these players are embracing it. Are like, okay, bring it. Let's see what you got.
And we have one last game that we haven't looked at yet, and that is Thalia Cervantes, the local hero from St. Louis. Yay, go Thalia. She's up against Irina Krush. What do we have here? It looks like a Queen's Gambit. No, it's actually, I was about to say Queen's Gambit accepted. It looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted position, but it came out of a Murano variation, A7, A6, and it's absolutely crazy. Kate, I can tell you that without putting too fine a point on it, this position we literally studied for years. And you know, you won't believe what we were studying. We were studying whether or not black should play A6, as was played in the game, or go B4. B4 with the idea then following it up with immediate C5. And
important games in the World Championship match,
absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. Many big games. A6, Queen E2, I don't think that was considered the most theoretically combative. I think everybody looked at E4, C5, D5 back in the day, and this was the
I think there's Queen B8, right, afterwards.
Heavy theoretical battles here. Queen E2, C5 takes, bishop takes, and I was going to say we've kind of reached a point where black, you know, you just stop and say to yourself, what are my goals in the opening? Well, I want my fair share of the center. I want effective piece development. I want a safe king. Right. And I think that for both sides, they would kind of pat themselves on the back and say, okay, now may the best player win, because both sides have accomplished their goals. They've got a fair share of the center.
Maybe black would be happier to have the knight on D7 on C6 instead to target D4.
Yeah, well, who knew the knight on F3 was disappearing too, right? The knight on F3.
It's going to F5?
Yes, it is. And jump there. And, you know, for example, let me just put a move. Well, it is black to move. No, it is white to move. I apologize. Knight F5, rook E8. Oftentimes you see black, you know, you've got a very powerful knight on F5 tickling the G7 pawn, and oftentimes the bishop just goes back to F8 and says, okay, you got your knight to F5, but then go ahead and do your worst. Who else is backing up your play over there?
And black is happy that she doesn't have to worry about bishop G5 because the knight on D7 is guarding the knight on F6.
Exactly, exactly. So balance there. I'm going to go to Nasi's game with Anna before tossing it back to Cristian, because I was more than curious. This was this early Queen C2 Catalan, a little bit off the beaten path, takes, and then Cristian was saying this move, E5, knight F5 was a big theoretical fight there. That was not played. Anna chose Queen B6, rook D1, bishop C5, E3, knight A6, knight C3, and we're caught up with the players. But
what is threatening? Yeah, knight A4.
My first thought was that Nasi has actually gotten something nice here. This Catalan bishop is looking good. Of course, the moment I get to play A3 and B4 and bishop B2, I'm looking really good.
But are you sacrificing a pawn here?
What
if I take that pawn on C4?
I will immediately play to recapture the pawn with knight A4.
And I go queen somewhere A5?
A5? Can I recapture or not? That's my question. Bishop D2, you would probably play bishop B4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then I'm happy to exchange bishops.
Fair. Now, in this case, queen takes C4. I do have knight B3 and bishop D2 on my agenda. I feel whenever I've got this open Catalan bishop, I feel black has to have something immediate. Like you got to be really, really quick. Otherwise, you're going to get into a trouble here.
Yeah, and the bishop on C8 is going to take some time. I would like to play E5, bishop E6,
That's
right?
But
I just don't have the time for it.
You're right. Bishop E6, bishop G5. In this particular case, I am threatening the knight B3. I'm not sure I like what Anna has done in this game, Cristian, or maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong, but you're also right at the same time. It's all about the bishop on G2. It's all about the bishop on G2, right? If you manage to keep it open as white, you have a great position. And this is specifically why black needs to play the move E5.
Not obvious.
Not obvious at all. This is very difficult stuff. Don't go knight to F5, because after knight to B4, your queen has to drop back to B1 in order not to lose the knight on F5. This is not looking good, right? After this queen B1, I just simply take the pawn, land the knight on D3. That's not good news for you. So what you have to do after the move E5 knight to a4 seems very natural, first of all,
Yeah,
right?
it's a tempo.
But the problem is after queen to a5, how do you continue?
I guess I take
If
on
you do
C5.
take on c5, then I'm just simply going to be a pawn up. After queen takes c5, you
Is it
get...
so simple? Yeah, knight
I
b3.
think it is. I think it is. And now I just simply take on c4. I can even go queen to c7 and maintain the pin and try to take back on c4 with the pawn. This is even not as easy for white. For example, if you go c5, now I can go knight to b4.
Not my first choice, yeah.
This is not easy stuff, right?
Right, yeah.
But if you don't go c5, what do you do? Because you're losing
I
the
was
pawn.
thinking if you went queen takes c4, I would trade and go knight a4.
Knight a5.
Knight a5, I
Yes,
beg your pardon.
yes.
And
You can do
again,
that.
the bishop on g2, yeah, this is what you were saying.
Just quickly get the bishop
have to
out.
get everything out. Yeah.
Let's go, let's go. And
It's
do
all
it
about the
fastest.
tempies.
Yeah.
If you put the rook on e1, I go knight b4, knight c2 really quick. So
Right.
you have to be ready for that. I am a pawn up, and once you take on b7, I will be able to use the opening of the b file to put enough pressure on you. Knight to c5 is going to come. A lot of pressure on the b file after rook to b8. Not looking good, not feeling good, right, for white. You don't have enough. But
So-
e5 is key.
So this is the key moment then. Anna has to play e5.
And if you go knight f3, now I go e4. And now we get back to this idea of
well,
closing
now
up
you've got
the
bishop g4. Yeah,
Continue
not
with
But
bishop.
psychologically, it's so
Tempo,
difficult
tempo,
to keep
tempo.
allowing the knight a4 move, to be
Right,
honest. Because
yes.
it's still in back of your head, like it can be a problem.
You have
Right.
to accept it. Yes, that's the thing. You have to accept this idea of allowing white to potentially get your dark square bishop and fight against the two bishops. But again, it's all about priorities. And the priority, as you nicely pointed out, is to close the bishop on g2. If you manage to do that, you're fine, even better as white. But I have to say, I'm looking at the time expenditure as well.
Right.
1 hour and 20 minutes for Nazi, 53 minutes for Anna Zatonskih. We know that Anna has some problems with her time management.
Always has,
Right,
always has from the start of her career.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you know, the problem, the thing about this specific position is if you're sitting in black's seat, the hot seat, and you're looking at knight a4, and you're looking at c takes d5
Yes.
as issues that you've got to, you're almost obliged to
play
play
e5,
e5
yeah,
because
yeah.
everything else is going to be not so
You might
nice.
be tempted by taking, but once again, I mean, this bishop being opened like this
Knight
after knight to a4, yeah.
It looks good for-
It's not easy.
So what about bishop d7, just at the beginning, just not allow, or like protect against...
But you lose a pawn, right?
Can we take twice on d5?
Well, I have knight b4, and then I can
Very-
recapture.
Yeah, and that at least you get the two bishops as a
maybe
nice
I can
compensation.
continue with the move knight to
I
a4,
take, bishop takes.
and then queen takes.
So I got rid of that kind of bad bishop on
You
c8.
did,
I keep
you
my
did.
knight on c5.
You did,
Yes.
you did.
But the knight on a6, the bishop on c5.
Still the bishop
You still have
lurking.
to take at some point, right?
Can I play rook c8, rook ac8,
Yeah, of course. Rook a8, I take on d5.
knight takes?
But now maybe I can even take on d5, right?
Knight b3
Knight to
also.
b3 is a very good move, yes.
Yeah, knight b3, and you're just, again, this bishop on g2 looks good, and yeah, this is more comfy, let's
Yeah.
just say, for
But
white
that's
for the
the
moment.
thing. I'm
Yeah.
looking at this position and I'm putting myself in Anna's shoes and I'm seeing maybe in my vision this potential avenue and I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's not that bad.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Pawn structure is
bishop
symmetrical.
c8 to d7 takes a4, right?
If you take on d5, at least you're giving up the light square bishop, and I'm surely going to have enough compensation. I can maybe redirect my bishop to f6. I'm thinking about it, and I'm saying, okay, it's not that bad.
Right.
But in fact, the assessment is +1 for
That's a
white.
big- that's a
not
big,
easy to understand
no.
that, right?
Right.
Very interesting position for sure.
Absolutely. As we get ready for our first break, where do we see the decisive game? I mean, Ruiyang has won a pawn, but what from all of the games, the positions that we've seen thus far, what has struck you as a game we could expect a decisive result
I think
from?
Carissa Yip against Jennifer Yu.
Okay, let
Right?
me
Cristian was
revisit that
saying how
game.
much he enjoys that position.
Oh, but the knight didn't get to h5 because in this position, when Carissa played the move knight d3, Jennifer spotted the awkward position she would arrive at if the knight landed on h5. Knight f4, knight h5 was the maneuver prescribed by Cristian, so she played knight g6 and took it. And we have a kind of a French defense although we know it's a Caro-Kann because the bishop is outside the pawn structure. And, well, we see Jennifer is ready to go castles in f6.
And rook g8 and take control of that g file.
And again, because of your great experience winning as white, what's your take on the position, Kate?
So
do you
I
like white, or do you like...
I see very clear plan for black. And I feel like I always like to... Yeah, castle, f6, rook g8.
Rook g8, and those three moves more or less play themselves, yeah?
Right.
Okay.
So white has to figure out how to counter-attack or prepare against this. Maybe attack to just make some defense. Because I remember in my game, I went a4, a5, or actually I think I went a4, my opponent played a5.
Right.
But if I go a4 here, a5, I don't know how much I can accomplish.
Well, exactly. So the idea is you're kind of embracing black's king. You see that as soon as Jennifer puts her king under the pressure there. But a4, a5, yeah, you were about to ask and answer yourself.
Yeah, whenever white goes...
What am I doing?
Yeah, if I go a6, black just plays b6.
Right.
And just says, thank you, now I'm covering all the squares there.
One thought that I have is the half-open f-file. Is that a source that you might, for example, consider? Like maybe it's not your first idea, which is to trade off these light square bishops with the move bishop d3, but you know, maybe on a good day you could test the weakness on the f-file?
Yeah, because maybe white has to kind of realize that there's not much future on the queen side, so maybe I can reshuffle my pieces on the king side and double rooks on f-file.
Something like rook f3, rook f1, and rook over. It's that time of our show that we like to check in with our good friends at the Q Boutique and see...
Very good friends.
Yes, what they are offering today. It's the St. Louis Chess Club a travel bag, tote, your roll-up board, and your chess pieces in style with the official St. Louis Chess Club logo travel bag. The zipper pouch holds an entire set of pieces comfortably while your board fits underneath. Gold screen printed ink on durable vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and vinyl roll-up board. All your chess needs are available at qboutiquestlouis.com. And as we take a break, we have a very, very special and very important message from our board of directors here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Have a look.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat by the mere fact of its existence. I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Singfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally.
We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 U.S. Championships. We're very pleased to have in studio our curator from the World Chess Hall of Fame, Emily Allred. Sorry.
Thank you for having me on the broadcast, Yasser.
It's been brilliant, and gosh, I feel like I've known you for so many years, and the exhibits over the years, they come flooding to mind. What was your favorite?
I have a lot of favorites. Some of the ones that hold a special place in my heart are the ones where we explore the history of chess sets. Right. So one that we had a few years ago was called Pawns and Passports, and that's where we showed chess sets from our collection that were from all around the world. But we've also worked with a lot of really cool collectors like John Crummiller.
Exactly.
And we've done some really wonderful shows with him too.
I know, I love those old sets, but we're here to talk about today's exhibit, T.S. Eliot.
Yes, so we have an exhibit right now. It's called T.S. Eliot, A Game of Chess, and it explores the connections between one of St. Louis's best-known writers, T.S. Eliot, and our favorite game, chess. He included chess as a theme in some of his poetry, and he is a chess player himself.
Exactly.
And Emily, can you tell us a little bit more about Eliot and St. Louis and the location of the World Chess Hall of Fame?
Yeah, so Eliot grew up in St. Louis, and after he left St. Louis, his family moved to a home that's in St. Louis's Central West End neighborhood, which is where we're located, the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Wow, so it's amazing to actually have the exhibition there very close to his place.
Yes, yeah. It's a really wonderful connection between our show and his family. His mother also was very involved with a social club that's located not too far from the World Chess Hall of Fame, the Link Auditorium.
Perfect. And can you tell us a little bit more specifically about how Eliot incorporated chess into his poetry?
Yeah, so the show is mainly focused on his poem, The Wasteland. And in that poem, there's one section called A Game of Chess. So the poem explores all sorts of themes from, relationships, which a game of chess does, to the fallout of World War I. And a game of chess, he's talking about the relationship he had with his wife, whom he married after not knowing for very long, and quickly had difficulties in the relationship. And so he's using the game of chess kind of as to talk about how in relationships you might try to make a move to have the advantage and things like that. But I
can't believe that. You try to get the upper hand in the chess game and in a relationship as well.
Yeah, but we have some artifacts either on view in person where you can see some of the books that he included references to in the poem. There's some chess poetry that we have in the collection, and we have that on view. But then we also have photos of his own chess set that people can check out, his chess books, and even a little notebook that his father put together of chess columns. He'd cut them out and paste them in this little book. So.
Emily, I have to say, I'm always so amazed how you all at the Hall of Fame know so much about chess players and about like people related to chess and chess culture, because we like titled players, let's say we know about chess and chess games, but specifically about the players, I'm always amazed. Every time I'm there, I learn something new.
Me too. Emily, thank you so much for joining us, and tell everybody where they can go in the Central West End to visit your exhibits.
Yeah, so we're located just across the street from the Chess Club, and you can learn more about our exhibitions if you're not able to make it to St. Louis by going to worldchesshof.org.
Again, Emily, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us.
And our pairings for this round 2. Do the honors, please, Kate. How about the ladies?
Yeah, so the women's section, Eswaran is playing Togirjonova, Abrahamyan is playing Li, Yip is playing Yu, Cervantes is playing Crash, Pourkashiyan is playing Yen, and the leader of the women's section, Paikidze, is playing Zatonskih.
And in the open section, the pairings there.
We have Caruana playing Dominguez, Swiercz playing So, Sevian, the leader in the open section, playing Niemann, Shankland playing Robson, Mishra playing Tang, and Aronian playing Xiong.
And Cristian, gotta ask you, where's all the action?
There's some action in this one, guys. Abhimanyu versus Andrew Tang, and Abhimanyu definitely is trying to get an advantage out of the opening and potentially a win in this one because he's playing the lowest rated player in the event. There is always a target on your back when that's the case, when you're the lowest rated player in the event. Take a look at this. This, by the way, has already been played. In a game between two grandmasters, I believe, from Poland, if I'm not mistaken. But G takes F3 obviously has to be played. I'm not really sure why it hasn't already. And Queen to H5, in fact, it has been played. King to G2, forced move. You have to defend the 2 pawns on F3 and H3. If you do allow black to get one of the pawns back, that doesn't really make a lot of sense because, your pawn structure is damaged. You're not going to have enough for an advantage if you are not a pawn up. So King to G2 has to be played. It has been played already, and now the onus is on black to prove his compensation. How do you do it? Because I have a big threat in the position. F4, exactly. Allow me to go F4 by losing one tempi like this, and you're pretty much done and dusted. Because after F4, Queen to G4, if we do exchange the queens, I have the extra pawn and the compensation. I have the 2 bishops, I have the extra pawn, I have the center. This is not looking good for you. So what you have to do is stop me from going F4 with the move bishop to G5. But are you actually stopping me? Is the question, and perhaps this is what Abhimanyu is trying to answer as well in his calculation and his assessments, because
better ending.
F4, I mean, this is going to lead to a better ending. Queen takes D1, Rook A D1, Bishop takes F4. Now I can start harassing your, especially the square E8, right?
C3.
And the return of the knight to C6, C3 followed by B4. These are the type of ideas that I'm looking at. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position. Sure, you're going to exchange the bishop on E3, but then my rook is going to swing on the 3rd rank. I have this expansion, potential expansion on the king side, king to G3, followed by F4. It's looking really good for white.
I was surprised when you said the players were following a game.
Yes.
Tell us where the novelty. I mean, up to this point, this is all
Bishop to
standard.
G5, yes. F4, this has been played.
Standard.
Queen takes D1, Rook A D1, Bishop takes F4. This was actually the game. Bishop takes F4, Rook takes F4, and E5 was the way they played. E5, D takes C5. The game ended in a draw. But
24 moves here, Kate. This is
remarkable. There are just so many games being played every day.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, that was I must say that was a surprise for me when you said that the players were
but also
following the dictates of theory.
1 hour and 23 minutes for Abhimanyu, 35 minutes for Andrew Tang.
So for Andrew, he's the one who's been playing this very, very slowly. And after the move King G2, I mean, I know what you were saying about the move Bishop.
You have to go Bishop G5.
Bishop G5, but I mean, I think for a lot of players, they would be attracted to the move Rook G6, Rook F6,
right?
With the idea of playing Rook to G6.
Again, I'm hiding. You give me a check, I hide.
No, sorry, Queen G6 check.
Queen G6 check. Okay, Queen G6, maybe Queen to G4 or King to H2. What do you do next?
Queen takes E4. Am I blundering something?
Bishop D2. Your bishop on E7. Your knight on B4 as well.
It's a double hit, huh?
This might be a problem, right?
Yes.
I mean, you do have some ideas to try to give me some checks.
Okay, I can harass.
That's just one check.
It's only one.
That's it. It's only one check.
It looks so dangerous. Rook H6, just
Rook
swinging.
H6, Rook G6. I had to double check.
You can go Rook G6. We can continue
Rook H6.
This, right?
Rook H6. Give me mate.
There's Queen G4, and
Rook
I'm
H6,
threatening
Queen to G4.
checkmate.
I'm turning the tables on you. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Dang.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, that was a nice move, Queen G4, and that clears the cobwebs.
Yeah, no, this is
wow. Okay, that's why Bishop G5, and by the way, Bishop G5, F4 was played in the game just as you prescribed it.
Yeah.
Wow, the players, remarkable. They're following following theory so very, very well. Wanted to turn our attention to our tournament leader in the open section, Sam Sevian. He's up against Hans Niemann. Lots of developments in a very, very theoretically disputed Catalan. There was a player in my time, Gena Zatonskih, and Gena was considered the leading expert on the Catalan. So whatever Gena did, you know, his acolytes all went. And then one day, Gena Zatonskih played the move Bishop D2, and everybody went, what? And he lost about half of his acolytes. And then only much, much, much later did we really appreciate this move, because it looks like such a modest move. You know, everybody would understand if you played Bishop F4, attacking the pawn, Bishop G5, potentially just pinning the knight, Knight C3, Rook, all of these moves really, but Bishop D2. And this move by Gena had this really nice idea, and it's actually a remarkable idea. Oftentimes in the open Catalan, it's all about the move C7, C5. And what Gena would do would be to play the move Bishop A5 and B2, B4, and take command over the C5 square and stop the move C7, C5. So the fight is for the move C5. Rook A7, I know that this is theoretically advisable as well. Again, a very, very peculiar move, and that's why we all study opening theory. The idea here, in this case, is our knight on B8 hasn't moved to D7, so Bishop A5 is going to be met by Knight C6. Many, many times this bishop, the move Knight G5 comes with a gain of tempo, and the bishop on B7 is undefended. The move Rook A7 is as a twofold idea. The first is to defend the bishop. The second, strangely enough, is sometimes the rook actually magically appears on D7 and challenges on the A file. All of this is really theoretically well known, and here's another reason.
Queen A8, such
Queen
a
A8,
cool move.
Right?
It's putting more pressure on the diagonal.
Seizing control of the closed A file. What do you think of that? As an annotator, you got
Well, I like that we are seizing control of the diagonal and then getting ready, exactly, Rook C8, C5, and trying to break and kind of get rid of that delayed pawn.
Exactly, and that's what the fight is all about. And what is the theoretical evaluation of this sharp position?
It does seem like we're still in some sort of theory right now.
Well, you're following a game. I can see that it's...
Right. I'm not sure how accurate this game is. It was played between a 23 and a 2200, so not the Grandmaster level, but still this position has been seen. b4. Rook ac1 was played in that one. The position seems to be very, very balanced, and I really like what Hans has done in the last few moves with this sequence. Rook a7, knight d7, queen to a8. It seems like you're getting ready for the best placement of your pieces. Obviously, the queen on a8 and the bishop on b7 are creating a very dangerous and very controlling battery on the long diagonal. I really like that. But I also like the idea of c5. And I see how that will be played out in the next few moves. You're going to go either c5 first. You're already ready for, to push c5, but you can also start with the move rook to c8. So this is the battle right now. Will white be able to control the c5 square and stop black from doing c5? Maybe the move knight to b3 jumps to mind, right? The problem is I can actually give you the pawn with c5. Yes, really? I can actually sacrifice like this. And after d takes c5, just simply bishop to e4. Kick the queen around a little bit, right? If you go queen to c4, I can go back to d5. You cannot touch this one, because after rook to b8, you're going to lose the knight on b3. So you have to go back to c2, but then, of course, I have so many options. Both of my rooks are ready to go to the c file. This one to c7, this one to c8. At one point, I'm going to recapture that pawn on c5 with dividends, because, I mean, my position is so active. All of my pieces are placed on the ideal squares. I really like what black is doing in this one, and I have to say, from the position that we currently have on the board, it is white who has to be careful not to fall under a tremendous strategical disadvantage after the move c5.
Well, let me play the devil's advocate for just a moment. So after the move queen a8, I like the move rook f1 to c1, Christian. And you're going to play rook c8. Just at,
I'm actually going to go c5, but let's go rook c8, sure.
And I'll go with your knight b3. And the reason why I played rook fc1, and because in this case, after bishop e4, I was preparing queen d1 square. So,
but I can still go c5 first, right?
Let me take on f6.
Take on f6, bishop takes f6.
Let me play knight takes c5.
Yeah, you can take a pawn. That's the thing. You can take a pawn, but first of all, I have bishop takes d4 right now. And you wouldn't believe, but this is actually just losing. For
really,
white.
just losing. Yeah, and I can see I'm in this nasty
You take on
pin.
d4, I take on g2, and then you lose c5 as well.
I'm not so that was why you played c4 takes a moment ago.
You can do this, but now I have options.
Again,
I can go bishop
d4,
d5, bishop to e4. I can even go a5. So it's a slow game. The thing is, and the idea behind this position and black's plan is that white doesn't actually have a way to improve his position anymore. You move the rook from c1 to try to get the other one into play, you lose the c5 pawn. You move the knight from b3, you lose the c5 pawn. So you don't have a lot of ways to develop your initiative, and there is no active plan for white. While black is enjoying himself, he has a lot of ways in which he can develop his pieces. This is just looking much better.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the cooperation of the pieces, right? Bishop e4, the other rook can slide to c7, the knight. Like black's pieces are on the 8 and 7 rank pretty much, but they have a lot of cooperation together.
Yeah, they're compact. Nice, nice. Thank you, Christian. Boy, I got to say, not obvious insights there. A slow play going on in the game between Leinier and Fabi. Not too many moves. In fact, when we left it, Christian essentially had this position on his board, and he was showing us the changing of structures from knight takes, pawn takes, bishop d7, knight takes, pawn takes. And when did you see a structure like that on the queen side? No, said Leinier. I want to include the capture on b4 takes c3. I want to include that capture, and really what I want to do is take and double up the pawns with the move bishop e6.
Also potentially trap the bishop with c6. I mean, it's not yet, kind of, the a6 is still a possibility, but...
Okay, I get that, an alert. Talking about a change of structure, so I like the two bishops. Let's see what we've got here for just a moment. And again, I do like the two bishops. I'm gonna tickle knight c6. I've got bishop b7 in mind, and I don't want you to take. At least what I want to do to rescue my bishop is I want to play d4 and bring my bishop back to f1. What do you think?
So can I go knight c8?
Knight c8. Gosh darn it, that's a very good move. That's just a very good move. I don't want to go.
That will help me in the future to even move the knight to e7,
exactly.
right after I kick the bishop.
Yes, exactly. So I almost feel like I have to go back and
silent draw offer, knight a7.
Acquiesce to a draw. Solid play here. Let's go further. Let's see the game of Dariusz and Wesley, and we kind of expected this kind of thing from the opening. These these games, the positions that occur out of these openings are so solid, and I feel like I've seen Wesley do this movie again and again and again. He really plays these positions very well, and he almost invariably draws them. Sam Sevian and Hans Niemann, Sam Shankland, I meant to say, and Ray Robson. This was the pawn sacrifice. Let's see how, well, guess what? They pretty much continued
our
variation, right?
H4 we were suggesting here, and then H3.
Yes, we were actually somewhere, I don't know even if it was H4. What did we do? Maybe in well, we'll just put it on the board. We had something of this nature as we were looking at ideas of F3, and you were explaining, well, we're pawn up, but we have a very serious issue to solve, our dark square bishop.
Right.
And apparently, what's the time between the players? Because
so
Ray had been playing very quickly.
Right, but right now Sam has 1 hour 4 minutes and Ray Robson has only 37 minutes.
Significant
so
time
almost
advantage.
Almost 30 minutes advantage for Sam.
Along with his pawn. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, Mishra versus Andrew Tang. Big theoretical battle. The engines prefer White's position, but we kind of felt it was okay for Black as well. And finally, our birthday boy, Levon, Aronian versus Jeffery Xiong. Similar middle game / end game to the Wesley So game. Again, 4 versus 4 on the queen side center, 3 versus 3 on the king side. Still looks very even to my eyes here. Just a lot of maneuvering, toing and froing.
So,
Cristian, where's the action?
Well, let's take a look at the ladies section, right?
Because
that's where I wanted to go.
Kate was waiting to jump in with, yep.
Remember when we looked at this game, Tatev Abrahamyan versus Alice Lee, and we were discussing G4, knight e4, queen d3, bishop f6, and knight to b3, and we were wondering where the queen is going. That's exactly what happened.
Wow.
Really?
Yes, yes. They follow the best moves by the engines. These players are good. And queen to a6 was played. This is the problem that, yes, the best move in the position, but not a very fun move
attractive
to make,
one, right?
Not a very attractive one, because now after queen takes a6, b takes a6, this is going to be such a nice endgame. I mean, look at the pawn on a7.
Long term.
This bishop on e3, and first of all, you cannot cut that action of the bishop on e3 with the move c5. That's another weakness on d6. The pawn structure is just really bad for Black. So this is where the advantage lies. I also have a very nice initiative on the king side, potentially after the exchange of these knights, maybe g5, f4, make life difficult for the dark square bishop on f6. So this one is really not looking good for Black, for Alice Lee. And I have to say, she had some problems in the previous round as well. She's having some problems in this game also.
And here's a graphic of our youngest player.
13 years old, Alice Lee, USCA rating 2471, and she is the youngest American woman to achieve IM title. So she is IM elect, and on the next FIDE Summit, she's going to actually get that title next to her name.
Right. Officially, she's just an FM, but we know she's about to be an IM. The move Queen A6. I remember Bent Larson stating very matter-of-factly to me, Yasser, I don't play such moves as Queen A6.
You know,
I mean, not an easy move.
So impressed that even Cristian said that's the best move in the position, you know, voluntarily to go.
Because the end games are...
Yeah, but like at this age, and you know, she's very strong, obviously, so she still understands that going into this worse endgame is still the best shot for her.
Better than the dynamic middle game she was facing. Queen A6.
No,
That's
I don't
kind of, you don't like it either.
It's just
Nobody
like
likes
you're
it.
forever gonna suffer in that endgame with
That's right.
doubled pawns.
Yeah.
But
Also,
decision.
is this a way of playing the opponent? Because for Tatev, I mean, she'll be happy that she's in a better ending, but then she's not so happy she's in an ending because when you play a move like G4, you're ready to go F3 and H4 and G5 and let's go. Big attack. Trading queens, there goes the attack.
That's true, but on the other hand, you are very happy that you kind of start feeling it's like a two-result game. You can win or you can make a draw, but you're unlikely to lose. So.
Cristian, what else caught your eye?
Well, one lady that we didn't highlight in that graphic with past champions was one champion, Carissa Yip, the 2021 U.S. Women's Chess Champion.
She won it.
And she's been having a very good event up to that point, even though only one round has passed, because with the black pieces against Irina Crush, she got a crushing position and she could have won that game.
Easily.
So definitely that shows she's in good shape. She also got a medal at the World Juniors. Definitely in good shape, and she's crushing this position as well. Take a look at this. Knight to F8, C4. Open up the position everywhere. Everything is open on the king side. You cannot castle there. How about you will not be able to castle on the queen side either? Your king will have to get stuck in the center, and that's what's going to aid my attack. Okay. We have D takes C4, Knight to A5. Ooh, I'm not in a hurry to. Yes, why not? And I think
that D6 square.
Yes. Yes,
that's where the knight is going.
Right?
That's where the knight is going. Knight A5, Knight C4, Knight D6, and you're going to suffer because of that.
But Cristian, I'm curious because we are looking at this position after Queen D2, and I thought we want to like long castle and keep that knight on D7. So
probably
anytime White plays actually C4, we can transfer the knight to B6 and D5.
Agreed.
Right. So maybe I can go Knight to A5 first.
Right.
And I'm keeping ideas of, in fact, not only C4, but B4, B5 as well.
Also alive, yeah?
Yes. And this one, I have to say, it's not looking good either, but perhaps better than what's been played in the game. Knight F8, I have to say, that's not the right direction for the knight. And after that, Knight takes C4, Knight to D6 is coming. You have to be very precise not to lose in the next 5 to 10 moves right now as black. This one is looking very dangerous and very, very bad for the defending champion, Jeffery. You, Carissa Yip, is on a roll. And this one, I have to say, he's feeling good. She loves this type of positions. That's the thing. We highlighted this at the beginning of the show as well. She loves to play against Caro-Kann. She loves to play against the French, and you can see that on the time expenditure as well. She's much more comfortable right now. 1 hour and change for Carissa and only 36 minutes for Jeffery.
Wow, I really, for some reason, when I saw the move C4 and I was looking at takes, I was kind of thinking black's okay, Knight G6. But the moment you see Knight A5, take C4 to D6, you know, your complete impression of the position is just turned upside down or right side up. Speaking of past champions that we've lauded, Irina Crush, 8-time champion. She's on the black side of a game with local hero Thalia Cervantes. When we left it, we had just seen the move Knight H4. Shall we catch up? Castles, Knight F5. G6.
Wow, we were expecting Rook E8.
Yeah, the Bishop F8. The G6, putting the challenge, putting White under the test. Knight H6, check. King G7. What do you have in mind?
Bishop G5, very natural move.
Queen B6, equally as natural, getting out of the pin, defending, kind of reinforcing an attack. Knight G4, okay.
I was expecting something like Rook AD1, actually.
Precisely.
Because
agreed.
The idea is that if you want to start trading my knight like Knight G8, I can always like target the knight on D7 with my rook with some discovered attacks.
Precisely. Another way of thinking about it is from The Art of Attack by Vidmar Vukic. The idea is that White has put in a lot of energy, has spent a lot of time bringing the knight and the bishop to the king side. So the move Knight G4 kind of loses a tempo. It loses a little bit of the crispy character of the position. The problem is White is not going to win with just those two pieces. You have to play for F4, whether you like it or not. Moves like King H8, F4, or as you prescribed, Kate, bring the rest of your pieces into the game.
Right.
Rook d1. Knight g4 feels wrong, frankly, and maybe even a little bit helpful for Arena. Having said that, let's try to get up to date with the players. A4, I suspect Arena is about to play b4. Take it away.
So
What's
this is
your
interesting.
impression?
So maybe Thalia is thinking about doing a lot of trades, because now, I don't know if we want to put a5 there, or just keep it, but take on f6 with everything we have.
You mean knight takes?
Knight takes.
Knight
Knight
takes.
takes. Bishop takes.
Queen takes, I
Queen
suppose.
takes, and knight d5.
Right, and you're saying you want to go into a bishops of opposite color position. Let's say I play a5.
Yeah,
right?
now I'm thinking maybe I should have put a5
yes,
myself
exactly.
there.
Okay, so from the beginning,
Uh-huh.
so we take it all back. We're in this position. We've just seen the move b4. So now we want to go into that ending that you may have just prescribed for us. I'm not sure where I go with the queen, but here, now you don't. I guess you do have to rush, because otherwise you don't get the square
Right.
d5. So you do have to rush. Takes, knight d5. I just want to say that we just like cleared off the entire chessboard here. I don't know. Do you feel like you've got something here, though? I mean, I agree. The pawn on a6 is a little bit of a target, but I don't know. I could play e4, maybe e3 myself. Bishops of opposite color.
Right.
The other idea I thought that you had in mind was after the move a5, which I kind of like, is, just keep the tension. What do you think? Just keep the tension, and unless,
Do I have time for that?
I'm not sure.
Because if I capture...
Well, you got to ask the question, right? What happens if I capture? This guy's hanging. I can toss in a check. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Shall I just have a look-see? A peek. And then I take this, and you take this, take this. I've got a knight f6 check at the end of the day. That might be awkward, right? Oops. Yeah, I got in a knight f6 check. I conspired against Arena here in this position. Cristian, jump in on this game of Thalia and Arena, as the position, there's a lot lot of tension.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And it's very balanced. The position is as well very, very balanced according to the assessment of the engine. It's a 0-0, maybe even a little bit better for a black. It's a very awkward position, right? This bishop doesn't belong on c5.
Right.
This bishop should be on g7. I mean,
of course.
what is this bishop on c5 doing, right? But at the same time, you have quite a few resources around your king, especially these two knights protecting the king nicely. So I don't see the danger for the black king, even in the absence of the dark square bishop. And at the right moment, I can always go back to f8 if I really need to, right? So yeah, I'm looking at the position. A5 is in the books. Queen to d6, probably the best move in the position. And how do you continue this one? If you go knight a4, I put the bishop on d4, right? And that's going to be a problem, but also you're losing a piece. So you have to be careful. Knight takes g4 followed by queen
Yeah, I guess I have to include knight f6.
You have to take
all
first.
of my...
Yes, take, and now knight a4, bishop to d4. I don't know. I'm looking at the position, the engine saying 0-0, but to my eyes, it looks much better for black.
You like the bishop on d4.
So what if I capture the knight on f6, Cristian? I don't play knight a4. I capture the knight on f6. And
with the bishop?
Yes.
Yes, but queen takes f6.
And knight d5.
I have a feeling I can take and then go e4.
Right.
You might be in trouble.
Because of
after that sequence.
Okay, and bishop c4.
Yes, it actually.
I still don't see the trouble. E3 is
E3.
E3 is a big problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you take rook takes e3.
Right. If I play f3, that pawn is just.
Ooh.
If you allow this pawn to live on e3, I mean, this is going to be a long torture for you, for white, right?
Not happiness.
F3 or f4, I start pushing my h pawn down the board. You actually don't have any counterplay.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, Cristian, go back to the position with the knight on h6 for just a moment. The pawn was on a2.
Okay.
So instead of the move knight g4, first of all, did the engines like the move knight g4? What did they like instead?
Knight to g4 is not the prescribed move by the engine. Queen to f3, but still the position seems to be a bit more comfortable for black. So whatever you play.
Rook
Queen
d1,
to f3,
rook d1, rook a1
a
to d1.
d1 is one of the moves as well. It's all about slow play, but my play is much easier, and I have clear plans on how to improve my position. Also, knight to c5, knight to e6 is an idea right now that I emptied this c5 square. The quality of my pieces is just higher. It's simple as that. It all comes down to that. And let's take a look at the time situation as well. 41 minutes for Thalia, 53 minutes for Irina. Irina definitely filling these positions much better, and she played the move queen to d6, best move in the position.
Quickly as well. Thank you, Cristian. Nice. And a game that had caught our eye earlier, Atousa versus Ruiyang. Ruiyang grabbed that pawn on e4. We're very proud of her. She
and
got,
Atousa followed what we thought, queen e2, long castle.
Right here, we thought taking on e4 was a nibble that we should best avoid.
Ruiyang was like, no, it's a free pawn. I'm going to grab that. I'm not going to trust my opponent.
Right.
It's a prep.
Right. And queen e2, they're following everything. And I have to confess, I thought this was great compensation until, not that move.
I think we said knight b4.
This was the move that really kind of jolted us, because the idea is, as simple as it looks, we want to take this, put our queen on c6, gain a tempo against the bishop, and the bishop out.
Do you think, knight b4, that maybe Ruiyang did not want to allow like knight takes e5, but that's so many pieces, right, for the queen?
Here, what do we have? We give up two
minors and a rook
for a pawn. Well, not even a pawn, right? Oh, yes, it is a one pawn. No, I would take black.
Right, the two bishops are really strong. Rook c8 coming up to target c2 pawn.
And the king is safe. And just the king is safe as well. If she avoided this line because she didn't want to give up her queen, I think it was an error of judgment. But the move queen e8, I applaud, simply from the perspective of, I want to fight for the d5 square. Bishop e6, knight b4 on the agenda. We think knight b4 was stronger, but at the moment, white is the one who has to prove that her sacrifice is justified. Don't think so. I still like black's position.
And let's jump in maybe to Nazi Paikidze and Anna Zatonskih's game.
Absolutely.
Because that was super interesting what was going to happen after that.
We left it
knight
around
c3 move.
These parts, bishop d7. There you go.
As I thought, not allowing knight a4.
Your inner U.S. champion there, Kate. But no, we thought that knight a4 might still be the way to go. Knight f3. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise retreat. Rook e8, a3. Now that move I can support, because you got b4 and c5 on your agenda. Takes, and I'm assuming after this, Nazi's intention was to play knight to e5 and target this pawn. Jump in, Cristian. Engine approved. Who improved their position since we last looked at it?
It's definitely black. It's definitely Anna Zatonskih who has improved her position right now. That knight to a4 was crucial, right? We had to play that move, knight to a4. She did not. She missed a beat in that regard, and right now, she needs to hunt down this pawn. Give it back, right?
give it back to me.
But unfortunately, after the move knight to e5, I go queen to c7. You can take on d7, and by the way, we have the first result. We anticipated this one. Wesley saw with the black pieces without much problems against the wildcard, Dariusz Swiercz. In this one, that was a draw. Knight to e5, queen to c7. Of course, you can take on c4. The problem is, once you take on c4, now all of your pieces are kind of in shambles, right? Where is this knight going? You cannot go back to e5, right? There's a lot of pieces on this file, and I can take full advantage of that with the move rook a c8. I just have the better placement of the pieces in the position.
Bishop on c1 is an issue, right?
And it's very easy to see this visually, right? You feel that black has the advantage right now. So if you go for the bishop on d7, knight takes d7 instead of knight takes c4. Sure. Now I can just simply take back, and you still need to utilize a lot of resources to get that pawn back on c4. So I'm starting to like black's position, Anna's position. There's one problem though.
Time.
Anna's time management. We are at move 13 right now, and that's a problem because she only has 21 minutes on her clock.
Right.
Those 21 minutes are going to go down fast, right? So this is not looking good from that perspective, but I have to say the last few moves definitely have favored Anna Zatonskih.
Well, I can tell you that the space-time continuum changes. When you're in time trouble, it's like your heartbeat goes faster and time goes by slower, and it's a very, very, very strange phenomenon.
I have to tell you, when I was on Olympic team or World Championship women's team, and I was sitting next to Anna, and I saw that she's on move like 15 and she has 6 minutes left. It was stressing me out that I decided I cannot be looking at her clock. It's a team event. I have to focus on my game or look at her game, but not the clock.
Exactly.
Because she's used to that. But for me, it was like I thought she's already in big trouble, and she plays really well under pressure. So I know that if she has 10 minutes to go, she's still not going to lose her skill.
Yeah, which is the most amazing thing, is almost it feels like Anna plays better under the pressure of a ticking clock. Same story. I follow you completely. 6-time U.S. champion Walter Brown. He was forever getting into time trouble, and I remember an Olympiad in Lucerne, Switzerland, where I was playing, as you say, just right next to him, jowl to jowl. And I didn't want to look at the clock because I knew, you know, the table is shaking and Walter is moving and it's like frantic energy. And he did very well on the team. It was like, what's going on? It was just very, very, very confusing. And let's jump to Tatev and Alice Lee, because
so we do have that endgame.
Because this move, Queen A6, I mean, it takes well some courage to play a move like that, because you know long term your pawns are really spoiled, and as was mentioned, the A7 pawn is perpetually messed up, and just almost every kind of ending is going to be inferior.
But C4 move, that's for me a little bit unexpected to open up the bishop, but
for the diagonal of the bishop on. You were imagining that this knight might get kicked around.
Or maybe to transfer our knight to A5, C6.
I like that. I like that a lot. Just curious once again. A couple of broadcasts. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be able to do it. It's always the two minor pieces versus the rook. Here I had imagined that you were going to play knight c6 and allow me to play bishop takes e1. But you do have bishop d2 as a way of not losing an exchange. So I can't play knight c3. So knight c6, knight a5, pardon me, totally legit move. Maybe I have to go the other way. I need counterplay. If I just, you know, twiddle my thumbs and do nothing, play quiet moves like h6, I'm going to get killed. Yeah, knight a5 seems more aggressive. Christian, you have a special guest in studio.
We do indeed. Dariusz, today a much more peaceful game than yesterday. How did you recover after that crazy game, and how did you approach today's game? Tell us your story.
Hi guys, I'm glad to be here. Yesterday game was totally insane. At some point I was of course lost, but yeah, I mean, at some point I was also winning. After such a roller coaster ride, I was thinking to take this game today, pretty much in a solid manner. Especially that I have a bad memory of playing in round 2 against Wesley 2 years ago in Sinquefield Cup, where I was overly ambitious and I got punished for that. So I wanted to take this day more calmly, and that's why I guess I also chose this more quieter line. I wasn't expecting knight f5 in the opening, so yeah, I was expecting knight d8. And after knight f5 is also a move. I had a game against Rajabov, I think, here. But I didn't really review this because Wesley was playing exclusively 98 and similar positions, so that's why I focused mostly on that. And I have prepared some ideas there based on some Magnus's games. He played recently against, I think, Van Forest, Darda, also Grischuk in some online tournaments, so I had some inspiration from these games. He won all of them, I guess. So, so I was hoping to get some action going there. Of course, it's nothing special on this Rugi 1 line, but it is what it is. There's no one refuted Berlin yet. So.
Absolutely, and you also wrote a couple of books on the Rui Lopez that definitely helped you in yesterday's match. Did you feel that influence coming from your books as well? And what about today's game?
Actually, from both books, I analyzed these lines. You know, for Rookie 1, Berlin for white. But yeah, somehow I couldn't recall 95 ideas, and what was after 95, and I was, you know, like I said, was mostly focused on 98. And yesterday's game, well, in my books I covered Bishop C2 in the smaller or Arhangelsk, but Bishop B3 also is a move that I heavily studied too. So yeah, it's one of the most interesting and fighting opening choices for black. So I was thinking to try it out yesterday, and I had a good position. So I guess opening-wise it was a good choice. Later, of course, it was very, very complex and complicated, but I mean, chess is a complicated game in general. So
chess doesn't have to be easy. Thank you very much, Dariusz. Go recover,
Thanks.
get your energy back, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Good luck indeed. Just checking in on the Mishra versus Andrew Tang game, because now that we know the theory and the whole thing, like, it's really extraordinary for folks at home who are joining us a little bit late. You know, we're getting into these mesmerizing positions, and then we're discovering that they're all still theoretical.
I mean, we were so impressed during the 2023 US Juniors, right? How far they are prepared, how much preparation they have. And here we see Abhimanyu and Mishra move 23, 1 hour, 23 minutes.
And Bishop A4 is still the engine's #1 recommended move.
Very deep preparation.
Wow, extraordinary. What also is really, again, for me, a big surprise, even though Cristian did mention it. If you do trade on E3, the rook takes on E3, and you got to be a little bit mindful that the rook could come across either to the C3 or B3 square. Now, on the other hand, as a classical player, I was always told, if you, my opponent, have the two bishops, I got to take them away from you.
Right.
I can't. So the move Bishop E5 is kind of contrary to how I was trained. Like, I mean, okay, maybe I don't play Bishop takes E3, but I don't shy away either from the trade. Bishop D4, which, you know, again, contrast, and Rook D8, and we've caught up with the players. And at this point, Mishra has an intriguing option. For example, C3, Knight C6. Let me just put this position on the board for a moment. As a structuralist, and what I mean by that is I take a look at the pawn skeletons, right? Take all the pieces off the board, and I just look, you know, I see this isolated pawn, I see these double pawns, I see this isolated pawn, and I think, well, you know, king and pawn in games, rook and pawn in games must favor me. But maybe it's just one of those things, black has weaknesses, but how are you going to get to them?
Right.
You know, maybe it's one of those. Give us your insights, Kate, on this current position. But before we do that, we have a guest.
Special guest.
Special guest. I think.
Well, it's a surprise
Wesley.
for me too. So my guess is Wesley. So I haven't been told who we have, but it is Wesley. Wesley, welcome back to the show. Hopefully with better audio today. Tell us a bit about this game. How did you approach it?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Hopefully you can hear me better than yesterday.
Right.
I wasn't sure if you could hear me at all, but it's good to see you guys. Well, yeah, I mean, I just, you know, wanted to play. I mean, I noticed that Dariusz has been playing a lot of different openings lately. So I didn't actually think he would go for 1e4, considering he tried that before against me. And yeah, I mean, I got to learn a different opening than the Berlin. I mean, I looked at Magnus games, and then he plays like the Perk, he plays the Sicilian Knight C6, he plays the Paulsen, plays the Najdorf.
He mentioned,
so I got
he mentioned the game from the Sinquefield Cup when he got overconfident in his position with the white pieces, overpushed and then lost. Were you hoping that those type of dynamics will play once again in today's game?
Yeah, for sure, but they're very unlikely to. I guess they're not likely to happen because everyone knows I played the Berlin. But yeah, that was a good game. That was a good tournament for me. That one in the Sinquefield Cup, and not a good one for Dariusz. So, yeah, he's a very strong player. He's very well prepared. He's very aggressive. He knows his stuff in the Sicilian. So I did consider playing the Najdorf at some point, but I wasn't sure that he was going to play 1e4. I mean, for sure, if your opponent wanted to play, he could overpush, but also against the Berlin, there are many safe lines that white can choose from. But again, it's still early on in the tournament.
Wesley, talking specifically about these U.S. championships, do you worry about making too many draws? Or do you think that you're going to have probably something like 8 draws and maybe a few wins? What is your approach to draws in general in this championship?
Yeah, it's actually a good question. I mean, last year I lost 2 games, yeah? Mm-hmm. Against one against a 15-year-old, so
Christopher Yu, yes.
But yeah, he's very good. But in 2021, I won the tournament with 2 wins and no losses. So, I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages to both approaches. But at some point, you just gotta start winning some games and see how it goes. It's hard to say, but at some point, you just gotta make a move. I think in 2018, I won my first 2 games and then drew the rest. And in 2016, I also started on fire, like winning the first 2 games as well, I think. So, yeah, I mean, I think you have to keep it balanced, but at the same time, you got to make a move at some point.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Wesley.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Wesley, indeed. As we go to break, we'd like to leave you with Sabina, who caught up, did her own podcast with Fabiano. Hope you enjoy.
Hi, Fabi. Thank you so much for joining me today. Can you tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing?
Yeah, it started when I was pretty young. I was around 5 years old, and I was living in New York at the time. So it started after school with other kids from the chess club. It was a very small club, very few players, very few kids were interested in chess, but we had good coaches. And my first 2 coaches I remember from those early days as well, Bruce Pandolfini and Miran Sher, who sadly passed away a few years ago, but they were like very instrumental in my early coaching and very prominent in the New York circles. So a lot of the kids I grew up with also became very strong players. Like Robert Hess is of course a household name. He was one of my competitors when I was a kid and also one of my friends. And Mark Arnold and other players from the New York area became either very strong players or grandmasters. So it was a really good chess scene to grow up in. And of course the Marshall Chess Club is famous as like one of the oldest chess clubs in the world and dedicated to Frank Marshall in New York. So it was really good to like grow up in that atmosphere and being able to play strong players even as a kid, to play international masters or FIDE masters or players of quite a strong level in my kind of early formative years as a chess player. So that was my upbringing. And after that, of course, I had to at some point make a branch between school and chess. I had to make that decision, so I made that decision pretty young. And from there I became, maybe not professional, but started my path towards becoming a professional chess player.
How many hours would you say you were spending on chess, studying various things?
Early on, it was probably, I didn't have much incentive on my own. I liked to play, but I didn't like to study. So if we count pure study, then it was probably like 2 hours a week, just working with my coaches. I'm talking about like when I was still in school. And playing, I did play pretty much every day. Every evening after school, my dad would drive me to the Marshall Chess Club, and we would play there. And then when I stopped going to school, then I was working on my own quite significantly. Those were still in the days where computers weren't too strong, so I think that was very important as well, that I got that experience of working over the board on my own. And I was very interested in it. I think if I hadn't had the interest that I developed, let's say when I was 12 until my late teenage years, then I probably wouldn't have gotten quite so strong. I don't think I would have improved so easily, but I had an interest that was very strong during those years, and that really helped me a lot because I could apply myself for hours and hours every day. So from like 12 till, let's say, until I became like a strong grandmaster, like 16, 17, I was working a few hours every day.
And when you say working, you mentioned that you had a few hours with your coaches and then you worked on your own. Was there a specific book that you remember now that has had an impact on your chess career?
Yeah, I remember a lot of books. I'm not sure which one I would say has like a very strong impact, but all of them like gave me something, and I do remember like I worked a lot with John Watson's books when I was in like those early teenage years, and I would like go through the examples. Of course, it's hard to say now like how much of that knowledge would hold up to engine analysis, but I think just the process of working on your own is already very beneficial. Even if, let's say, all the stuff that you look at isn't correct, that's not the main part. The main part is just that you're applying yourself and you're thinking critically about chess, and that's going to lead to improvement. So definitely the material I looked at, a lot of John Watson's books, a lot of Jonathan Rowson's books, of course Kasparov's books, and there were some old classics that I also worked with quite a lot, and with coaches, a lot of like studies. I remember when I was working with Chernin for about 2 years, he would give me like entire Palbenko studies, which would take sometimes 2 hours to fully go through and just sit there and calculate things from beginning to end. So I do remember sitting and looking at like one position for, let's say, 2 hours straight. Yeah, of course, a lot of that is like very rote work, but it really can make a difference when you're improving, especially when you're young. A lot of those ideas sink in. A lot of the like thought process that you work on sinks in during your games.
I love how you said that even if specific books don't hold up maybe to the engines these days, they still have a big impact in the development of a person. People sometimes forget about that, and it's very important to have a strong player like yourself mention those things, because working on your own, it's really something that's building up a strong understanding.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. Sometimes we focus on, like, you work half an hour on a position and you find out that the book was wrong, because let's say it was written before computer times and they're going to make mistakes, and then you think this whole process was worthless. But in fact, I think that just because you were sitting there calculating is more worthwhile than whatever, like, let's say, objective value of the position was.
Of course. And you're coming in this year as the champion. Do you feel any pressure getting into this competition, considering that you have to switch from classical chess to rapid, 9LX? Do you feel any pressure for this particular event to bring back the championship?
I think normal amounts of pressure, because every year it's pretty much a toss-up, like anyone could potentially win. So I don't feel like let's say, all the pressure is on me. I think the pressure is kind of evenly split among players who all have their hopes of winning. And yeah, very often it comes down to who's just on the best form during the tournament. So, I mean, we have guys like Levon and Wesley and Leinier, and also the younger players are very promising, very dangerous. Now they're growing up a bit, so they're kind of maturing more in their chess approach. We saw like Sevian was very impressive in 9LX, but also Jeffery and Ray and all these players are very capable. So I don't feel like I have so much pressure on me compared to other players. I think everyone will be dealing with this a bit, and also the last very serious tournament I played, the World Cup, I don't think that the pressure is going to compare to that. That's a bit more, because it's like a knockout and more riding on a single game or a single move, that this pressure is probably going to be a bit more pleasant compared to that.
Well, thank you, Fabiano. Thank you very much. I wish you good luck and looking forward to seeing your games.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 U.S. Championships. And we're just going to take a look at, a gander at the results. We only have one so far in the open section.
The open section, only one result. Swiercz drew against Xiong.
And that Berlin, Wesley kind of complaining that, you know what? He's making a lot of draws with the black pieces, and yeah, he's
maybe I need to learn more openings, right?
About his openings. Speaking of openings and something that has gone wrong, I want to take you immediately to our tournament leader in the women's section, and that's Nasi against Anna, because I really don't like what has gone on in the last couple of moves, 4, 5, 6 moves already. probably right here, it starts with this retreat knight f3. That just feels wrong on different levels. Either you capture or you play knight a4, one of those two. But I didn't like this retreat. And then compounding it was this move a3, because now it gets even harder to recapture this pawn, and then finally this move e3, e4. I think Ignacio is getting frustrated at this moment, wanting to develop her bishop, but she's actually doing a great favor for Anna. Anna jumped quickly, and I love this move by Anna, knight g4, provoking rook f1, and this move especially as well. The move bishop d6, what's so great about that move? Well, the moment you see
many
knight
great
c5
things.
and the knight coming either to d3 or b3, and you're hitting f2, and if this knight ever gets chased to e5, good things are happening, great things are happening
and
for
also
Anna.
rook c8 immediately allows to defend the pawn on c4.
Exactly, and still now this Catalan bishop that once ruled the roost on the open diagonals, all blocked in, don't like what's happening for our tournament leader here. And Cristian, jumping over to you, where do you see the action?
I'm looking at the open section, and there's a lot of actioning, a lot of people building up their advantages, respective advantages in this one. Okay. Take a look at this one. Abhimanyu versus Andrew Tang, and I have to say, look, rook to e3 is a perfectly good move. The one that he played, he's still borderline winning in this one. I have to say, from a practical perspective, this one is not looking good for Andrew Tang. But I was going through the lines, and there's one very specific line that was brought to my attention. Take a look at this. Bishop takes e5, d takes e5, and now f4. This is a completely unexpected pawn sacrifice. Why would you do f4? Of course, rook takes f4 is not possible because you lose the rook on d8. You can take on d1 first, and then still rook takes f4 is not possible because you get checkmated. So most likely you will be taking back with the pawn. And now I'm doing very much caveman chess. I'm just going to push my pawn, and nothing is going to stop me. Take a look at this. Because of this bishop on a4, by the way.
Controlling e8. Yeah.
If you go c6, the problem is I'm going to continue with e6, and at the right moment, I will have the move c3. For example, if you try to stop me with rook to e8 and saying that e7, I go king g8, something of that nature, c3 is coming right now. You cannot touch the d5 square, because after rook takes d5, your rook on e8 is losing. Yes, yes, yes. And the same goes if you start with king to g8. I can still do this. Rook takes d5 and e7, and you cannot stop my pawn from promotion. So that's a problem, right? But what if I go knight to c6? What if I try to plug this diagonal with my knight? e6, and at the same time control e7. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook to e8. It looks good.
Controlling
I'm finally
everything.
stopping the pawn, right?
Right.
e7, you're not stopping anything in this position. If you take on e7, I take, and you get checkmated. It's a one-tempo calculation. You have to stop me from going bishop takes c6 and rook to d8. So the only other alternative to your defense is king to g8. Now if I take, rook d8, king f7, and you're actually better with black pieces, right? But what you can do is, take a look at this. And this was what surely he has missed, because this is not easy at all. Bishop to b3, king to h8.
Draw.
I would be laughing at you if you would ask me that question. Bishop to d5, and that's it. Game over.
No bishop a4.
No bishop a4 back, because I go king to g8, and that's a draw. Now there's no more king to g8. That's illegal, right? If you take with the rook, the same problem. I take on c6 and rook to d8, checkmate. You cannot do that. I do have a big threat. So if you play something like g6, say, okay, king g7 next, and I'm getting close. No.
That was
You're
why
not
we
in time.
played king g8.
You cannot fly your king to f7, right? So that's game over. You have to take back on e7 with the knight, but after rook to e1, I pin it. To win it, bishop to f7 is coming next. You're losing the piece. This is completely in shambles for black. Rook d8, rook e7, rook d5, rook e8, checkmate. You cannot do that. You cannot save your piece. This one is looking good, guys. I mean,
what a nice illustrative game for back rank issues, right?
Yes. What a nice calculation.
But it's one of those things, that's precisely right. It's a tactical calculation that's a deep sequence, and instead when you play a move like rook e3, you think, I'm playing strategically, masterfully.
I like it. Look, I like it.
Right.
It's very difficult to calculate.
It just happens that f4 was winning.
We don't, yes, it was winning. We don't see this pattern very often, right? Exactly. With the bishop on a4 controlling
accidental
e8, and then this bishop to b3, bishop to d5, very precise maneuver. Right. It's a very beautiful maneuver, but still the pressure is on Andrew Tang. And by the way,
Andrew,
how are we looking on time? 45 minutes for
Not
white,
that good.
19 minutes, and a lot of pressure on Andrew's shoulders right now.
Well, the question that I would have for you, though, is this move, rook e3, has really put Andrew...
It's very good. It's still very good.
And asking him, what is he going to do?
And I'm
what
looking at
should he do?
Bishop to f4, and then follow it up with c5, but you have to be extremely precise. And by the way, this is not over. I go bishop to e3. Now you have to go back to e5. This is still a decisive advantage for white. Decisive advantage, yes.
Gosh, and it doesn't look like black did anything terribly wrong.
Yes, yes, and it just shows you, I mean, look, they were following one of the games all the way up until this position.
Yeah.
A game that ended in a draw.
Right.
But then Abhimanyu knew the improvement, which was bishop to a4. He played this move, bishop to a4. Very precise play by Abhimanyu, and now he's just borderline winning.
And I've got to tell you, for me, the move bishop b3 to a4 isn't such an obvious move. I would probably find it only because I know the knight has to retreat to c6, and so I want to be there before you get there.
But I really like in chess those quiet moves that are so powerful because they don't do anything by themselves, but they don't allow your opponent to do something, which is the important kind of idea.
Very impressive stuff. And again, just to catch up a little bit on the Anna Zatonskih game, we only had a sequence of a couple apply, but it was important. Bishop f4, g takes f4, so again, a little bit of compromised pawn structure, and knight c5. And I'm looking at this knight. Gosh, I got to tell you, Kate, I'm seeing this knight coming to d3, and that structure is just going to be eviscerated. Knight takes f4, and Nasi also, I know she's good on the clock, but that's about the only thing going for her at the moment. She's a pawn down, and I don't like, I think that black has the attack.
So Yasser, what if I try h3 here?
All right, let's
I wasn't sure if I wanted to exchange the bishops, but let's see, h3, forcing you to retreat, probably f6.
Okay.
And now knight e5.
Okay, knight e5.
So I'm targeting the c4 pawn.
Which I appreciate. I mean, you got to get that pawn back. And okay, the rook and the bishop are kind of in, stepping on each other's toes, so I can do the move bishop to b5, which does have the advantage of opening up the d file, protecting the pawn on c4.
Okay, but potentially I can capture it and then bishop f1 something. So let's clear that spot on f1. So rook f1, d1.
Rook f1 to d1, and now for me, the question is the move knight to d3. I really want to take this pawn. If you trade knights, well, you've just transferred the pawn from c4 to d3, unless...
No, I want to capture the bishop.
Capture the bishop, fair. Capture the knight.
And now I capture on c4 with knight.
And you've got to suffer. You're just going to suffer.
No, I want to capture with knight. I don't want to suffer.
Me. You don't. No suffering for you, huh? Knight takes, knight takes. Knight takes, knight takes.
And bishop. Oh, if I play bishop f1, I have queen g5.
And let me show. Bishop,
let's write the next chapter of the book.
Well, what did we do wrong? No, that is Anna Zatonskih, our Cairns Cup champion. She could be snatching the lead from her esteemed opponent.
So black is really fast with this knight d3 and targeting f4.
It feels it. Cristian, back over to you.
Abhimanyu is winning. Andrew Tang blundered as we sort of expected. There was so much pressure on him. Take a look at this. c5 was the move, but this is just simply losing after bishop takes c3. And a very powerful move right now, rook to f3. You cannot touch either of my rooks because you get checkmate.
Wow, back rank.
And I have a huge threat in the position. You go g6, I take, and then I just simply invade with my rook on d6. A beautiful entry square now that the pawn on c7 is no longer there. And then my next move, king to g7, c3, You lose a pawn, but you lose much more than
more
that.
than just a pawn.
All of your pawns are weak in the position. This is absolutely hopeless if he plays the move rook to f3. Beautiful game by Abhimanyu, and I have to say, Andrew, look, he knew something in the theoretical battle, but unfortunately for him, this was just not a good line. He got out-prepared in the opening, he got a worse position, and he couldn't handle the pressure.
And Cristian, is rook d6 the only move that wins?
No. There's a lot of moves at that point. You can go rook to d7 as well. You can start with c3. This is just one of those positions that never get better because I have all the resources in the position. I have rook and bishop coordination against rook and knight, which we know that it's better. I have the open file to start attacking your pawns as well. You have the weaknesses in the position, c5, e5, b7, the potential double pawns on the c file after knight c6, bishop takes c6. There are so many things that are going in my favor as white and not in yours as black in this one. So this one is not looking good, and I have to say, Abhimanyu is looking primed to win his first
game of
this
a
his first U.S. championship?
Absolutely.
There we go.
He was so thrilled.
First game at the U.S. Chess Championships.
He was so thrilled in the juniors because he said in an interview early in the junior championships,
yes,
my goal is to qualify. First place is the only thing I'm interested in. I want to qualify for the U.S. championships, and if I don't, this will have been a failure. I was like, wow, okay, I got it. All right, I wanted to jump to the game of Carissa Yip and Jennifer, two of the favorites coming into this ladies' championship. We left it here. We had seen the move knight a5, and we saw that knight was like a magnet, a super magnet, heading to the d6 square, and I was more than curious to see how Jennifer handled her business. The knight, there it is. I mean, and talk about radiant glory. That is a huge knight. Knight g6, bishop g3. It's really bad. I wouldn't mind just sacrificing an exchange for the knight and the pawn. But the bishop on g3 is the one
because then the pawn on d6 can be even more dangerous.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
well, there you go. There was an exchange.
Completely winning right
But
now.
Look, she did get a pawn, but it's that you were just about to tell me that this pawn on d6 is even more of a monster than the knight.
I think we're just about to see a resignation in this one.
Wow. And that is such a powerful move because whenever I break the blockade, then, you know, bishop takes, whether I take a recapture with the queen, which I think I would do, it's just the point that the rook is supporting the passer, and that's just, it's just too easy.
If we could magically transfer the knight from g6 to d4,
wow,
maybe we are talking about
some compensation.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But now the knight is kind of useless on g6, and all the pawns are hanging.
Wow, and that would be a huge win for Carissa. And you were mentioning on the show that yesterday against Irina Krush, she could very easily have won that game.
It does feel like she's in good shape, and she also won her last 2 games at the World Juniors, so she's definitely coming with a lot of confidence.
And look at her go. She's just snapping out those last few moves.
I believe we've seen queen takes d6, bishop takes d4, and now we see the trade of potentially the queens as well.
Queen takes
Wait a minute.
d6.
What just happened?
I think, Chris Bird has informed that you've got to keep your score sheet up to date. And I think Carissa had actually miswrote something on her score sheet. So
I mean, she's excited. She's just about to get her first victory.
I think that's exactly what happened. Yes. I do have to confess myself that at times I haven't always been super accurate in my score sheet because of what you just said. My enthusiasm for making my next move.
And 4 now, rook to d1 to exchange the rooks as well.
And by the way, look at the time advantage. Carissa has 52 minutes against Jennifer's 9 minutes.
Wow, and I must just say, these moves are just... She's just popping out these moves, this Carissa, like, look, I know this is over.
I mean, material advantage, you want to trade pieces, right? So Carissa is ready to trade rooks. That's unstoppable.
Yeah, at this point, the best you can do is allow the trade and hopefully try to evict the king. I would never go back, by the way. Once the rook is, snuck into the back rank there, I keep the rook, and then I would just bring my king.
I actually think rook d5 just wins a lot.
Oh,
of
you want to
pawns.
go pawn hunting?
Rook d5, rook f5, or rook h5.
Gotcha.
You give me whichever you want.
Good point.
I'll take one of them.
And
that also cuts the king, right? The king
Yes.
cannot approach the king side, which feels nice.
Fair. I've worked so hard to get to the 8th rank, I kind of like to hang around and just see how the water is. But you're right, rook d5 to f5 and or h5, and Carissa's got this game. Checking in on Tatev and Alice Lee. Alice is, we've said it since the start of that queen takes a6, that Alice is going to be suffering. And
I'm
she
curious,
still is.
how did the knight get off the board?
Well, we saw it with c4 and c5. Tatev created a weakness we got here, and then she said, let's get rid of the knight. Knight to d2, and that was how the knights got traded. We're up to date with the play.
This is a very comfortable position for
Oh,
Tatev.
is
So
it?
many weaknesses to target, d6, a7, a6 potentially.
Right. Turning to our Tang, US.
1 second.
Sorry, sir.
1 second.
Please.
I want to ask you, I turned it off. What's the assessment? Okay, I turned it off, but badly. All right. What's the assessment right now? After
Now you see, when he sets us up for these types of
It's
questions,
going to be like equal or something.
like it's there. Like okay, after rook e6.
After rook to e6, I'm not going to.
I just thought the position's close to winning for white.
How much?
Yeah, 1.5.
I'm going to be a little higher, 1.6, just to be
Just to
on the
prove a
other.
point.
No, I want to be on the other.
3.1.
No, I would never have been close to that.
3.1. This is completely winning. After just
Completely.
simply rook fd1. There's so many weaknesses. Once again,
Exactly.
you can
A6.
defend bishop e7. I go rook d5, rook a5. Something's going to give.
Right.
And once you lose the pawn on a6, you lose the pawn on a7 as well. This is over.
And
After
then you
rook
have
to d5
so many white pawns on the queen side.
And there's no counterplay. This bishop on e3 is such a good offensive and defensive piece at the same time.
Right.
No, this is looking really good. Rook to e6, rook fd1. This one, I mean, it's Tatev's game right now.
See, this is why I feel engines hate my guts. You will show me the most extraordinary position with chaos happening all over the board, and I say, I like white, and they go 3 zeros.
That's what I'm happy that...
Then you show me a position where it's a nice, comfortable advantage, and then they go 4.0.
Yeah.
Like, wait, it's just a
crazy.
nice advantage.
But it's an easy
crazy.
position to play, right? I mean,
Agreed.
you start understanding why the engine is saying +3, because you
Right.
don't have counter
No
chances.
counter chances.
That's
Yeah.
the problem. At
That's
some
it.
point, you're actually going to be 2 or 3 pawns down
Gotcha.
in the very near future.
You know, Yasser, when we talk about computer evaluation, I'm happy we were on the right trajectory. I was worried Cristian is going to say, no, it's equal 0, 0, 0 because of something.
Crazy, but yeah, you're 1.5, my 1.6, and not even close. Begum.
Okay, and then to Atousa, because that's super interesting game with that pawn down.
This is the exchange. Rui Lopez, this early bishop takes e6, and this is what white does not want to have. This is a dream position for Berlin players.
Right.
If you play the Berlin as black, you cannot ask for anything better. Your majority is being is being pushed essentially, and your 2 bishops are actually working very nicely on the queen side as well. So this is a position that you definitely favor black. And you're saying, oops, why is my knight on b1? I mean, put the knight on d5 where, it's in the game.
And there's no counterplay on the king side, right? No g4
Okay.
coming because the bishop on e6 is guarding it pretty well with that pawn on h5.
As well as the bishop, and there's no g3, f4 coming either. So for me, this is all play on one goal.
Right.
And Begum looking very, very good here. You wanted to go to the game of Atousa.
Atousa against Ruiyang.
Yep. That was our pawn sacrifice game. And let me just go back, because this is where we saw the move queen e8, prepping bishop e6. We did like knight b4, but king b1, bishop e6, h4, time to do something. Takes, night before.
We are pawn down, so it's time to attack, but after queen trade, there is no attack.
I think she cashed in her chips a little bit early, did Ruiyang here, because, okay, I mean, I still obviously prefer black and the extra pawn, but having said that, you know, we've doubled up our pawns, we've given white a bit of a nibble.
And bishop c7 in the future, targeting that d6 pawn.
Exactly so. Rook can also slide over to d1. Maybe I even start with c3.
But you know, I have knight a6. I know the move looks very ugly, but after you kick, okay,
For
a3.
example,
By the way, a3 happened. It's on the board.
Okay, like it. You have knight a6. You wanted to say.
Yes, I don't like the knight on the edge of the board, but I'm not allowing bishop c7.
So I do now. I feel like I've gotten a smidge of play.
And if I go b4?
No problem. I'll probably just kind of cement. I could take, but I was thinking I was going to play a5 and cement the bishop. Keeping in mind knight c5 will probably cost the e5 pawn.
But let's say rook fc8.
Rook fc8, and finally I get in my, yay, much vaunted a5. What I'm saying is, a moment ago I was a pawn down and I felt like I had nothing, like no compensation. Here at least, you know, the pawns are doubled.
But knight c7.
Ooh.
Going to e6.
Knight c7, sorry, going to e6. This is not exactly what I truly wanted. No, this is not exactly what I wanted. I was hoping that I'd have a little bit more play than this. Something to keep in mind, we'll keep this one on the boil. Tell us what you're looking at.
Well, I've been looking at the Hans game, but I do want to ask you guys what you think of the position. Maybe you can start analyzing, because I've been looking with the engine. The engine is always saying 0-0. But I still want to try to understand whose position is easier. Is it white's position? Is it black's position? So maybe we can do some moves without the help of the engine, just to kind of understand and gauge the situation from a practical perspective.
Exactly. Hate the knight on b3. Just flat out hate the knight on b3. It's in the way. Love the knight on e5.
Right.
Love the bishop on e7. That structure.
Knight
it's very
h5
hard.
was played. By the way, are we going to see a repetition?
Oh, was
Rook
it?
d7, knight f4, king g7, knight h5. I smell a repetition.
Okay.
King g8, knight f. You know what I mean.
Right.
Or king to. Oh, whoa.
Ooh,
whoa.
king h6. No repetition here.
King. Well, there might be a repetition. Knight to f4, I think, is coming immediately. Maybe we can pan out and see the players right now to see what they're thinking. Because I have a feeling we might see a repetition after king h6. King h6, knight f4.
So Sam Sevian,
king g7.
Hans Niemann.
Let me just check on their times too. Let me just see.
Hans is a bit ahead. I believe he has 30-something minutes against.
Yesterday he got in some very severe time trouble. And remember when he moved he was going to take on g5 and he played queen f5 instead.
And this is the moment right now. If he goes king g7 and allows knight h5, it's kind of an invitation to make a draw.
By the way, I think Sam Sevian is down on time, right?
Yes.
Sam only has 10 minutes versus the whole 35 minutes for Hans. I wanted to say that in my view, I would prefer black.
Right, but the question is, how do you make improvements in the position?
Oh, that's easy. I'm going to go f5, bishop g5.
Okay.
You know, if I could get
with
rid
the king
of
on
the
h6, you're not afraid that you're going to get checkmated.
Well, I thought the king would be on h8, to be honest. I didn't expect it to be on h6.
Hans is ready for some aggression, that's for sure.
I mean, that came out of, a good general leads his army to victory, but king h6 was a little, over-exuberant.
Are we going to see f5 and a continuation of this game, or are we going to see king to g7? And Hans was mentioning this. You know, he was saying ambition is a double-edged sword yesterday.
Yes.
Too much ambition can, you know, cause some problems, especially if you overpush. And perhaps he's thinking about his words, and maybe he's going to choose king to g7.
On the other hand, is black in danger? I mean, after f5, white is probably going to play something like rook fd1. Do we agree on that?
Oh, well, I don't know if we do, because I'm seeing bishop g5, and the one thing I don't want to see is bishop takes f4, g f4, rook g8, and then I'm crying, right? So
right, but
maybe
whenever you vacate the e7 square from the bishop, c5 is kind of empty for my knight.
True that. So what do you think? You want to go knight c5 now? You want to encourage bishop takes f4?
Takes.
Oy, oy, oy. I'm scared.
Okay, I first take the rook.
Very important. Otherwise, it would have been very, very scary. Actually, lost.
But still, this looks good for black, actually. Right? Yeah. Queen g8, maybe knight g4.
Right. I start to wonder where exactly... Yeah, why am I encouraging black here?
It's good, but how good is the question? Because, okay, you go queen g8, right?
Okay, let's try.
King h1.
King h1, right into the
knight
corner.
g4.
Knight g4, and now I defend somehow.
Well, first to gain time on the clock.
Yes.
We go queen a8 check.
But after queen a8, I may have e4.
Knight g4. Knight g4, sorry.
Okay, knight to g4. So
Gift
now,
me
obviously,
mate.
I'm not going to go f3.
Ben Feingold says, do not play f3. You've got to play e3.
But e3 I don't like because of this queen a8 idea.
Right, and the
just
queen
feels like you're getting too close to my king. Right.
It's uncomfy.
So maybe I have to go knight d3.
Knight d3.
Right.
Ooh. Okay.
But I feel like black is very happy here, Cristian, right?
For sure.
I don't like allowing bishop g5. I take back rook fd1.
I think if black is playing to play, the move f5 and bishop g5, I would assume is the way to continue. And I thought you wanted to play this one, Kate.
Yeah, rook cd1.
Rook cd1, so that you can do the rook swap. But then in this case, don't allow bishop, go back. Whether you go back to h3 or whether you go back to g2.
I like g2, yes.
Yeah, you like g2?
I like g2 because I also want to play maybe h4 to try to kick the bishop away and then...
And or f4, yeah, I get you. Okay. So this one feels the right way. Just don't go into that pin on the rook on c1. Very good. We haven't seen the two 2800s who are crossing swords on board one. Fabi, our defending champion. My pick.
My pick as well.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, you guys stole that. Ridiculous. Yes,
jealousy is not a good look.
I wasn't going to pick Fabi, and all three of us are going to pick the same player, right?
Look, just because he's your podcasting partner doesn't mean it. What is going on here? This was what you were telling us, these change of structures and the difficulty the players have in assessing.
And by the way, f5 was played in Hans's game, so he is not going for a draw.
He is. And look at this. You were telling us the whole way through, pay attention to the change of pawn structures and look at this last move, d5. How many different pawn structures?
I mean, it happens every single move almost, right?
But this one is a whole pawn, right? I mean, Fabi is cruising here, isn't he?
We were discussing this with
is an extra
VAR during one of the breaks, and we were like, yeah, he has it in the back.
Fabi
has
because he has the extra pawn, even though it's bishops of opposite color.
And I look at the engine, and the engine is saying zeros.
Get lost.
Yeah, isn't there something bishop take h3? Oh,
well, queen f3.
No, bishop takes h3. I'm just going to play like this. I'm going to go bishop to f7 and try to exchange everything and say that this knight on d5 protects against
E7.
Any sort of bishop d6, bishop c7, or bishop to d8 to try to go for my b6 pawn. You're not getting there. You're also not getting anything on e7. And if you do trade the knights, then we're going to have opposite color bishops by themselves.
Right.
So bishop to f7 seems to be the one way out, followed by rook to e1, rook to e8, exchange everything. And it doesn't seem like there's any way that you can improve your position as white. There's a blockade in the middle game in this position right now.
It's actually pretty interesting that the knight on c6 is kind of stuck, right?
That's why he played f6,
yeah.
so that the knight cannot go back to e5. And by the way, bishop f7 is on.
But this is really harsh.
Zeros.
This is really harsh on me, because if you gave me this position and you said, yes, you get an extra pawn, you get a powerful knight on c6, I'm all gangbusters, I'm enthusiastic, and then the modern engines say, you got nothing, I got a blockade.
But it seems like Leinier also understood that.
Wow.
Yeah, because right now he's making his moves
Kudos.
quickly.
Kudos to
He has
Leinier.
13 minutes and Fabi's catching up. At some point it was 50 minutes for Fabi against 13 minutes. Right now it's 26 minutes against 13 minutes. And the moves are more or less easy. By the way, this is mind-boggling to me right now. Queen to g3 and it says black is better.
Wow.
After the move rook, no. Just because I'm taking the e file away from you, it means that black is better with a pawn down. This makes no sense.
That's crazy. You know, I remember a lesson I had with my coach, Sergei Berezyuk, and he called these pieces like paper tigers. Like they're like really dangerous, but actually they are out of paper, so you don't have to worry about them.
Right.
So when I see this knight on c6.
Are you kidding me?
That is crazy. And by the way, he traded rooks and went for the exchange that was going to be prescribed before.
He's trying to make a draw, of course.
Before the move Queen G3 was played, Queen takes. But Rook E6, black is slightly better.
Apparently, black was slightly better.
Wow.
Yes, it's absolutely crazy.
That. Your trainer was Sergei who?
Berezyuk.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, big shout out to Sergei. Where did he take you from? From expert to master, master to international master, grandmaster?
Actually, he was the most important coach I had because under his kind of training, I became European champion, second in the world, and everything. Kind of he took off the career with me. Yeah. I think I had him under when I was 13 or 14.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, big. Wow. That's impressive. Second in the world. Nice. Okay, once again, we're just going to kind of go around. We did knight g2, just as you prescribed.
Actually, we thought a move later, but yeah.
Didn't we? So it was king h6, knight f4, f5, knight G. Oh, we were playing rook d1
rook cd1
first. Knight g2 right away. King g7. Caught up with the players. We think also because of the clock situation.
Yes, Sam has to be careful. Less than 10 minutes.
Yes, exactly. Our tournament leader in the open section, Sam Sevian, and under a little bit of pressure here with the white side. Sam Shankland and Ray Robson.
Broken games. That is Sam's specialty.
Well, it was like we left it. He was a pawn up, nursing his extra pawn, I want to say. And he did go for this d3. And, well, the players basically swapped a lot of pieces off the board. And as you were saying, rook and pawn ending, specialty. But he's getting one of these pawns back, or he's going to win a pawn back. So this game likely to be a draw.
Yeah, it feels like Sam is promoting his book.
In round one and now in round two. Christian, back over to you.
Yeah, the engine is not agreeing with you.
White
is completely winning.
Wow. You see, once again.
Plus 2 advantage after the move rook to b3, which, by the way, I don't think he played. Or perhaps he's still thinking, but he was hinting at touching the other rook. I had a feeling.
Rook b3, rook takes a2. You want to play c4,
no, I
rook
just
b1?
want to take your pawn.
Yeah, so he played
h4.
rook b1.
Rook to b1. That was the second best move, I think.
Rook to b1?
Nope, never mind. Now the position seems to be equal.
A draw.
Yes, yes.
hg3, hc3, and take.
Yes.
Okay.
Take on b6, take on b6, take on b6. And this position perhaps is just a draw. Take. I put the rook on a3.
Right.
You have to go on b2 passive, and now just push my king in.
Right.
Unfortunately, while you bring your king all the way to b1, I'm going to be able to create enough counterplay on this side.
Christian, just a quick question. What if I capture first on a2 instead of c3? Is that a big blunder, or?
So
I first
you mean take,
no.
Not take on c3,
take
but take on
a2,
right? Okay, but now I can maybe start with d4. And we're going to get a similar position. Let's say you take and I take. But this is a better pawn for me, the pawn on d4, than the pawn on a2, remember?
Right.
Than this one. So Yeah, it's a better situation for white.
All right. And is Mishra doing very well? When we left it, we thought Mishra was winning, and he has, by the way. He did play that move,
Wow,
Rook F3. Rook G8.
That's a move you don't want to be
an
doing.
indication that things have gone astray. Rook F5, and yeah, it looks like he's doing just great, actually. He's a pawn up, and he's about to go hunting and collect another one. For Mishra, again, I mean, this is what he has prepared his entire career for. He envisions himself being a future Olympian, part of the U.S. team, and it starts playing in the national championships, and he's getting off to a good start here in round 2.
He's definitely extremely talented player for the U.S. future Olympic team.
And a close-up of Mishra here as we
look at that.
14 years young, unbelievable.
USCF rating 2677.
His
the youngest
ever
to earn Grandmaster title at 12. He earned the International Master at the age of 9.
And in conversations with him, when you just talk to him, he doesn't sound like a 14-year-old. He sounds like a mature young man who's traveled the world and has, interests all over. It's just amazing that he's so accomplished, so young, 14. He's ready to play Rook A7 here. Just double checking. Wanted to say a game that got away from us: Levon versus Jeffery. Jeffery Xiong. When we left it in the position where we thought it was a balance, and there was a lot of just toing and froing back and forth. Let's see if something concrete happened, and it did. Takes on A4. Followed by C5, Queen D7. Okay, this is not something I'm really eager to do. Whenever I trade queens, somehow I want to do it on my terms. I don't know what those terms may be, but I was thinking, wouldn't you want to play Rook B8 and, I don't know, put some pressure on here? Trading on what I think is my opponent's terms, I do my best to shy away from that. In this case, I'm looking at the fact that the bishop is eyeballing B8, and I think knight takes F8 is actually a threat. It's something I would concern myself, because I think that the minor piece, the bishop on G3, would be better than the knight on E6. Jeffery felt the same way. That was why he didn't allow knight takes F8, and we caught up to the players Rook E5. Feeling a little uncomfortable here, aren't I?
Yeah, but Yasser,
please,
how do you feel about the Queen D7 move? I was kind of surprised. I understand Levon's point to kind of get a better endgame or put some pressure on the D file, but I thought he's just going to play Queen C2, maybe H5, and I don't know, do something there.
On the king side? I can get behind that approach too. I kind of like Queen C2. The rook on D1 makes me ambitious and makes me think that if I could take and play rook takes D5, I'm a happy camper. So
And I like that I'm controlling the H2 B8 diagonal, so anytime you want to play rook B8, you kind of have to be careful so I don't jump somewhere with the knight that you're not comfortable with.
Exactly. Just to catch up once again on the play, we do have this position. I do see rook takes D5 as a very serious and consequential follow-up to the previous moves.
Jeffery has only 12 minutes left for 10 moves.
Christian, give me some insight on the game between Levon
that
and Jeffery.
one, there's definitely some pressure. Now, what Jeffery needs to understand is that
he
even
should
after
trade
you take
off
on
the queen
D5,
side.
Right.
A4, A3, get rid of that guy.
I think what he needs to understand is that once you take on D5, I need to be able to pin you and you not have the move knight to B6. So rook to A6 is a very cool move right now. Just to interrupt you for a second, Carissa did win her game against Jennifer Yu. We expected that quite a few minutes ago. Yes, big victory with the white pieces to start in great shape this campaign.
All right, sorry, just to...
Yeah, rook to A6 for sure is a big move, but again, it's all about the pressure right now on Jeffery. With only 11 minutes, as you were mentioning, and still 11 moves to go, this is not that easy, right? Rook A6, rook takes D5, and the idea is that after rook to D8, you're kind of stuck in this position right now.
But you're not, or
he played rook e8. Okay, this is also a good move, and rook takes d5 is most likely going to come on the board.
Whoa. Sorry, there's knight b6 takes d5?
Right, but knight b6, perhaps I can even start with
maybe rook
b8.
Knight takes d5.
And then bishop d6.
Ah, bishop d6, and you're unraveling that way, pardon me.
Right, because
Correct.
you cannot go rook e2,
yes,
take, and then you lose the knight on d5. So, no, rook to d8 is a good move. Rook takes d5, I think we're going to see on the board. And now, rook a6 is not the only
Transposes,
move, obviously.
Yeah,
but I feel it's a good move. If he finds it just to take away this knight b6, this recovery against this pin on the d file for white, I think if he spots that, then he's going to be in good shape to equalize this position.
Very, very fair indeed. Thank you, Cristian. But if you don't mind pulling up that game that Carissa just won, when we left it, Carissa was playing the move rook d8, and she was trading off the rooks at the end, and she wanted to play right here. We left it here, and I was suggesting the move rook 8. You suggested the move rook d5, and Carissa agreed with you. She's going pawn hunting, and she succeeded. And Kate, just remind everybody the results so far.
So
Let's start with the women.
Yeah, let's take a look at the women's section. We have one result so far. Yip won against Yu.
And that is
we are just looking now at the game.
Oh, that was nice. that is a very snappy finish. And for the open?
And for the open section, we have one result. Dariusz Swiercz drew against Wesley. So
exactly, the finish. You know, you always like these finishes when you're an exchange up and you have that luxury of taking the knight.
And
the
we
results
have
are
another
coming
update.
hot and heavy as Mishra won against Andrew Tang. Mishra was up a pawn, looked like he was going to win another pawn, so he's going to be 2 pawns up in this rook and pawn ending. And this is a very satisfying finish by Carissa. You're just going to H-pawn. It's the H-pawn express. She played the move rook takes c4, stopping any ideas of knight takes b2, king takes, and actually Jennifer just resigned as yeah, it's the H-pawn express all the way up the board.
I might as well collect another pawn on f4 at some point.
Yes, exactly. And when you have nothing else to do, king takes f4. Mishra, he played the move rook a7.
Oh yeah, that's how he ended after rook to a7, rook to b8, and just the simple move a b3, stopping any sort of counterplay. I'm already a pawn up. I'm going to be 2 pawns up, probably 3 after I pick up the c6 pawn as well. Everything is falling in this position for black. And Andrew had enough. He was like, okay, you got it. You got me out of the opening. I didn't stand a chance to recover after that. I have to accept it. I'm going back home, going back to the drawing board and trying to do better tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, this game, if you go to that moment where you played bishop a4, Cristian, because one of the things you were talking about as coaching and learning openings is, you give your students all the database, the ideas, and it just feels to me that Mishra was much better prepared. Yeah. Like Andrew might have had a shallow knowledge, Mishra had a deep knowledge, and that was the difference here. Bishop a4, and Andrew never recovered.
That was the key move. And to be honest, it's very difficult to recover. I mean, you have to make very unnatural moves. h5, this is not an easy move to make. Like, what is h5 doing in the position? It's kind of a loss of tempo. You're actually just giving your king a little bit of space. And that's what you have to prioritize in this position. But it's not easy to understand after bishop to e5, bishop to d4. I have to say, Mishra played the perfect game.
Wow,
I mean, playing with
very
this,
accurate.
With this knight on b4, I think it's very uncomfortable for black. So you really need to know how to kind of recover it.
Right. Yes. Wow. Okay.
By the way,
congratulations.
Another really cool game.
All right. We're just gonna. We have Mishra in studio. Cristian, let's go.
Abhimanyu, first of all, congratulations. I believe this is your first victory at the U.S. Chess Championships. How do you feel right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling this was a great game. This line up to like bishop a4. This was all preparation. Like I think whatever he found was best chance for black, but even after that, it's kind of a difficult ending for him to hold.
Sorry, just to reiterate that, you knew bishop to a4 as the best move in this particular variation. You actually looked at this before.
Yes, yes. I spent a little bit of time in the opening just to make sure I don't like mix anything up, but yeah, I knew all this stuff.
I have to say, this was a very convincing victory. Congratulations. Did you feel at any point that you are letting him get back into the game, or you felt in control at all times?
I felt like whatever I did was good, but there was this one very critical moment after bishop e5, like, okay, bishop d4 seems like best chance.
Yes.
He played rook a d8, and now I was deciding, I spent like half an hour here deciding between bishop takes e5 and rook e3.
And what did you
Because
calculate
another idea I was
bishop
considering
takes e5?
was like bishop takes, d takes e5, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook e3.
Yes.
I wasn't, like, I thought maybe here black can go b5 and things, like, I should still be much better. I wasn't sure whether this was entirely winning, like ab6, cb6, and okay, like white is much better, but
no, you're
maybe
very right about
that.
Right now, black has some chances for sure, and you exchange a lot of pawns. There's not that many weaknesses. Definitely the better alternative, the one that you chose, rook to e3.
Yeah, rook e3. I think c5 is a mistake. Like, I was very happy to see c5. Like, even if I don't have rook f3, like if I go bishop takes e5 and rook takes d8 directly, like even that position is much better version of going bishop takes e5, rook d8 first, because here I kind of gain a tempo.
Yeah. No, congratulations.
But the other thing was after rook e3, I felt like he had like basically, he can also go bishop f4. I wasn't sure like how good it was, but I felt like I should still be much better. Because like, okay, bishop f4, I had some ideas like rook c3 or rook f3. I think like rook c3, c5, bishop e3. Like maybe it's, of course, I still need to calculate a lot of things here, but this seemed good for white. There was just one very funny position, like here if I go rook b3, I don't think it works, so like rook b3, knight takes c2, bishop c3,
Okay,
he has rook b8.
Apologies, let me just catch up with you, Mishra, I apologize. Sorry, I'm gonna bring you up on my board. And
Sure.
This was the moment, tell me again, this moment, rook e3, yes?
Yes, I think after rook e3, there was a very funny variation that if he goes bishop f4 directly instead of c5.
Yep. Bishop f4?
Like, let's say, yeah, bishop f4, like rook, of course, it feels very strange to go bishop e5, then bishop f4 back. But now if I go rook b3,
yep.
Knight takes c2.
Yep.
And now, like, bishop c3 was one of my ideas. But now, I think after black goes rook b8, it's kind of, rook b8, I think white should still somehow be working this, but this is very, very funny position. It's just rook on b3 stuck, bishop on a4 stuck.
Very amusing
bishop
indeed.
on c3 can't move.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on c2 is trapped, but so are your pieces. That's actually crazy. Mishra, it was one of the most stunning things about this position. And again, I think you played a virtually flawless game, and really great congratulations. It's an engine line. It's an engine line, Mishra. But it's hard to believe that in this position, the engine had proposed for you, bishop takes, pawn takes, f4, and it just happens by chance that this bishop on a4 controls the e8 square, so that after a variation like takes, takes, it ends up perfectly timed and the e-pawn just actually waltzes up the board. Did this ever cross your mind?
Yeah, f4, unfortunately, I didn't see.
No.
I'm just wondering if black goes knight c6, do I go into the rook ending, or how do I?
No, you just go e6.
e6, let's say.
Knight c6.
Rook d1 and rook e8?
Yes. And now e7. Yes, that's the variation.
That's king g8, you have like bishop b3, or what is the
bishop
point?
b3, yes.
e7.
King h8 and bishop d5.
Amazing move,
wow.
bishop. Yes.
That's amazing geometry. Knight takes e7, rook e1. This.
Exactly.
This would have been a much better game if I had found that.
No, we would have checked you for security even worse than we do already.
That's there, but okay. It would be nicer to play like this.
It was amazing line. It was engine generated, and I love the way you played. You kept control throughout, and our congratulations, Mishra. 14 years young, you're coming in here I know you're very, very ambitious, but it's great to have a good start too.
Abhimanyu, I have a question. So I know that when you were playing the US juniors, you were really looking forward to win the event, to qualify for this US championships. Now you accomplished that, but how do you change your mindset so you don't see this as a destination to qualify, but actually to succeed in this tournament?
Yeah, playing this tournament in itself is like a dream come true. Like the world's best players, Fabiano, Dominguez, Levon, Aronian, like these guys are the top of the top, and playing against them it's one of the best opportunities in classical. Yeah, here my strategy is that okay, if it's a draw, it's a draw. I don't really care too much about draws, but I'll try my best and we'll see what happens. I've had some similar opposition in one tournament in Sweden. I think the name was Tepesijman. It was filled with Gukesh, Svidler, Arjun Arigaisi, Grandelius, and etc. And I managed to almost tie for first there. So I'm hoping to play up to the same standard. Well, okay, I'll play my best and we'll see what happens.
Wow, well, congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Indeed, our best luck for the, wow, flawless.
What a game, what a preparation. I mean, Bishop A4, you know you're winning, and then just figuring out how to close on that advantage.
Wow.
Very well done. 14 years, or actually no, a little bit more.
I like the way he said to play with the best of the best, Fabiano, Leinier, and Levon, and Wesley, all those guys. It's amazing to me, this game between Leinier and Fabi, because I'm sure if you were to ask Fabi right here, right now, what's going on in your mind, saying I'm playing for a win, and the computer's sitting there going, triple zeros or something, because you've got this great blockade on the d5 square. And
not even triple zeros, it says black is better.
Okay, rub it in, rub it in. I mean, tell us
now
why.
It's zeros, now it's zeros.
Okay.
The knight is on a6
for
right now.
For a second it says queen to e8 0.1, minus 0.1. I don't know why, don't ask me why.
Okay.
This is absolutely ridiculous, obviously.
How did the knight transfer itself from c6 to a6?
Via b8.
Well, you missed Captain Obvious. Well, thank you for that. But why did he go from c6? Well, he wasn't doing anything on
Look,
c6.
there's a couple of reasons, and maybe a couple of ideas behind it. Now, especially with the bishop on f8.
Yeah.
Knight c7, and then,
Yeah,
for example,
sure.
let's make some silly move. King to h8. Knight c7, take,
Now we're
take,
talking.
queen takes.
We got
Now
a
you
threat.
have a threat.
Clear.
Queen takes g7 is
Genius.
a checkmating threat. So that's why he brought his knight to a6. He's just trying to find a task for the knight, because after the move f6, it's very difficult to get it back into play without exchanging it. And we know that once you exchange it, if you're not careful enough and you exchange the queens as well, that's an immediate draw, right?
Yeah, a4 also is a
a4, sure.
issue.
b6 is also weak, but we're probably going to actually exchange this four pawns on the queen side, and that's going to lead to a draw. Queen to f7 was played by Dominguez, 0-0. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it going any other way. Dominguez, in general, is very, very solid. He understands this type of positions. He still has 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a lot of time for him.
for Leinier, yes.
For Leinier, with 9 moves to go and a simplistic position, more or less. There's not that much material. There's no rooks that are going to invade via the 7th rank. So I think he has good chances to score a draw in this one.
Oh, very good. Bringing up the game of Sam Sevian versus Hans Niemann, because I was curious to see how much time Sam had left. He had left. I beg your pardon. He's down to 5 minutes versus 15 for Hans. I think after yesterday's experience, Hans basically said to himself, look, dude, you cannot leave yourself with 5 seconds anymore. I don't like that. Queen B1. I like that move. Rook C5, and he kind of repositioned his queen. I always think that the queen should always get the Oscar for best supporting actress. That the idea is that the rook in front of the queen is often much better than the queen in front of the rook. It's like the rook goes and attacks something, whereas the queen doesn't. But over to you, Cristian, with special guests.
Well, we do have Carissa in the studio with us. Carissa, first of all, congratulations. A big victory with the white pieces against the defending champion. First of all, take us through the game and how do you feel after this important victory?
Yeah, I felt it was a pretty clean game overall. Felt good about my play. I think from start to finish, I just felt that I was doing pretty well. And I knew that I was probably much better after I got in Knight A5.
Knight A5, that was the key situation. But before that, did you expect her to play the Caro-Kann?
No, the Caro-Kann was a total surprise. I was expecting E5 on move 1. And so, yeah, I think I've been playing Jennifer since like 2015 or something, probably even earlier, for almost 10 years now. And she's never pulled out the Caro against me, so I thought it was surprising, but I think I handled the surprise pretty well.
Not a bad surprise, because you definitely got the advantage out of the opening, and it felt like you knew the positions better, how to handle the positions, how to open them up with the move C4, following it up with knight to A5. So a great game by you. You're one of the players that's coming back from Mexico, where you participated in the World Juniors. You actually took the silver medal in that one. Now, there's always this debate. Look, you had a lot of time to prepare during that tournament. You were coming with luggage of opening theoretical ideas, but also in terms of your energy levels, perhaps, you know, they're a little bit sapped. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I will say at the end of World Juniors, that was also an 11-round tournament. I was feeling a little done with chess, but that's kind of worn off now. I feel good. I feel like it was a bit of a sort of warm-up for this event. And yeah, I feel like I kind of got the nerves out of the way there, and so I can show my best chess now.
But one question, between the World Juniors and the US Chess Championships, you're missing 1 month of school at Stanford. That's not easy. Are you still doing homework in between games? What's the plan there?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm missing the first 3 weeks because Stanford starts a bit later than other schools. And I've been sort of keeping up with lectures and homeworks online and remotely. So it seems to be going okay so far, but hopefully I can keep that up.
Challenge.
Guys, any questions?
Just our congratulations, Carissa. Keep it up. You've got a lot of games ahead of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we're going to take a break, oh, well, Levon and Jeffery. We thought there was a little bit of pressure, but I guess it's a 3-time repetition that because I think Jeffery was claiming Frank, the chief arbiter, was going to approve, and happy birthday, Levon.
Happy birthday.
What, 40 years young?
41.
41 years young. Our congratulations. And as we take a break, once again, we want to leave you with a special message from the Board of Directors, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Here it is.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago, and so the contributions have been immense, and of course it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We have a few results in the record books.
Absolutely.
Kate, do the... I'm going to hold off on the updates, but Mishra.
What a game.
Wonderful. And Carissa Yip, some of our youngest competitors in the tournament, winning their respective games. And for Carissa, that was a big victory over Jennifer Yu, the defending champion.
Yeah, and as she said, it was a very smooth game, right? She
It felt
never
that
felt in any danger. She was slowly getting more and more advantage, and then it was just winning.
Exactly. And this one looks like a draw is going to be agreed in just a few seconds, as the players have been going back and forth together, Fabi and Leinier.
Bishop takes Bishop takes G7. That's a funny move.
Okay, just a second now. I have to pull it up on the board and see what they've been doing. Bishop takes G7. Can't lose.
You cannot. None of the players can lose basically at this point. Take all my pawns. Come on,
please.
Collect all my pawns.
Right.
D5. Yes. Take that one too. Then play something like King G1 would be funny, or King E1.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
exactly in this moment, and White loses on time. Would it be a loss?
A loss. Yeah.
Because Black doesn't have mating material.
No,
but you can promote your pawn
exactly
to a knight and mate yourself. So he does have mating material.
If you have,
it's a loss.
If you have material on the board, it's a loss. Yes.
What do we see? A handshake,
hardy hand clasp, and draw. And so we have 4 results in the open. Well, yes, 4 results in the open section with 2 games remaining. We'll get those graphics to you.
We have to
Cristian,
go back
where's
to
the action?
We have to go back to the Sevian versus Hans, because you were anticipating that Hans is not going to go down to his last 15 seconds or 5 seconds, but he's down to his last 5 minutes. Both of the players are in deep time trouble. So I think we have to look at that game and see what's happening in that position, because I have to say that one is very, very intriguing, and it's very tense as well. It has been tense for a very long time. Hans had that opportunity to play King H6, King G7 at this particular moment after King to H6, Knight back to F4, and he could have repeated the position with the move King to G7. He did not. He chose to fight with the move F5, and this is where we stand right now. Knight to B3 was the last move. Hans falling under 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. This is going to get tense, guys.
Absolutely. Last move was Knight on A5, back to B3. A bit of a surprise. I thought he was heading for C6. Why didn't he go to C6, Cristian?
Well, let's take a look. If you do go to C6, then I can go to C8. Right, but where is the knight going to follow up after C6?
The problem is the desirable knight takes B4, I get trapped.
Unfortunately, rook takes C4 followed by rook to D4 is a big problem.
Oops.
Yeah, you lose a piece, basically.
Fair. Right. And just leaving the knight on C6, for example, and playing a move. I want to play a few moves in a row.
The problem
Queen
is,
C2 and rook C1.
Right, but my pawn is coming to A5. Also, potentially, if you go Queen to C2, I have a feeling B3 is coming.
I'm walking right into B3.
B3, bishop takes B2, or rook to C7. You don't have time to solidify your position. Queen to B8, by the way, has been played. So not knight C6, knight to B3, which in fact is the better move. Because to be honest, the knight stands much better on C5 than on C6, right? On C5, you have targets. You can go here, you can go back to D3.
Right.
Also D3 in this type of positions is
knight
a very
D3,
good square.
anybody who has, I was about to say studied, but it came out suffered the games of Ulf Andersson. Ulf Andersson played the Catalan like a genius, put his knight on d3 in these endings, and won numerous endings against the dark squared bishop. Well, so knight on d3 would be ideal.
Knight went back to
a5.
a5.
With 3 minutes on the clock.
Offering some sort of draw
repetition.
Once again. Queen to b6, knight b3, queen to b8, knight to a5. Another opportunity for Hans to get a draw.
I do believe we're finally ready. Apologies, Kate. Let's start the results thus far.
Yeah, let's see the updated results for round 2. We have one result winning. Carissa Yip won against Jennifer Yu. And we have a draw. Atousa Pourkashiyan against Ruiyang. That was a very interesting game, right? Ruiyang got a pawn, but apparently it was not enough to translate it to a win.
Jennifer Yu, our defending champion, crashes to defeat and in the open section.
And in the open section, we have a lot of results.
Yes.
Caruana drew Dominguez, Swiercz drew So, Mishra won a very important game and a very cool game against Tang, and Aronian drew Xiong.
Absolutely. And what do we have? We do have a
Let's go back to the Hans, because I think handshake is coming in that one. Queen to b6 was played. Let's see. Let's see whether
I was expecting a bird's eye view of the players,
me too.
And I saw Cristian. I thought, wait a minute,
Queen to b6 was played. We have to see whether we're going to see a handshake or not.
We have.
Big moment right now, because queen to b8 is an invitation. But maybe you can shy away from that. Maybe you can try something else. Hans is definitely thinking about it.
The options other than queen b8. Cristian?
You can do a lot of things. You can go a5. Yes, why not? a5. a5, bishop to e5 is a move as well. There's a lot of options.
It feels to me that this is a position where you'd love to be able to play the move f5, f4 and compromise the structure, but you need to play bishop e5.
That's right.
As a preparatory move for that.
Right. I mean, queen. Let's wait and see, because queen to b8, Sam can in fact stop the clock at that point.
That would be a third-time repetition.
With the move knight a5. Yes.
Gotcha.
And afterwards, maybe we
can
look at
this.
King continues. He continues the fight. I mean,
the game flares anew. And why? What does this move, king h, opens up the g file?
Opens up the g file, and you were mentioning this idea of f4 at the right moment. Not right now, because f4 is so controlled at this particular moment, but at the right moment, once you open up the g file, obviously rook to g8 is going to come with a bigger impact in the position. And, you know, also it's a move to pass time. It's one of those maneuvering positions, right?
Well, is it? Because I'm looking at the position, Cristian, and I'm going to bring it up on my board as well here, because this is actually a very crucial moment, and I think an opportunity, maybe I'm wrong, for Sam. Can I play the move knight f4? It's this knight on g2 did its duty whenever it was there, but in this particular case, I really do want to capture this pawn on h5.
So I probably have to take that off the board.
Okay,
right?
knight takes f4. Now, surprising for me, I actually want to sacrifice a pawn.
Knight f4 is on the
Queen
board.
takes f4, and I kind of like what I'm seeing here for white.
He's listening to you.
Rook takes b4's on tap. By the way, if you do take the pawn on b2, don't forget I could sneak in a queen g5.
So maybe I play a5 to just defend that pawn.
And that was what Cristian was telling me, that I should be transferring my, oh no, not rook d4 again. I think this is the second time. See, if I could transfer, I'm dreaming of transferring the knight to d3. Once the knight gets, you just play along for argument's sake so you can see it visually. Once the knight gets to d3, I've actually cut the action, and my action is what it's all about. So sorry, after a5, I actually have to pause here for a moment and think, do I want to play rook c1?
Maybe rook c5 also, it's a question,
maybe
right?
rook
Maybe
c5?
e4.
Ooh,
maybe e4, yes.
I can warm up to that move, because
that's
again,
a good move, yeah. Isn't white starting to be better?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the move knight f4 gave white an opportunity he didn't have until we saw the move King H7.
Yes.
King H7 opened up that window, and Sam said, okay.
And that's why he was playing Queen to B8, so that you don't have this
Exactly.
Queen to F4.
That's exactly right. That was why. And Hans, by the way, maybe is rueful of that missed.
Wow.
Because he stopped.
Down to his last 2 minutes right now.
Yeah.
Not only caught up with Sam on the clock, but passed him.
Knight F4.
And he still has 5 moves to make.
6 moves.
Okay.
6 moves for Hans, 5 for Sam right now. So still plenty of moves to go. And this is not an easy position. This is one of those positions in which you make a mistake, you lose on the spot. Right. I mean, the position opens up with E4. You can get checkmated so quickly.
Exactly.
Right? Especially without the knight on G6. That's the key situation right now.
Right.
By the way, what is he thinking about? Is he thinking about knight E5? Maybe?
Knight E5 would be a loss of a pawn. I'll clip that pawn with happiness. And he did it.
Wow.
What?
Wait, what?
He did it. He's sacrificing pawn. Knight takes H5, bishop H8. Cristian, bringing it up on
He's
the chess
throwing
engine.
the gauntlet right now. I mean, knight H5 is a good move, yes. Bishop to E7. Let's continue.
Knight takes H5, bishop to E7, not bishop E8. Bishop E7.
Bishop to E7. By the way,
Rook C5.
He's not even considering taking
one
that.
surprise after another.
True that. Rook C5. He didn't take much time. I mean, knight E5 took 2.5, 3.5 minutes. Rook C5.
I mean, there's no rush, right? White can recapture the pawn later.
Oh, I meant in terms of the speed of the move. The clocks are ticking.
But what do you do now?
After Rook C5?
Oh my goodness. I have to say, I'm starting to like Sam's position more
Much more, yes.
Because I don't see the compensation. I mean, I understand, okay, maybe
knight
to
H5.
G4, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm starting to see some ideas. So knight to G4, what do you do now? You take, right?
Ooh, I loved the E4 idea of Kate, and I loved it when my queen was on F4, and I think I love it with my rook.
He's going for it, isn't he?
Rook on the 5th rank as well. What do you think of them apples, Kate?
That looks nice. By the way, Hans is down 1 minute, 41
Rook
seconds.
C5, queen to B7.
What?
What is going on?
Excuse me, knight takes H5, what is that?
Maybe some bishop take H4?
No. He's guarding. Your knight on E5.
Knight is hanging too, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
he's guarding the E4 square to take away any opportunity of E4, but knight takes bishop H8, no choice on that one.
But it feels like the position is starting to collapse. Maybe queen G5?
Well, thank you for that. Queen G5 with the idea of knight F6. Well, he's played bishop H8 quickly this time. No beating
like,
a bush.
Okay, I'll take that.
That's one. Don't
ask me twice.
Exactly. Don't tempt me too often. I will capture the pawn. Queen G5. Anything else here?
There could be simplification, like rook takes E5 and followed by knight C5, but there's no reason to do that. Right?
No, on the contrary, I love that. I love the knight on B3 is bothering me terribly. And if I could trade off the knight on B3 for the knight on E5, I like it.
But I like the queen G5, knight F6 threat and kind of getting the dark square bishop.
But knight G5, queen G5, there's a problem because of rook to D1. That's why he played queen B7, so that he has all these rook F1, queen to H1 ideas.
Oh, that's smart.
Nasty. Nasty. But in that case, let's take a look at what you just shoo-shooed away. Rook takes E5, bishop takes E5, knight C5. Okay. Let's say you just centralize your queen. Let's be fun about it. Takes. Now the move queen G5 is not going to be hit by rook D1, and you've traded off, I think, this knight, which was doing nothing, for something here. Now the question is, can I launch an attack?
I mean, you have a knight there with the queen, not too many pieces, and the bishop can capture on B2.
Well, okay, let's say I go knight F4. Okay, I've longed for the opportunity to play knight to D3.
All right, queen D2.
Queen D2, thank you for... Oh no, don't tell me you're going to take the pawn on E2. No. Yeah, I mean, I'm dreaming. This is the dream. Right?
3 more moves until they make the time control.
Okay.
And they're both, well,
Your
Sam
queen
right
D2
now
was
under
a good
45
move,
seconds.
Your queen D2 was a good move.
And by the way, rook takes c5, it's not the correct move.
What is the correct?
It's not good. Knight f4.
Not
just knight f4. Just go back.
Bring it back.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that transition is not good, but it's very tempting because you're a pawn up and you're exchanging some pieces.
Clear.
So it's very, very tempting.
Well, I'm not exchanging
20
some
seconds
pieces.
for Sam right now.
What I am exchanging is a passive knight on b3. That was the dream.
Right.
Okay, so knight f4, 20 seconds? Less.
No, 7 seconds right
Seven.
now. You
Less.
have to make a move, Sam. Queen to c2.
Queen c2.
And I think, guys, we have a next result. Sam Shankland drew Ray Robson.
That was the rook ending. Sam Shankland promoting his book on the rook endings. Had 2 rook endings to start his 2023 campaign.
Queen to c2. Okay.
Drawing
He's setting
round 1
up
and 2.
for something on that diagonal.
True
You
that.
move the knight to g4. By the way, I have ideas of rook takes f5. So you cannot get aggressive with the knight on coming to g4 anymore.
That's a nice
That's a problem.
tactical trick there. Absolutely. Because a moment ago, we were also looking at ideas of e2, e4. That was why the move queen on b7. I don't know why queen c2 took Sam such a long...
He was looking at rook takes e5.
I'm sure
for
he
sure.
was.
Yeah, he was trying to calculate and assess that position. He made the right decision. Queen to c2 is a good move.
By the way, if you just leave me to my druthers and then let me play moves like rook c1, then the idea of knight c5, knight a5, knight c6, knight f4, lots of tempting, good.
I think Hans is in a very difficult position now because it's not easy to find a good move here for black.
With 20 seconds on the clock, yes.
Exactly.
Still 3 moves to go for Hans. Hans, down to your last 10 seconds. You have to make a move.
Maybe queen
We saw this
e4?
yesterday.
Rook
g8.
So calmly played also. Just
Rook g8. Just saying, I moved my king to h7 for a reason. I wanted the open g-file. What does that move accomplish, though?
Okay.
I think you just have to make a move.
Yes,
right?
You just have to
Sometimes
make a move at that
any move is better than a no move. Here, again, it's like one of those things. I've got 2 passive pieces, the knight on b3, the rook on f1. I find myself drawn to anything that allows me to trade off my passive pieces. Nope. Knight back to f4.
Best move by the way.
I smuggled the pawn. It was robbery, daylight robbery. Knight h5, knight f4.
It seems like bishop f6 is the most natural move right now. At
And
least
then
you're
knight will
creating
drop back to
some sort of a play.
g2, right? Yeah,
I
bishop.
think maybe then will be time to make the knight a5 move.
No, he's going knight g4. Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rook takes f5. Knight just with 1 second on the clock.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Rook takes f5. You pointed this out.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
Knight g4 was a big blunder, by the way. Rook takes f5 was finishing the game on the spot.
And
Knight g6 is bad, but it's not as bad.
But knight g4 on the board. No, he did play knight g6.
He played knight g6.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
He took it back.
He took it back.
He was going to go.
With 1 second.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's the final move for Sam. And the final move immediately came for Hans.
I think my board registered knight g4.
It did. It did.
He didn't release the piece, though.
It's the second time he does this.
Wow.
8 in a row.
But this time he did it in the good way, right? He switched to the better move.
Well, I mean, he was losing badly after knight g4. Now he's just losing slowly.
Right.
After knight to g6.
So
Not
guys,
looking good.
I think it's time to look at the women's section,
Yes,
right?
we were mesmerized. Apologies. But through the magic of television, we get to see a replay of what we just witnessed, because the move knight g4, as pointed out...
Look at the clock, by the way.
By Cristian.
5 seconds right there.
Rook takes f5 as a killer, and
Did he release? Did he release? No,
instinct told him something's wrong. 3 seconds, 2,
Back to
1,
G4.
go!
Wow.
He pressed his clock with a second on his clock.
It was interesting.
And Sam was looking at
Yes,
it. Look at Sam. Sam was looking at it.
What's happening?
But Cristian, you have a special guest in studio.
We do have Leinier with us after that crazy finish to that time scramble in that game. But Leinier, you had a difficult game today with the Black Peas against a player that you know oh so well, Fabiano Caruana, and you defended very accurately. How are you feeling about your performance in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough game. I played this idea with b5 in the opening, which is kind of unusual, taking the game from typical Italian positions, I think, more to Spanish positions, more like a Marshall or bishop c5. And I thought bishop b6 was precise, but I'm not sure because I'm stopping. I mean, not really stopping, but the idea is always to meet bishop b5 with knight a7. But then after knight c4, I spend my usual 40-minute think because I didn't understand exactly how I should proceed. There are many lines, but I didn't see anything that I liked so much. For example,
and one of the things that we were struggling with was all these changes in pawn structures. Were you experiencing the same troubles?
Yeah, of course. So many different structures and a bit unusual structures. Like, for example, I could get this knight b5 ab, and then knight takes b6 cb with the b pawn, with the pawn on b4 and the pawn on b2, or without the pawns. Yeah, so I can allow white to play c4, and then I can also take on c3 and go for this position, which is what I finally decided. But yeah, I was trying to see if there is any other interest. For example, there was bishop takes f2, also interesting move. King takes and then c6, but then yeah, instead of bc3.
Bishop takes f2 here. King takes f2.
King f2, c6.
c6, yeah.
But then there is knight takes d6, I thought.
It seems like c takes b4 gives white a decisive advantage.
cb, ab.
Knight takes b4.
No, I mean a b4.
Ah, a takes b4.
Then maybe knight takes
b6.
No. I mean instead of cb5.
A takes b4 here. Yes. Bishop to e3.
But then knight takes d6 probably.
Bishop to e3.
Bishop e3. Ah, yeah. cb, ab.
Yes, and you lose.
Yeah, I had also similar idea to play also after bc, bishop c5. With the idea to play c6.
BC, bishop b5, yeah?
Yeah, bishop, no, I thought bishop c5. In this position, knight takes a5 and c6. Knight takes c6. Knight takes, bishop takes.
Bishop takes
f2, and king takes f2. Queen b6, and I thought if bishop e3, queen c6, there is some compensation, but yeah, of course, knight d4 here wins.
Yeah, knight d4. If you take, I take your rook.
So yeah, I think I played more or less normal, and it should be slightly worse. But then, yeah, I was expecting more AB, to be honest, instead of CB.
And he played CB very quickly. Tell us about differences.
I thought this position
between AB and CB.
Basically, I didn't really consider CB much. I thought it leads to a symmetrical structure, and black should be more or less fine, although it's also worse. But I was more concerned about AB because then his pawn structure is very solid, and in the long term, I could have some issues with these pawns on b6 and d6.
So at some point you go bishop a3, maybe rook c1, and then d4, yeah?
Yeah, so I thought I would play knight d7 on f5, but it still should be better for white here, I think.
Yeah, yeah. No, you were right in
your
assessment.
after CB, I was a bit surprised, and then I thought, yeah, it's also worse. But then when I found this d5, I was happy because at least I mean, I'm down a pawn, but then my play it's much easier somehow.
Yep, and you set up a beautiful blockade. It was quite funny. We were looking at this position with the engines, and at some point after this move, Queen G3, it was actually giving you the advantage after this move, Rook to E6, with the pawn down. Did you ever think that in this position you could potentially be better?
Yeah, I mean, Black is so solid now with the knight on D5 and this knight on C6. It's a bit funny there. It has no much prospects. So I did see, like, if I could take the E-file somehow, someday I could be even better. But I was so short on time that I decided to play my moves quickly. I saw a natural move and I just played it. I didn't bother to look for alternatives at this point.
Well, Leinier, still a very good and positive result for you with the black pieces drawing against the defending champion. Congratulations. Go get your energy. Guys, any questions for Leinier?
Just great defense, Leinier. Keep it up. Absolutely. Lots of games in the ladies section that might end decisively. I want to quickly draw our attention to the game of Shritha for a moment against Begum. Shritha did lose the first round.
Right,
yeah.
She lost against Nati
But this
Paikidze.
last move by Begum is a real wow. That is a smashing move. Bishop takes. Begum is setting up a check and a very clear and potential checkmate coming up with Bishop G3. But if you capture, well, that walks into a G5 check, and there goes an exchange. Bishop takes H4. That looks like a winner.
Oh, that's it.
And Begum is going to be adjoining. And we did see a move by Shritha.
Bishop G7, I believe.
Bishop G7, just give it. Giving
but you know, that
king.
pawn on B2 is so dangerous. We're going to have some kind of discovered attack, right? Bishop G3 and then Bishop E5. Game over.
Right? Bishop G. Well, king.
But then I go with the king on H6, right?
That is hilarious. The king. Somehow you manage to keep material.
There's still some work to be done.
That is great.
Oh, I have
wait.
actually Bishop F4, Rook B7.
B7. I saw the same thing. I think at about just the same time. Although I guess I will continue my journey to the 8th rank.
For my life.
I don't think you get promoted when you get to the 8th rank, do you? I mean, did they change the rules?
So do we play Rook D2 now, just to kind of change how you want to approach the game?
Yeah, change of strategy. That should be a winner. I'm a little bit surprised, frankly, after Bishop G7, we don't have something more decisive.
The funny part is that King D7 is the best.
Right, in order to set up.
Some checkmate. King E6 and Bishop G5. That's amazing.
Exactly.
But I mean, black is what, 2 pawns? No, only 1 pawn. Wow. It feels like black is more pawns up.
It's because of the effect of this B2 pawn, right? It's such a powerful impulse. I just wanted to check in on Alice Lee against Tatev. Alice has been struggling in a much, much inferior ending, more or less since the middle game. Still, that's the case, but at least to her credit, somehow she's managed to, well, an active rook, kind of an active bishop. She's making it difficult for Tatev. I mean, definitely white still for choice. It's not a clean victory.
Just making it more difficult. Again, you're still lacking counterplay, right? You got to H1, you got everything you wanted, and I still have that rook on the 3rd rank, just defending beautifully, right?
Yeah, the
rook to D3, your rook on C6 is still just guarding my expansion on the queen side, and at some point that expansion is coming. You know? Sure, B4. That's why your rook is on C6. Because if you manage to get B4 and King B3, that's it. Game
then I
over,
resign.
Right?
Yeah,
you can resign.
Exactly.
But I can go something like King A3, King A4, try to bring my king up.
Yeah, a lot of nursing in that game. And in the matchup between Thalia and Arena, the dark squares. The bishop did manage to get itself to F6, but with the queens gone, Arena's king is far safer than normal, and there's an extra peshki over here. So Arena for choice.
But will we be maybe able to capture that pawn? Because after some rook D4, I mean, I don't have a E6, I thought, but maybe that's too ambitious.
Yeah, because you do have...
I have to be careful about my back rank.
Back rank mates again, right? Yeah. Something like this, and then my next move I can take. So yes, I agree. You don't play e6, but you're saying you might try to round up pawn this way. Rook a1. Let's take a look. Okay, well, I'll go with the theme of the moment, which seems to be back rank mates.
So I will go h3.
Okay. And now at some point, it's time, right? I have to go knight c3 and rook d2. I know, rook a8, sorry. I've got to go rook a8, excuse me. Now, in case of h3, yeah? And by the way, we do have rook d4 on the board, as we're, the players are catching up with us. At some point, you are going to play e6.
Yeah, I'm even wondering if I need a rook b1 move. Maybe I prefer to play h3 immediately, so I can threaten
at the start
with some e6.
So we do have this, but yeah, this move e6 is really, yeah, concerning.
But you also have to be careful, right? Because e6, I have ideas of rook f4, and you might actually lose that pawn, right? So you have to time it very well.
Okay, so in that case, let me play knight c3.
But now I can play e6 and grab the knight.
Because there's
and
another
grab
piece.
the knight.
Yeah,
yes, you're absolutely right. You can grab the... Oh, darn it. Okay. If I fall for a tactic after... I'm trying to put my knight on a light square, knight d5.
No, but I kind of liked your idea, your initial one with rook c4 and rook knight d4, right?
Yes.
Here I can go king h2, by the way.
And then I put my knight on e6.
And then e6. Oh, e6. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I put my knight. Sorry, right here after h3, rook c4 is another way of getting nicely to the e6 square. Knight to d4.
Rook to b1, right?
Yeah, again, it's a timing issue I have here. It's a problem. It's advantage arena. We just don't know how big an advantage. Let's just jump.
One more.
Sorry.
Sorry. Can we just? What if after h3,
yes.
Can I play knight d6? Just to transfer the knight to e4, so I can take that bishop and maybe get.
I'm trying to make a draw as white, so
rook b1.
Rook b1.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm welcoming knight e4, but I get to play rook takes d4. Nasi, let's just jump in, because she has been a pawn down against Anna Zatonskih from the opening, and Anna kept her extra pawn, and by the way, the structure of white on the king side has been compromised as well.
But we do see the active bishop on e4, right?
Okay.
The light square bishop is kind of pretty nice, not allowing some bishop c6.
No.
Because maybe queen c5 there.
Boy, my arrows. Trust me, by round 11, my arrows are going to be pristine.
And by the way,
by round 2...
Begim did play the move king d7 in that position.
She did.
Which finishes the game, more or less.
She's really cruising in that game. Now, having said this bishop on d7, I mean, every one of Anna's pawns are on light squares.
Right.
It is a very compromised bishop, I want to say.
You know, I'm curious because I wanted to play maybe bishop c8 and b7, but I always worry there about queen a7, right? Another pin that is very powerful.
How funny is that? So bishop c6, queen c5 is an awkward pin, and then what you're saying is that you want to challenge this bishop, so challenging it in another way, this way allows a different type of a pin.
Right.
That is funny.
So what if I start with king d8, king c8, king b8, and then the idea of trading the light square bishop?
Okay. Now, a question for you is, did you want to include h5 or not? Because I didn't know if, while you're going on a sojourn, I might go as well.
But I have queen d8 here.
Yes, you do. I will boldly go.
Wow. Okay.
To g7,
and
where you will not checkmate me, but I may be like 4 pawns down by the time I get to safety. But the king is in the heart of the position,
and then he will want to try to maybe give perpetual check.
Precisely. Queen C5, and I'm hoping I can. If Nasi gets out of this game after being a pawn down with a perpetual check, right now she would take it, and the question is this winning or not? And how big an advantage is it?
That one was just +1.
Just +1.
Right, just +1. It does seem like it's some sort of a blockade, right?
It feels like there's a lot of work here.
Right. And even if you create some sort of a passed pawn, in the meantime, I'm going to be able to try to harass your king, right? So still a lot of work to be done by both players, but Nazi has a good chance to remain unscathed.
By the way, I like the h5 move there, just to not allow the king to enter.
Yes, exactly. I was asking you about that. Begum, I actually did a commentary on one of the classics with Begum, and it was really a great deal of fun. Boy, was she feisty! Boy, I tell you, you've got quite some students. I mean, they don't trust their coaches.
I've spent 4 years with her. I know exactly how she is. Yes, she's feisty.
But King D7. And she's just a move away from
King
setting
E6,
up
and that's
checkmate.
setting up the checkmate. And to be honest, if you go King E5, the problem is that I'm blocking you the other escape route. I go Rook to F3, and that's it. After King to E5. So if you try to stay there, King to E5, Rook F3, the checkmate is still coming.
It's brewing there, right?
That's one. Bishop to G3 is another one.
That's funny. Those pawns. Those double pawns control important squares.
Yeah, this is over. This is over.
Nice.
Well, I think we're only going to have maybe one player still in contention for the Fisher Prize after this round. That is Sam Sevian.
Because
he's doing well.
Well, show us.
Against Hans. Let's maybe take a look at that game and see what's happening. They both reached the time control. Right now we see this move. Rook to C1, Queen to B6. I think we left it somewhere around this.
When we left it, for those of you who are joining us late, it was actually an amusing moment. I don't know what else to say. With about 8 seconds to go, Hans firmly grabbed his knight, placed it on the G4 square, did not release the knight, recognized that the move Rook takes F5 is an instant winner, kept his hand on the knight, brought it back to G6, pressed his clock with 1 second.
No,
actually he moved it back to G4.
E5, back to G4, and then to G6.
And then pressed his clock with a second on his clock.
But from G4, the knight went to G6 in a straight line. Not how the knight usually moves.
Right.
From G4 to G6. But yeah.
So here it was, and it went from G4, zap, like a rook.
I'm sure we can at some point maybe bring that footage back and see it once again.
Instantly viral.
It was so good.
It was so good. Second game in a row where Hans got down to just mere seconds.
1 second. 1 second. Not even seconds.
Nearly lost it. Now tell us why the current position is so favorable.
Well, first of all, you're a pawn down.
Yes.
Right? You have some sort of counter chance brewing on the king side. The problem is once you play the move F4 and try to open me up, this diagonal also opens up.
Right.
This line also opens up, and you might be in trouble if the rook lands on the square H5. So in this position, the practical approach is to go E3.
Right.
The objectively best approach is to go E4.
Okay.
But this is a bit dangerous. I don't think he's going to go for it. Because after the move F4, you have to find this move E5. Otherwise, you're giving black too much counterplay. It does make some sense if you look
you want to play H5?
First of all, there's H5, right? You don't have time to take on G3 because H5 just finishes the game. So you have to get off this pin with the king, probably something like King to H6. And now I have enough time to defend my complex of pawns on this side. There's no more pin if I move my rook to C4. Your bishop is kind of dead, and this position is borderline hopeless. But we were discussing about this moment through the magic of television. Let's take a look at that particular moment, those last few seconds.
And this is where Hans reaches for his knight, firmly puts it on G4 with
almost drops it.
Glee, Elan, and boy,
changing his mind, moving back.
Sam was really ready to pounce on that. 1 second.
Look at the time. 1 second.
Look at the clock. Wow.
And Sam was looking at the clock. He's like, ah.
Was that move 40? Was that move 40?
That was move 40.
No, Sam is thinking to himself, was that time control? What the heck just happened there?
It's so funny when you look at this footage and just see Sam, he's like moving back and forth and just like following the knight.
Exactly, exactly.
He was ready to write down the move, right? Knight g4, he was ready to write down the move. Rook takes f5, he surely saw that move. I mean, he had that in the back. He was ready to take that pawn off the board and win the game.
By the way, I just have to remind you of one of the most hilarious moments I've actually ever witnessed in a U.S. championship history between these two from last year, where somehow Hans was thinking and Sam just picks up his opponent's king and offers him the cross. Like, Hans, is what you're doing. That's
well, you have the king right there. Maybe you can show it.
I mean, he picks up his king and he pulls the cross out, and it's like, what are you doing, dude? You can't do that. You can't.
By the way,
can't manhandle my king.
Guys, I think just that Alice Lee just blundered.
Uh-oh, let's jump to that one.
Well, she does have a losing position, but this might end things very quickly, right?
Accelerate the defeat.
Oh, yes, she did.
Okay.
Yes, she did.
So what happened?
This is over. I think it's time for resignation.
Rook c5, b4. This was a move that Tatev has been dreaming about ever since you got a nice majority on the queen side. So your rook's attacked. Moved your rook, Alice? No, I don't want to move my rook. I want to attack your rook. Okay, you want me to move my rook? I'll move my rook.
But I'll also pick up the bishop in
now,
the meantime.
I've moved my rook. What are you going to do about it?
And this is actually resignation time. Let's look at that, because we're going to catch the resignation.
Oh, boy, that was...
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
Heart, heart skips a beat.
There's nothing black can do about this, yeah?
Absolutely.
I have to say, great game by Tatev. I mean...
Kept control throughout.
Kept control throughout, transitioned precisely into that end game, and yeah, she did not have any troubles converting. Very, very good game. And I have to say, this is... Yeah, and there we go. Handshake right there. Nice call, Katerina.
Wow.
That was unexpected.
You think? I mean, I'm trying to recall, when was the last game that Alice Lee lost in Classical?
She's a very solid player.
And she's had a very good year, so this was a wake-up call.
Has she lost a game at the junior girls?
I believe she had 1 or 2 draws.
Only.
I don't think she lost a game.
No, that's why I asked about the Classical. I don't know how she's doing in the Rapids tournaments. There's so many of those these days.
And I want to say this is a huge victory for Tatev, because if I'm not mistaken, in their direct encounters, Alice is dominating. Alice has been winning a lot of games against Tatev, and this is a good bounce-back victory. Try to equalize the score, or at least get closer to it, get some confidence back.
Exactly. Our congratulations to Tatev.
Good job.
As we just check in on Begum for a second, the move King D7, Shritha stops.
For a good reason.
For a very good reason.
Very difficult to find what to do next.
Where the white king is somehow trapped in King E6. G5 checkmate is on Begum's agenda.
You can safely resign.
Right,
What about
exactly.
Thalia, Cervantes, Irina Krush?
Let's do it. Again, when we left it, we just saw the move Rook to D4. You were talking about
H3 or Rook EB1.
And she went for the Rook B1. And here, Irina is wondering how she's going to take advantage. She's going to try to take advantage of the back rank, the fact that you cannot play Rook takes B4, and you have to play moves like H3. You don't want to prematurely play E6 and leave your bishop on pre.
Yeah, I like H3. We are just kind of making sure we are not going to get checkmated on the back rank, and we are preparing E6. Because let's say black plays Rook A4.
Okay, which is a very logical move. You want to...
now we can go E6.
And here the difference is that after Rook F4, you can play E7, and there's no Rook guarding the back rank, so that you end up having to retreat. And
we take
at least Rook takes B4, and things could go in White's favor suddenly. So don't be overly ambitious, but it feels like with the extra pawn, Arena should have some line that she could press. I just don't see it.
But there's not much, right? I mean,
There's
you're losing the
not
b4 pawn, and you might be getting the e5 pawn, but you have transitioned into a rook's endgame, and that's just going to be 3 versus 2.
Exactly.
Easy draw.
Okay.
So last game,
enough.
Nazi against Anna.
And when we left it was that extra pawn. h5, by the way, by Anna. Didn't want to see any king excursions up the board. But with the move bishop h3, by the way.
And by the way, king, and we see a resignation. Ashrita
Begim wins.
Loses to Begim.
Exactly.
Nice jacket, Begim.
Is that a Mizzou
Of course it is.
You're waiting for the...
Of course it is. Yes,
nice.
It's a nice jacket.
Do I get a Mizzou? I mean, I will proudly represent the state of Missouri.
Yeah, I'll get you a personalized one. Yeah, no problem.
We can. I want the team signature in the silver, though. You know, I like the silver ink.
No, that's
metallic
not how it goes. We have
Look,
our own
the jacket
color
is
palette.
like a nice dark
Yes,
blue.
and you see the gold, black and gold.
I'll go with the gold metallic.
Yeah,
ink.
we'll get you one. No worries.
All right.
We'll get you
By the way, this is second loss for Ashrita, so
That's
very difficult start for the tournament.
Wow. In all of these national championships, because they're very, very strong, somebody is going to take last place. It's just the way it is. But you don't know who. So the start is so important because you don't want to be the one with the target on your back. If you start with 2 losses, everybody says, aha, that's where
the one.
I've got to go. And so you don't want that as a start. Any bad starts in the U.S. Championships. That's why Mishra's victory, too. It's the other side of the coin. Your confidence soars. You didn't lose.
Every
win
win is extremely important. We see a lot of draws, so if you manage to make a win, it's a very
really a big deal.
Should we go back to our leader in the open section? And
Let's do it.
Hans?
And the Bobby Fischer Prize.
None of the moves that we were prescribing, e4
Occurred?
or e3. He played the move rook to d1.
Okay, let me just refresh my board. I apologize.
And now Hans has the opportunity to equalize the score in terms of pawns by taking on b2.
Rook takes g6, rook c1, queen c7. And here we were talking about the move e4.
Yes, I thought he's going to go
followed
e3.
by e5. e3 is a very practical decision.
Very controlling, right?
Yeah, you just say, okay, your turn, make something. Maybe a5 is a bit ambitious, but okay. He instead played a move we really didn't consider, rook d1, which did allow the trade. And yes, there goes... Hans says, I like pawns. Bishop takes b2.
Equal pawns now.
So can we do something like e4 and try to get the queen super fast on h5?
Okay, let's see if I take that. Where's the mate?
Very aggressive.
Okay, let's take
Let's see. Wow.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time with you, Yasser.
Wow. Let's take it, he says, gleefully.
I've spent too much time with you.
Okay, shall we try to combine some ideas here?
Okay, yes, King G7.
And let's just interrupt our analysis of this game as we go to studio with Tatev, who just won our game.
Tatev, first of all, congratulations, a big victory for you against a very unpleasant opponent. Tell us about your initial feelings right now.
Oh, definitely. I feel very happy. And yeah, she has been a problematic opponent for me. I lost 2 games to her in the American Cup last year. But of course, I'm very happy about this result. And she's a very good player. So I'm definitely feeling really good.
And it felt quite smooth from our perspective. You definitely kept control. And your timing was very good as well. You played that move g4, kind of forcing her to go for this queen trade. At what point did you feel like you're fully in control of the game?
Oh, when she went d5 at the end. I mean, I don't know what happened at the end because, like, the whole time I was thinking, just don't lose control of the position. You're up a pawn. Her position is completely atrocious. You should be winning. But then somehow her rook got to h1, her bishop got to f4, and I just felt like maybe I lost control a bit. But I mean, I didn't really have time to really think about it too much. How it happened. But I think even in the final position, if she doesn't blunder. I think her rook on h1 is actually quite misplaced, and I can think about sacking on f4, or I can, after I went b4, if she moves her rook back, I thought I can just start pushing my pawns, and I think here it should be maybe b5 even,
b5
or a4, I don't know. which way I want to. Yeah.
No, that was.
I think here already should be straightforward.
Yeah, yeah. Did you feel like she lost patience towards the end? She didn't like defending these unpleasant positions, this lost position, in fact.
Yeah, probably. I mean, things really went bad for her from the opening. I think after bishop f5, immediately I got a huge initiative, and I think the endgame, okay, I know the endgame has to be very good for me. I think she's supposed to take on f3 as far as I remember, but here my initiative I think is very good because attempting to put something like 5. Okay, this looks scary I think because I have the g file, but I don't know how realistic my attack is. But what we got in the position I think is just supposed to be very good for me.
Yeah. Again, your timing was very well. This g4 move followed by knight to b3. I think this was an important move as well. Just to ask questions, where is your queen going? What if she goes queen to a4 and she tries to keep the queens on the board? What was your plan in this position?
I think her knight is getting trapped here somehow.
F3?
I mean, she's losing something here. F3?
Yeah, yeah.
F3, I think I had something even better.
If she goes knight g5, maybe you can even take...
Like h4, okay, here I can...
h4.
No, I don't have h4.
Yes. f4, I think, is...
No, this is very bad. Yeah, f4, and then I just g5, f5, I just push my pawns. I think with the queen on a4, my attack will be huge here.
Yeah, yeah. No, very controlled game. Congratulations, Tatev. Guys, any questions for
Thank
winner?
You. Our congratulations, Tatev. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Nice game by Tatev. And
very smooth, right?
A favorite, yeah. Excuse me. Pardon me. And Irina and Thalia is still at work, as is Nasi.
Oh, so Anna is going for the plan
yes,
that I was suggesting,
C8.
moving the king to b8 and then trying to trade the light square bishop.
Right. Makes sense. If we can do that, then if we can trade off the light square, so imagine, for example, I just make a move, yeah? And we get a queen ending. So you do achieve the maximum, if you will. So the maximum, then you don't want to play queen d5 and allow me here, right? So if I go there right now, now you have to bring your king back to e8.
Can I go queen b7?
Right, and then back.
King b8.
Oh, you want to remain over here on the queen side. Check.
a7.
Check.
a6.
And check.
But now I have queen b6 and
Queen
g1 maybe.
But is that...
Do you do anything with that queen on g1?
Oh, I thought I'm very happy to get the queen there, but...
I don't think you're mating me. I mean, there's no question, you know, you're much for choice. But I have also still got perpetual checks and
guys, I just want to take this to the Sam Sevian versus Hans game because it's a critical moment right now, and maybe we can see how the players are reacting to this critical moment. If he plays rook to c8, this is the key move in the position.
He did not play e4, by the way.
No,
After bishop takes b2, he went just simply queen d7, gift me the pawn on
rook to g7, and now rook to c8 is the key move in the position. If he finds
allowing rook takes g3 check.
Yes, 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 and that's the difficult part.
You don't want to allow rook takes g3.
So the thing is
why I liked your e3 so long ago.
Exactly, but the thing is, you're not going for the checkmate. It feels like you want to go queen e8 and go checkmate on h8. No, what you're going for is to trap the queen.
What?
With a5.
No kidding.
Wow.
And to transition into an endgame, a winning endgame.
Because that pawn is running.
Right.
That
so now I go a5, queen b5, and then we swap the queens, a pawn just runs.
Okay, but that's almost impossible to see, no?
But he gave up a pawn. So, and he calculated for a very long time. By the way, he's down to his last 4 minutes.
What?
He's down to his last 4 minutes. He's been thinking about this position and this pawn sacrifice for a very long time.
Wow.
So maybe he calculated it.
So,
maybe he calculated it.
As Sam struggles to come up with the move rook c8, we also have another special guest studio, Cristian.
Bagim, welcome to the studio. A big victory for you with the black pieces. This was not an easy start to this tournament because you had double black. What was the strategy yesterday and today? And by the way, yesterday you had a great position as well. So things seem to be going your way. How are you feeling right now?
Hi guys. Yeah, to double black, it was a little bit hard to prepare because I didn't know what to expect. So, you know, most of the players, it feels like prepared new openings, and I didn't get anything that I prepared in 2 days. So I'm kind of happy I survived with 1.5 points. And yeah, yesterday I had some chances, but I don't know. I calculated some things wrong, I feel like, and missed it, unfortunately.
Tell us about today's game. Did she surprise you in the opening with this exchange, Ruy Lopez? And how did you approach the ensuing position? Were you happy with a draw at that point, or were you trying for more?
I was trying for more. Of course, when she took bishop c6, I was like, okay, I have 2 bishops, and most probably I'm going to win the game somehow. I just didn't expect. I knew she could play bishop b5, but of course I didn't expect bishop b5 and bishop c6 from her, especially she lost yesterday, so I thought she's going to try to fight back. So I just made some moves.
So her strategy, her, let's say, peaceful strategy surprised you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy about it. You have 2 bishops, comfortable position. It's not like I forgot all these lines that existed, right? I just knew some things. I put the pieces and tried to just play the game.
And I really like the way you continued your attack and expansion on both sides, h5, but also a4, b4, and you were putting a lot of pressure. And it was at this moment when you broke through. Bishop to b3, bishop to c2, and now there's no way for her to keep control in the position. Was that the moment when you felt like finally you get that decisive advantage?
Actually, I was mad at bishop c2. I knew that I saw something and I forgot. I had 5 minutes. I'm like, wait a sec, why am I allowing c4? What I'm gonna do now? Then I'm like, oh, rook a6 idea was rook d6 and rook d4 somehow. Yes. In that case, so I just played bishop f8. But I wasn't sure what kind of position is this. It feels like if white is able to put bishop b2 and rook c1, they're fine. So I wasn't sure rook.
Instead of
I
knight
wasn't
takes
sure
b3,
how the game ends. Yeah,
so
for example, like
g4.
I got lucky that I have bishop d1 here.
Ooh, that's a nice move. Rook takes d1 and rook takes b2.
If I was like tempo down, she should be fine. Yeah, I think because of this move, my position was fine.
Yeah, and after that, you ended up in style with this move, king to d7, trying to set up the mating net. Beautiful finish, Bagim, congratulations, and nice jacket. I think Yasser wants one.
I'll fight you for it, Begum.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Coach can get you one.
All right. Our congratulations. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank
bet.
you, guys.
Bye-bye. That was nice.
By the way,
yes.
We don't have rook to c8. We have e3 and queen to b8.
Queen to b8.
Played queen to b8. He's trying to sacrifice. He's trying to get some rook takes g3 in the position right now.
Okay, but isn't he inviting rook c8?
He played king g2.
Just to stop the sacrifice.
I have a feeling rook to c8 was met by rook takes g3, right? Or maybe queen to e5 first.
Queen to e5
first.
Queen
to e5, and there's still no mate. That's the thing I was telling you about. With the queen on b6, the idea was not to checkmate the black king, was to actually trap the queen on b6, which is kind of ridiculous.
Checkmate the queen, yeah, I get
Checkmate
that.
the queen, right. And now the queen is finally free, right? So king to g2 was the move played, but I have to say the last sequence of moves, and especially the time expenditure, 23 minutes for Hans, only 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Sam Sevian. And after a move such as bishop to f6, it's not that easy. And finally, Hans has equalized in terms of material.
Yes.
After bishop takes b2, so this is a completely different game right now. Hans might be inching his way closer to being back into the game.
But go for it. King G2, Bishop F6.
Yes.
I mean, again, to my way of thinking, the Queen on D7, very powerful. Rook on C5, pretty darn good. I'm, you know, I just want to play like E4, expose the king. The knight, yeah, it's blockading the pawn on B3. That's kind of a downer, right? I mean, if the knight were on F4, shouldn't I be like seriously better somehow here? Let's say I play with move Rook C7. Let's just try to, you know.
Can I take a pawn? Bishop takes H4?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Bishop takes H4, knight. Okay, now you're going to go back, right, Cristian?
Bishop F6 looks good, yes.
Right. Now, I don't have knight takes G6.
And my B pawn is coming. Be careful.
Yes.
All right, let's push the pawn.
Yeah, just away you go, right?
Yes, I mean, you go rook to B7, so
rook
it's not
B7.
that easy, but rook B7, Queen E5.
Yeah, it's strange. I was trying to rip open the king with moves like knight C5 and E4, but it's not
Who's
that
playing
easy.
for a win now?
Yeah. It's not that easy and let's just go back to Arena Crush. So we're expecting a handshake.
Yes,
in
this
this
one is
one.
going to be a draw. We're exchanging all the pawns.
For Arena,
just don't take on G6.
Yeah.
It's a very nice little final trick. Don't take on G6 because you get checkmated on the background.
Rook takes G6, King 7.
H3, G3,
yes.
anything works.
And, well, Arena couldn't come up with anything better than this rook ending that you had mentioned.
Somehow she doesn't seem to be very happy with this result. Perhaps she feels that she missed a victory along the way.
Well, she sure was nursing an advantage for a long time, it felt like. So, you know, it's like one of those things, you don't mind these types of games. You know, like, okay, you didn't win, but at least you were the one who was in control, and it was a 2-result game most of the way. For Thalia with the white pieces, I don't think she will be too pleased. Okay, happy that she made a draw.
Right.
But,
I was surprised in the game when Irina's dark square bishop disappeared. So that was a moment when I wasn't sure what's happening in the game, if Irina is losing the advantage or not. But now we can just see just a draw.
Though we will look for a 3-move repetition while we're over here.
Let's see what Nazi and Anna is
exactly,
doing, right?
And they did get into that pure queen ending that we were talking about here with the extra pawn for Anna. I was always thinking that with the king on G3, I'm vulnerable to these moves of C3, and then you get to recapture with a check. I am aware, of course, that the pawn on B5 is hanging with check. That was why I was wanting to play F3 earlier, right? Just to avoid that sequence.
So black is probably going to play king B6 here,
right,
to defend the pawn, and maybe now is the time to play F3.
Yes, precisely. And it's going...
Can I travel with my king C5?
Don't. Don't tell me. You're actually... No.
Well, because you have to make a move, right?
Okay, check. I'll check you. I'll ask you if you would like to enter.
Okay, then I would like to enter.
Okay, I can see a mate in 2.
Oh, no.
Self-mate in 2.
Oh, queen C, wow.
Well
queen
done.
Queen C5 and queen D2.
That's a self-mate.
Mission accomplished.
Well done. And Anna has played your move king B6. She's a step closer to the self-mate.
Closer.
Yeah, it
closer.
seems like
Closer.
Nazi's position is really safe.
Really safe.
The king...
Guys,
yeah.
what are you talking about?
What?
Queen D6?
Queen D6.
Don't go there. No.
Wow.
Okay.
That's how you lose.
That is self-destruction.
Right.
No, don't do that.
And
yeah, that would have happened in my game.
That's hurtful. That move. That's the cold shower right there, boy. That's Yuri Shulman, for those of you who didn't get a chance to join us at the opening ceremony. He was telling this marvelous story. Was it from Tromsø?
Yes, Tromsø Olympiad.
Yeah, the Arctic Circle. where he saw something that was absolutely unique in his experience. The laws of physics were violated. Wesley So jumped into the ocean, the Arctic Ocean.
The Arctic, yes.
And he jumped out faster than he jumped in. And we do have a handshake.
All right, let's go back to Sam versus Hans. Sam is down to his last 2 minutes.
So have we seen this picture before? He really enjoys being low on time, does our tournament leader.
But Sam is winning another pawn, right?
Well, he's winning his pawn back. He lost the pawn on b2, so he's now winning
now
another.
queen takes a6?
Queen takes a6, rook takes g3, I think, is Hans's idea. Just to sacrifice the rook.
Wow. Queen takes a6,
I think
rook
this
takes
is what he
g3
wants.
check, f takes g3, queen takes, and this is enough play.
Well, I'm also hitting that knight, right?
Exactly.
So what are you going to give me?
Well, right now, it's sort of like this king is really safe. So if I do try to head to the queen side?
Down to his last minute, guys.
Is...
So maybe knight c5?
Instead of queen a from
queen
queen
a6 is not good.
Yeah, or a5. I think one of those moves, because after knight c5, I'm targeting the a6 pawn, but then black may play
b3 maybe, I don't know.
b3.
I have ideas of sacrificing that pawn to get this idea of rook takes g3.
I was trying to trap the queen, but the queen has escape after rook takes a6.
I think you're a bad influence on me, Kate. How about, ooh, he played rook takes a6, challenging rook takes g3 check.
Good move.
Because he could have played king f3. I was channeling my inner Katerina there.
But I have a question, Yasser. After rook takes a6, rook takes g3, can I just make king f1 move?
Yes, that is legal, yes.
And now...
That wins.
You're in trouble, right?
I have to move my queen.
No connection with the e3 pawn.
And now I recapture the rook.
And that's it. That's Johnny Ballgame.
He played queen e7.
So he cannot sacrifice. And he did play queen e7, which, by the way, there is a peshki.
Okay, we can play rook a8. There's checkmate.
Well, crazy, is it checkmate? I mean,
well,
yeah. You know, it's funny. It's not checkmate, but I know what you were thinking. You know, you're playing for the checkmate, right? And it looks like it should be, but
it's 40 seconds,
please?
though. I mean, that's the problem. 40 seconds for Sam Sevian right now. I mean,
but rook a8 is a kind of an easy move.
But then I can go rook g4, right?
Yes, but the whole idea was just to kind of, you know, like get in.
That's
but
fine.
now queen
I
d8.
go queen takes h4. Rook a8 is on the board.
Yeah, and after rook g4, I think I play queen d8.
Yeah,
just offer a trade.
Oh, you got queen b7 check. Do you want to allow that?
I might take it though. Who knows? I might actually exchange those queens, even though I have queen b7. Yeah, no, queen b7 is...
Queen b7 is the most annoying move of all times. Rook a8 on the board. Rook g4 expected. Can I just move my king, please? Something like safe and sound. King f1, king e2.
But then queen d6?
King e2, yes. Just some... I'm just kind of looking for king safety, rook g4 on the board.
And the problem for Sam is that despite, he also has 1 minute, but also black's moves, at least up to this point, are quite easy.
Right.
You're threatening some sort of a checkmate with queen h8. I mean,
Sure.
you're going to get to my king.
Exactly.
I have to defend against it. There's
Right.
one active move, rook g4, and there's one passive move, rook g6. I'm going to choose the active one.
Yes.
King
and
f1?
he did play king f1 as expected. After queen f8? Queen
King
d6?
f1, queen d6, guys.
On the board? Or not?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But
we're
this
expecting
right
queen
now
d6.
equalizes.
Wow. Equalizes.
Equalizes. And I have a feeling,
Wow.
looking at the position, that from a practical
done it,
perspective...
queen
And it's on the
d6.
board, yeah.
This is much easier to play right now for black.
To play queen d6. And yeah, well, because the nice thing is you're protecting g8 and h8 squares. So this whole battery of queen and rook are not very powerful.
His ambitious play, by not accepting a draw, looked very shaky.
Doubtful, to put it mildly. Yes.
At one point in time, but
Yeah.
right now it's starting to pay off, guys.
And what is the idea after king e2, by the way?
Maybe just queen d5.
Can I just move my knight and...
Move where? On d1? On d2s?
Yeah, d2.
Bishop c3?
Bishop c3. So
I really becomes passive.
I really don't like the look of this for
oh
white.
no, king e2, queen b7.
b7.
Okay,
b7. I like that move because at least it does hit the f7 pawn.
But it allows queen d1, so I guess Sam doesn't care.
Sam is looking for a bailout right now.
He's looking for a bailout.
He's looking for a bailout. He wants to make a draw right now.
What? Really?
Yes. I don't think he's looking for a win anymore.
Wow.
Well, first of all...
Actually, maybe this is not that great because I cannot recapture the knight.
But where's the win if I just take your knight, right? So queen b7, queen d1, I take the knight.
Well, queen f7.
Queen f7, bishop g7.
Queen h5.
Bishop h6. I only see a perpetual. Maybe there's more, but I don't see it.
Queen f7, bishop.
Rook a7 or something?
Yeah, rook g7.
I have no better move than check, right?
I do have queen d5 coming, and that's a very serious.
Excuse me. Yes, that will rock my world. That is for sure. So now I have to be careful.
By the way, how exactly are you making it?
Oh, yeah, it's not obvious to me either.
Yeah, I don't think we are making a draw here.
Just show me
so rook g7
and then queen e8.
Queen e8. Let's give a check.
But that's not mate. That's the same thing. You got king g6.
Yeah.
So you have all the time in the world.
I mean,
queen d5 check, and I don't even have a threat of mate in one. I mean, I have to make another additional move before I even. Wow. Something is happening here, and it's happening in time trouble, and Sam lost control.
Absolutely, yes, he did. I mean, he's down to his last 37 seconds.
Wow.
You can understand, he just made his last move with 7 seconds on the clock. He lost control fully in this position.
Huge turnaround here. Because where did it go wrong, Cristian?
Well, the last few moves, the sequence.
Rook takes a6 was the start of the
Rook
wrong?
takes a6 was a good move.
Was a good move.
This move, rook to d1, and just simply giving up the b2 pawn, that's not a good idea, right?
No, right.
He had to see this move, rook to c8. I mean, if he sees rook c8, brilliant. Kudos. Shower him with golden coins, right?
Gotcha.
Because a5 is coming, and that's beautiful. But he did
the
not
queen.
see it. And maybe he did see it, but perhaps he doubted himself.
Right.
At that moment. Because, look, I mean,
yeah,
that's a check.
Yeah.
You know, that's a check.
And your knight is hanging.
Are you losing the knight? Are you giving a checkmate?
Right,
you don't
right.
really know, right?
Right.
He doubted himself, and unfortunately, right now, Hans is fully back in the game with good chances to potentially have a huge swindle and win the game.
It's always difficult in chess, right? When you are kind of attacking, trying to checkmate your opponent, and suddenly you have to switch and you are supposed to be trapping a queen on the other side of the board.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly hard. Now, I'm looking at Hans' body's posture. I'm reading, why can't I take your knight?
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, dude, aren't you leaving your knight on free?
That's a good read.
Let's have another look at this whole sequence. It goes queen d1 check, king g2, queen takes b3, and where's the perpetual, Cristian? Queen takes
right,
f7.
take on f7.
We blockade with the bishop. And as
maybe
you pointed
h5
out,
here. Oh
queen
no, there
d5
is
check is a nasty threat.
Yeah, queen h5 check is not great. Rook to e8, the simple.
Rook?
Would you say simple rook to e8? Is
And
the right
Hans
move?
has asked the question, if I give a check,
I think
and if I take the knight,
I think he's taking the knight.
I would. And you're saying rook e8?
Rook e8 is the best move.
Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, if he actually plays this move, to be honest, I'm not even sure what the idea is. Probably just to take on e6. But that's kind of crazy, right? Crazy looking.
Truly. Rook e8.
I mean,
because
you allow queen d5 and b3, really? I mean,
but the thing is, when you have rook
what
on
is this?
e6, you can give check on h5, and there is no bishop h6.
Good point. Really, no, excellent point. But you think to yourself, you're losing so much time.
I mean, finding just
such a quiet move for rook e8.
How did you want to meet queen d5 check?
So I guess
king h2,
right?
King h2.
Man, rook e8 is a difficult move to see.
I'm looking at f4 here to be that way I take away the h5 square, and in some cases I just
I guess queen g8. No, queen g8 is the idea.
And then rook takes
e6. Okay. So that's the idea.
Oh, good point.
We have to be careful, right?
That is nice. Gotcha. Okay, that clears
so
some
that's
cobwebs.
the idea of rook to e8. We understand that.
Clears some cobwebs.
What if I go rook g6?
Well, now we have
h5 with tempo, right?
That sequence
rook
of
f6.
I'll take it.
No,
the rook is not on a7.
Not yet.
No. Oh,
but you can go check and then rook e7 now.
That's the nice one.
I'm kind of stuck, huh? Wow.
Remarkable.
But this is not easy.
No, with 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
He's up to 1 minute because he just played king g2 in a second.
Luckily, he can calculate now, right? When Hans is still thinking whether to capture the knight or not.
He has.
Sam is definitely looking at queen takes f7 and what to do after.
Yes.
Like a Ferrari, his engines are running. He knows he's got a minute, and he's looking at queen takes b3. And do you think he's analyzing queen f7, rook e8?
No. Honestly, I think right now, in general, when you're in this position, you have 1 minute, you're trying to calculate the most forced moves, the checks.
Everything that happens with a check, you're calculating.
You have to.
And this is your primary move right here, right?
But you're kind of running empty at some point. You're like, okay, check, and that's it.
That's it, right? Because rook g7, I can always block.
Right.
Check, and then because e6 is defended, yeah.
I have a feeling Sam is going to find rook e8.
Very likely that... Well, okay, but rook e8... It took us a while to actually understand that.
And even why are we playing rook?
Why are we playing rook
we're playing rook.
All right, and Hans took the knight.
Okay.
Queen
He
takes
asked
b3.
the salient question.
Okay, let's see.
And now comes the key moment.
Okay, bishop g7 is forced,
G7,
right?
Yeah.
Can you do something else? Rook g7, queen h5, that's a mate. King h6 doesn't look like the right solution. There must be, even though I guess you calculate rook king h6 as well.
Excuse me, just that I had played bishop g7 a la tempo. I didn't even consider the move king h6.
But now you, again, rook e8?
Rook e8, rook g6 maybe.
But then I have h5.
King h6,
king
he
h6,
played it.
wow.
He actually
smokes.
played it.
The one move we didn't even consider was his main move. King h6, well now,
Maybe?
rook e8 is much more obvious.
Oh, I think Sam is busted.
What?
Sam is busted right now.
After king h6?
The only move to keep some sort of equality in the position is rook a5.
Be serious.
Yes.
Nobody's looking.
Nobody looks at that move, right?
No, of course not.
No way. If
Well,
he
it
finds rook
takes away-
a5, I mean,
You're
come on.
stopping queen d5.
That's
It has a
important.
point.
And I want to take on f5.
And you do want to, if the bishop were to drop back, just there is, by accident, a tempo.
He finds it, he survives.
But
he
this
doesn't,
is such
he
a
loses.
hard move to find.
By the way, how does Hans survive
You bail
after
out
rook
with,
a5?
You bail out with bishop takes g3.
That was important to ask because rook takes f5 was actually suddenly frightening,
And
right?
there's some sort of perpetual with queen f6, queen f7 after that.
Oh my gosh. So
Rook a5 with 25 seconds on the clock.
Rook
All right.
a5, bishop takes g3.
Your vote. He finds it or not?
I think he's going to play rook e8.
I can't, I would never find, I'm not
Yeah.
looking at rook a5. I'm looking at rook e8. I'm looking at rook h8. I'm looking at h5.
Even rook g8
8
maybe.
seconds.
I don't see how he finds
4.
rook a5.
Yeah, queen f8.
Queen f8.
That's Hans's game right now to win it.
But then bishop g7.
Because now bishop g7 is an easy tempo, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Bishop g7 and...
Yeah.
That's that.
Wow.
And that's an extra
Your checks
piece.
are over.
That's an extra piece.
And
So
my
how-
checks are coming. Queen d5 is coming.
Definitely on the agenda.
b3 is coming. Everything is protected.
Right. And the king is safe.
Oh my goodness.
So Hans' risky decision not to repeat.
It's paid off,
wow.
But he definitely took great risk, and well, he was a second away from losing the game, I can tell you that. Queen, Bishop G7, Queen D6. It's surprising to me how Sam is playing almost as if, you know, like this is a part of his winning strategy or something, you know, like he's just playing these moves. A piece down. Queen D5 check, and we can trade queens, and that's it.
It's
but
not
do we
the
want
best,
to trade
actually,
queens?
No. We have even better than this.
Queen D5 might be a draw.
No,
might be a draw. Yes, yes.
How?
Because we have Rook B8 and the pawn is running.
Right, right. You might be forced to exchange the A for the B pawn, and that's going to be a draw most likely.
More challenging.
So Queen D5 not the best.
So probably something like Queen C4.
Yes, yes.
Just to be able to check and allow for B3, B2. Put the pawn on B2, protected by the bishop. Life's easy. My goodness,
yeah, wow.
what a game. Apologies, I just want to double check with the ladies.
Queen C4, by the way, best move in the position played by Hans.
Okay, good for Hans. And the Nasi, this game could go on for quite a long while, the queen ending.
But I feel like it's going to be a draw soon because they are moving back and forth with the king and queen. And I think soon Anna is going to realize that she just cannot go forward. And
exactly.
It's going to be a draw.
Okay, I'm just going to refresh my board with Sam and Hans for a moment. And he did play Queen C4. He did not play Queen D5, which traded the queens, but kind of gave White better chances of saving.
Great decision. Great decision by, this one was a good decision. The previous one to play on, I mean, that was a risky decision.
Wow.
By Hans, but it did pay off. And, you know, he mentioned this. He said, look, maybe I have to go back to my true self. Just be
believe
courageous,
in myself.
Believe in myself.
Yeah.
Take the decisions that I want to take. And by the way, I mean, remember that knight G4.
Yes.
He almost played it.
Yes.
That would have been game over on the spot.
Well, I mean, two eventful moments in these U.S. championships between these two players here. May I provide you with a broken king? And this one may allow you to play rook takes f5 check and win the game. By the way, just tell me for a moment here, why, okay, we understand that rook a5 is absolutely crucial, stopping queen d5, attempting to play rook takes e5 as well as rook takes f5, but why didn't he play rook?
I mean, rook e8, rook g6, right?
Well, then I play h5, and aren't I, like, at least making life a little bit unhappy?
You might, yes.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So just can I start with the check, queen d5
yes,
check?
Yes, of course. And I'll move my, not rook g6, but you can start with a check. Again, I'm not trying to win. I'm just trying to make your life as difficult as possible.
But now I can go rook g6 and I have queen h1. After h5.
You mean rook g6, h5.
Queen h1, yeah.
And now that's perfectly sensible.
So I guess you have to take, you have to go on the h file, right?
Sorry, I have to go king where on the h file?
h3,
h1.
Yeah.
h2, h4. Oh, so I simply don't have a move.
You have to go to g1.
Yeah, okay, there you go, thank you.
And how is this position right now?
Now, well, you go rook g6,
rook g6,
h5, queen d1.
Oh, so much geometry.
Nice.
in this game, yeah.
The king is, in all of this, the king was as safe as completely possible. And just to update the game, queen c4, rook e8, and Hans said, you got nothing.
Yep.
No checks.
Yep, just one.
My king is going to be perfectly safe on h7, protected by my bishop, protected by my rook, and even my f5 pawn. So there's no checks on the diagonal as well.
b2 is coming. It's done and dusted. That's
b2,
it.
queen e4 check.
I don't think there's much left to be said about this position.
I would like to trap the rook with f3.
No time for that.
No time for that.
Queen e2 always kills you in that instance. F3, Queen e2. I pick up the pawn on F3.
But I do like your thinking. Trap the rook. Be, you know, the proper perspective. Grab that rook. Grab the material.
This pawn on b3 is just running.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a game.
Wow.
What a game, guys.
Truly.
Queen d7, okay.
We were, there was a game we were talking about the final cheapo. You know, you don't resign, you go for one final cheapo.
What is the final
What is
cheapo?
the final cheapo?
After
So
B2.
Queen d7.
I'm trying to see.
Yeah. The final cheapo, you're x-raying the pawn somehow?
Yes, but how do you do that? Because b1 queen defends f5. It's kind of sad.
Exactly. Once I promote the pawn.
And the problem is, if you do go rook to b6,
Yes.
I can just still promote and then
Yes.
go queen e4 and then just finish the game like that.
Exactly. So you still don't have queen takes f5 because the queen.
You do
and
have
then,
f3. Okay, maybe this is not that easy.
No, I think you
give a check on c2, right? But now you go.
Mate.
There's a mate at the end.
Let me show you what you might have missed.
Oh, that's
Yasser's favorite part.
That's a very nice mate, actually.
Actually, it is. I mean,
Beautiful,
you're
beautiful
cocooned
finish.
by your own pawns. You're tucked in and tight. That's it.
We might actually see that. I have a feeling we're going to see that, mate.
Right?
I don't think Sam is going to allow it on the board, but I think we're going to see
You'll
that
play
direction.
to that possibility.
So what about queen e8 here?
Queen e8.
Oh, you're just going to grab that rook, right?
I can do that, yeah.
Because if you promote...
Yes.
Queen h5.
Then I have queen h5.
Yes. And I would have to move my king.
And nothing?
That bishop is a
Simply not
palace
enough
guard
resources.
extraordinaire. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, but wait. So
wait.
I give check again on e8. No, queen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, b2.
Bishop f8.
I want to see
Rook
rook
g6.
b6. I want to see rook b6 and that variation. It's really nice.
Now here.
Take, queen takes.
Yep, rook b6. Okay, all right.
Uh-oh, are they going to go for
I
a variation?
think they might.
All right, so let's see what's happening there.
Okay, I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Apologies.
He took his queen. Okay, maybe we can see Hans's body language as well, because I'm curious. You know, he's been suffering.
The queen, right?
He's been suffering a lot. He's been
Right.
tortured throughout this game, but finally he can enjoy himself right now.
Precisely. So we are expecting this nice little finish that goes pawn promotes equals queen. You can't capture f5, that's defended. So you capture b1, check. Now if you move your king, I'm just going to take the rook. So f3 checked the king.
Very important.
Very important. Driving the king right into the checkmating arms of the black's queen. That is a lovely little pattern.
I think he sees it, guys. But he's not in a hurry. Queen e4 first, okay.
Queen e4 first.
That can be just transposition, right? After
True.
f3, we give first check on c2,
Right.
and then we promote to a queen.
Yes.
Exactly.
Queen e4 check.
Has the chess spoken for itself?
I don't know, we'll ask him. I guess we'll have to ask him. Right? Maybe you should ask him. Yes.
No. Last time he said you could be a lowly commentator if you can't play anymore. After mentioning podcasting is like the lowest form of chess.
That was last year.
Yes.
Ancient history, yes.
Yeah.
Ancient history.
I do see.
Queen c2, king h3.
I do see a queen c2 intermezzo.
Oh, he sees it. We're going straight for that line. Very nice.
And there you have it.
There's b1, okay. Rook takes b1.
I feel like we're gonna see the checkmate.
You have to take on g4, yes.
Sam
yes.
is not gonna resign, right?
You have to take on g4.
Wow, that's very sportive of Sam to allow that checkmate, and there it is.
Wow.
Tip your hat.
Bravo.
Everybody. Yes.
Bravo, yeah, what a game.
Yeah. Well, there goes our Bobby Fischer
So
prize, I'm sorry to say, at least as far as the Open is concerned.
So Nazi is the only last person who can win
potentially
Bobby Fischer prize, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Not happening in this Queen ending. But I do suspect that that game will be ongoing for some time as well. Lots of ups and downs in this game. My goodness, Cristian, the game we just saw, once again, Hans, the first 2 rounds, he's kind of dominated our show.
Oh yes, absolutely, no. And how close he was to flagging, but also making
one last look. Look at this, everybody. If you're joining us late, shame on you. With 7 seconds to go, a very clear knight g4. And then the sudden realization, there is rook takes f5. Let me reconsider my move. Yeah, no, of course I'm right. Knight g4. No, I'm wrong. Knight g6. And press the clock.
With 1 second.
Check it out. Wow. 1 second on the clock.
And that would have lost on the spot.
Yes.
Knight completely G4. Different result.
Exactly.
He's still losing even after knight to g6.
Right.
But he managed to turn it around.
Wow.
What a game.
Yeah.
What a game and what a start for Hans in these championships.
Right.
That's a nerve-wracking start. I mean, that saps your energy, you know. When you go through one game like that,
right,
you're feeling exhausted. When you go to back-to-back games like that, I mean, when's my luck going to run out is the question.
Right. Have you ever had those feelings of paranoia and thinking about this? So what we just saw, your opponent, you, are down to 3 seconds, which you're going to make and everything. And suddenly your opponent goes, "Achoo!" makes the biggest sneeze right in the middle, and you're taken aback by 1 second, and then you're, oh, sorry about that. Oh, you're down on time. I don't, how would you feel?
For me,
if your flag fell after a big sneeze.
I don't know.
I mean, come on. Those thoughts never crossed your mind?
It turns into chess boxing at that point.
At that point, the gloves come off.
You have to, at that point. You have to.
Kate?
I know, but
nobody's ever done that.
I remember a lot of games when I played, I was thinking, then I'm just like making a move and looking at the clock that it's going to 1 second, and then I just smash the clock very quickly.
Wow.
And I remember once it was at a tournament, team event, and I was thinking about a sacrifice.
Okay.
So I make it, and I see that, you know, I have 1 last second, so I hit the clock quickly. And after the game, Melik Kachian, our captain, he was like, "You are making the last 48th move. It has to be a sacrifice with 1 second. Can you just make a simple move and decide later?" He was going to get a heart attack from that.
Oh, and you saved or won the game?
It was a draw.
It was a draw.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying, that your opponent does a hand movement or something that stops you, and then
I've never encountered it. I feel like
no unfair sportsmanlike conduct in any of your tournament practice.
Not this way, no.
And for you, also
no,
the same?
No, never happened to me. The worst thing it happened, I was having this worst event of my life, basically. I was scoring poorly, and finally I had a great position. But I missed a very basic tactic. I lose a piece in one move, and then I'm in a completely losing position.
Gotcha.
But there's only one last trick. And then my opponent is thinking, I see the trick. And then he fakes the move that would have allowed that trick. And then he immediately retreats and plays a different move and presses the clock.
And your heart skipped a beat.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right.
Are you
just
kidding?
rubbing it in.
That was the only time I didn't shake hands after the game. I was like, if
upset.
you ever do this again. Oh,
nice.
my goodness.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Do you have some trauma that someone behaved this way?
No trauma. I'm trying to think of an unsportsmanlike conduct, and I remember I was a young boy. I was playing in my first U.S. Open, and my opponent was this very elderly gentleman, very, very kind-looking man, a Santa Claus-looking man, if you will, and had a beautiful smile. I mean, his teeth were pearly whites, and those pearly whites turned into a grimace, and we both got into time trouble. and he had a glass of water next to the game, and he took his teeth out of his mouth and put it in a glass of water and left the glass of water right there at the board. And I was like trying to, I mean, these teeth that had been smiling at me for the whole game were suddenly next to the board.
Old habits die hard. Yeah.
That was a little off-putting.
Oh,
I mean, I'm
goodness.
just saying, you know. I mean, imagine that happening in time trouble with you got like 3 seconds on your clock and the teeth are hanging out on the edge of the board. I'm telling you, I mean, we old guys, we got the tricks.
Your time is coming, Yasser. Your time is coming. You better not do that.
You know what Levon said to me at the opening ceremony? He says, Yaz, you really got to come back to chess. I said, why? I don't have that competitive zeal that you have. He says, no, you're hoarding your rating points. We need your rating. I said, well, thank you very much. He's got a point,
I sort of
by the
agree
way.
with him.
There's a lot of points I'm holding on to there. But wow, what a finish. And we've got one game left as we're hoping to get Hans in studio. And, well, this could be a while, but
there.
On the other hand, it does look really evenish.
Well, she did go through that landmine with King C5, Queen F8. And if you go to D4, you lose.
Yeah,
Right.
Anna avoided stepping,
yes.
stepping on the landmine you just mentioned there. So King A7, yeah, just one of the things you absolutely have to avoid with white is if you just took the queens off, it's a very simple B4, C3. Like, for example, Queen D6 would just be a horrible move. You'd lose it on the spot by the, what do they call these?
Breakthroughs?
Yeah, pawn breakthroughs. That's right, exactly. Just had a temporary pawn breakthrough. So don't, and let me just refresh my board as the players are making some moves here.
King to B7, Queen to F8.
Anybody
still
in time trouble?
No.
2 minutes, well, 2.5, almost 3 minutes for Anna.
But the position is
14.
easy,
yes.
right?
You're just looking for perpetuals and anything that keeps the black king away from D3.
Right, unless you choose to completely change the character of the position with some C3 ideas, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine is you put your queen on C7, you play C3, and in some universe you give up F7. And you hope that with your queen on C3, the queen on F7, it's not happening with check, that you get to play B4 as well.
But I can probably almost always avoid it by just bringing back the queen to B4.
I totally agree, of course.
And I think Anna's been dancing around this position for like 20 moves already. So she realized there is not much she can do. So she may be just going here for repetition.
Right.
Yeah, this reminds me of my longest game in my chess competition. It was the game that couldn't devour China. This is a hilarious game. It had, like, I am not joking, something like 5 adjournments.
Oh, wow.
Like 240 moves. And it was a queen ending where I had queen and 5 versus queen and 4. The next adjournment, I had queen and 4 versus queen and 3.
So how many days did it take?
About 5 days.
Wow.
And it was at an Olympiad. And during the game, my team captain eloped with the Soviet star on board 1. Elena Eshmolskaya ran off with John Donaldson, our team captain. And hey, man, the team captain just ran away with the Soviet winner. It was crazy. But Hans is with us, and Cristian.
Hans, welcome back to the show. You gave us a heart attack. You probably gave yourself a heart attack. I will ask you once again, did the chess speak for itself today?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. Yesterday it didn't, but today it did. Finally, congratulations. Now take us
it
through
did
the
yesterday,
game.
but not in the way that I imagined.
Of course. Now
every day the chess is speaking.
There was a will to win today that I have to say impressed me, because you had the opportunity to repeat the position not once, but twice, and yet you decided to keep the game going. Tell us a bit about that reaction and that decision in that particular moment.
Which two times? The first one, which is on the board now?
Yes.
With king,
this
knight
was the
h4?
first one. Knight h5, knight f4, king h6, potentially king to g7. You decide to go f5.
I'm not risking anything here. I have better piece play, active. I'm not risking. There's no point. The second point when I didn't.
That
compete
was
is
much
probably
more tricky. Yes, I think it was at this point when you decided to go queen b6, queen b8, and finally to go king to h7 and allow knight to f4.
And as soon as I played it, I was very upset. But you know, if you want to win against such strong players, you have to risk. You have to bite the bullet.
Absolutely. And you did knight to f4, by the way, was a great move by him. And after that, things are getting a little
95.
bit...
Wait. Sorry, go back. Wait. 95 queen rook c5. What should? Can I just check what's? So rook c5. Rook keep play rook c5. Oh, knight g4.
Knight g4 is the best move in the
because you know when I was thinking about position after knight g4, I was just getting flashbacks to yesterday. Like knight g4, knight g5, I was getting like some PTSD. And I was like, because I knew that if I put knight f4, I just make a draw, I don't lose. But I was just like, I gotta go, and the time is ticking down, and like getting these flashbacks, and it's just so painful. And then
speaking of flashbacks, I mean, it was move 39 after the move knight to f4. And at this point, you had 5 seconds on the clock. You grab the knight, you put it on g4. 4, 3. Take a look at this because we actually have the footage.
No, I remember. Trust me, I remember.
Take a look at this. Take us through this decision making.
So I'm thinking knight g4, and then in a split second I see rook f5.
Boom.
And then I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
What do I do? Where can the knight go? And then I see.
But you went back to g4.
So close.
You went back to g4.
Yes.
Oh,
and 1 second, Hans.
I didn't realize I did the triple, twist. That's
that's the triple twist.
Quite
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess there's a first for every triple twist in your life.
Amazing.
And you press your clocks, Hans, with a second. Were you aware that was done with 1 second on your clock?
I was aware right after I looked at the clock. In disbelief, yet gratitude for Carissa looking down on me.
Gratitude that you're surviving, but at the same time you're still losing in that position after knight to g6. How did you assess it? Did you know that you're losing? Did you feel that you're losing, or you were still harboring hopes?
I'm down upon. The knight has great potential, but of course I harbored hope. The b2 pawn is very weak. There's potential sacrifices attacking on the king, so he got into time pressure and he collapsed at the end.
Yeah. Beautiful execution, Hans, I have to say. Guys, any questions for Hans after this crazy game?
I'm recovering.
Exactly.
I don't know about you, Hans, but you've traumatized our crew here. And how do you feel? I mean, you were that close to, well, defeat, and now you're tied for first. Quite extraordinary.
Honestly, this was nothing compared to yesterday. I was, cool, chill, my usual arrogant optimist self. I think yesterday got the juices flowing. This I just felt like I would play super. I'm just playing very, very well. I think in both of these games, there's just one moment where I'm just going absolutely insane. So I just have to be more consistent but I think my general level is quite good. The opening and how I played, I think, was very successful in this game. It's definitely very important to beat the leader with the black pieces.
Absolutely.
And Hans, what was your assessment after you played queen d1 and captured the knight on b3? Did you think you were winning there, or did you see any variation that could?
Yeah, well, on my walk here, someone spoiled that rook a5 was actually holding. But I did think that I was winning. I did see rook a5, but I did not realize that it was pinned. As soon as first when I saw like queen b7, I'm first thinking, okay, like bishop g3, rook takes g3, like sacrifices to force the draw, and then I have this arama, like, wait, I can take the knight, like I can win this game, because you would never assume that the king is so safe, but after king h6, and him having no time in the clock, it seems very difficult. But apparently there was a draw after rook a5, according to the person who brought me over here.
Right, and a5 actually was a key square in the game because there was another line that Cristian showed us here where it was actually losing for you, but a crazy move for Sam. Right, do you remember, Cristian?
I'm trying to remember.
So rook a5 was winning?
No. Rook a5 is a draw.
But sooner the rook c8 and a5.
Oh, so this was, yes. I know what you're talking about. At that point, rook to d1. It was a good decision, but only, in my estimation, if you see this move, rook to c8. Did you spot this idea with rook to c8?
Yeah, of course I saw rook c8.
Rook takes g3, now king f1, and next move is a5 trapping, more or less trapping the queen.
Yeah, this I saw. I had I thought rook takes b3 was holding, but I guess not.
Rook takes b3, queen takes f7, and h5.
h5. I didn't see h5. No.
This was the key move.
Yeah, I missed it. I missed h5. Yeah.
And it's an easy move to miss. And the problem is, if you do go e5, I can just simply take your rook. That's the problem.
Wow, yeah, that's even more ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah. And even if you put the rook on b1, I will still take it. Queen takes f5.
And wow, yeah, that's quite something.
And the problem is, you do take my rook at the end, but you also get checkmated.
No.
Oh yeah,
that's painful.
Hans, congratulations. Big victory for you. Go recover after this crazy game, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. And
congratulations on an amazing game, right?
Right.
Very enjoyable.
Wow. 2 incredible rounds for the record book. We do have one game still remaining, and that is our tournament leader in a queen ending, Nasi versus Anna. We suspect that this game will be a draw, and we may be here for a long time to come. But having said all of that, I'd love to take a look at the results graphics if we will get them ready for ourselves as Queen A8 check on the board.
And we're gonna see again King B6.
And here it is, as we have 2 tournament leaders.
Right, very important win for Hans, and he is the leader with Abhimanyu Mishra. Then we have a lot of players: Fabiano, Wesley, Leinier, Jeffery, Sam, Dariusz, another Sam, and Levon with 1 point, and Ray Robson and Andrew Tang with half a point.
Well, let's reflect on the tournament leaders. Chess is a young person's game, Kate, as Mishra at 14. And then this finally, I think we're going to make a claim of a 3-time repetition.
That's it.
And the 2 ladies split the halving of the points,
and no one has a chance for the Fisher Prize anymore.
It's gone after 2 rounds. But the tournament leader, Sam Sevian, goes down to defeat, and he might have won this game. He had winning moments, and it was so close. 1 second. Could have all been so different. Could all have been so very, very different. Uh-oh. We've got a reflection on... Oh, no.
Hey, good
we
work.
We forced you to do it, Cristian. We forced you. We took it. You had this. You foresaw this all the way.
I'm feeling good about it. It's been a wild ride, but...
I like it.
Oh, man. What a round, right?
Seriously.
What a beginning of this competition. Yesterday, not a lot of decisive results. Nowadays, today, in fact, we had 3 decisive results in the ladies section, 2 of them in the open section. I have to say, things are getting heated up. And I'm impressed by the fighting spirit, once again, of these players. Nobody is giving up. Everybody wants to keep the game going, even at the expense of potentially allowing a worse position. As we've seen from Hans, is just fighting chess here at the US Chess Championships, and I cannot wait to call all the action tomorrow in round 3. And let's try it one more time, Yasser. Let's see.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
There we go.
Nicely done.
See you guys tomorrow.
Cristian, very nicely done. I'm stunned by Mishra's extraordinary preparation and the fact that he knew all of those positions up to Bishop A4. Incredible. Kate, it's been so much fun calling all the action. We'll do it all tomorrow.
Pleasure. It was very nice and really a lot of fighting games, and I think we have more fighting games to look ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for sharing your day with us. Tell all your friends and family where you're hanging out. We want to make this the best chess show possible. Thank you for your support.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.